Luo Feng, quickly, there are people digging here. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. Luo Feng's expression changed. The cloud contact mine was swiftly digging, every second gaining more and more thunderstones. They've dug up some thunderstones and are reporting to their superiors. Very soon, many other members will come down. Let's leave. Babata roared. Vine, quickly, quickly, quickly. Luo Feng ordered. The vine swiftly retracted, leaving behind the other thunderstones. Within the blink of an eye, it returned to Luo Feng's arm. Let's go. Luo Feng ordered. Everybody be careful, the moment we burst out from the surface, immediately follow me and flee. Right now above us there are about a 1,000 star level 9 explorers. However, with the forest area, we still have a guarantee of escaping. Luo Feng ordered through genetic energy. The other four slightly nodded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 34, What Treasures to Exchange For? Volume 09, Chapter 34, What Treasures to Exchange For? According to Babata's scan of the outside over 1,000 star level 9 warriors and their distribution, Luo Feng was very clear that they had a chance of escaping. However, even if he was clear, there were still over 1,000 people. That was a huge number. To be able to evade so many people's sight and hearing, they required extreme caution and some luck. Charge! Luo Feng communicated mentally. So. 5 beams of light rushed out from underground. Luo Feng's excavation of that spot was about 6 hours. The sky had gone from dark night to daybreak with light beginning to fill the land. Follow me. Be cautious, don't make any noise. Luo Feng communicated mentally, swiftly piercing through the forest. The living AI Babata was swiftly calculating the most suitable path of escape. There's people there. Not our people. Chase. Immediately over a 100 star level 9 warriors swiftly flew and began their chase. Even though Babata's calculations were accurate, it was impossible to get all 5 of Luo Feng's team to act and react 100% accordingly to his directions. They've disappeared. They disappeared in that direction. There were already over 100 people floating in the sky, carefully scanning the surroundings. The trees were tall and huge, with large amounts of vegetation. The place, untouched for 10 million years, was already overrun with vines and roots. From mid-air, it was impossible to see past the vegetation to the ground, and Luo Feng's team fled fast and nimbly. You all go this way, we'll go this way, quickly. Luo Feng and his team fled continuously tens of thousands of kilometers before stopping. Phew, we finally escaped. Thunder God rubbed his head. There were beads of perspiration on it. He laughed. That was really dangerous before, but it was dangerous indeed. If we were in the grassland areas or flatlands, it would have been over for us. Hong exclaimed. Luo Feng nodded. It was because it was in the mountain forest regions, hiding in the mountains, the trees and its thick vegetation, that they were able to escape so easily. If it weren't the mountain forest region and we were discovered by so many people, I wouldn't dare take such a risk. Luo Feng laughed. Ah, Luo Feng, you punk, you are really cautious. Thunder God laughed. Right, how many thunderstones did we acquire from that spot? Just now, there were 3 spots with more clustered thunderstones. We were digging in the 2 more populated spots, 210,397 and 198,355 stones. However, the second spot, we only managed to get most of it. There wasn't any time to finish it off. We got about 170,000 stones. Luo Feng laughed. Added together, we dug up a total of about 380,000 stones in that mountain forest region. That entire region, what's the total? Hong asked. About 630,000 stones. Luo Feng laughed. Not bad, we got about half of it. Hong nodded. Thunder God, however, curled his lips. If that group had been slower by a few hours, we could have gotten 90% or more. The first spot gave us close to 400,000 stones. The second spot gave us about 380,000 stones. Luo Feng smiled. Right now we've already dug up close to 780,000 thunderstones. However, right now, the 2 million strong army has already begun to occupy the different regions. Hence we have to grasp the time and quickly find more thunderstones. The moment all the thunderstone regions have been occupied, we won't have any hope. The other four nodded. Right now the 2 million strong army had just arrived, some earlier while others later, plus the vastness of the world within the world, it would still take a few days of work to fully occupy all the thunderstone regions. These few days, there was still some hope in them. An interval of time was worth an ounce of gold. The time right now was incomparably precious. Luo Feng and his team acted accordingly to Babata's scanning, flying towards the distant regions. That was because the 2 million strong army was dispersing from the entrance constantly. The further they were away from the entrance, the more hope they would have. This long flight took over 8 days. Luo Feng and his team flew for 8 days straight without resting, finally stopping to eat a piece of meat. The 2 million army should have just about occupied all of the regions in this world within a world. We don't have much hope anymore. Right now, let's return to the center and head to the castle to exchange for treasures. Luo Feng and his team burst out from a large river that spread over thousands of kilometers. Ah, we've really struck it these 8 days. Thunder God laughed. Hong smiled too. Yes indeed. Luo Feng was very happy. The 8 days of flying without rest was tiring, however they were lucky enough to discover a region where no one had dug yet. Even though the amount wasn't as extravagant as their second spot, it was however close to the first spot's amount. Luo Feng and his team were naturally more than satisfied. After all, these 8 days, they relied heavily on luck. Digging up those 3 spots, added together, we have a total of 1,125,638 thunderstones. Luo Feng was incomparably elated. The search for the thunderstones was complete. Luo Feng and his team began their journey back to the central region. Along the way, they clearly discovered that the regions marked on the map before indicative of thunderstones were all occupied with teams. Every region had at least 10,000 people gathered. This made the little teams have no hope at all. Tomorrow we'll be able to reach the castle. The search for the thunderstones took 11 days, flying back took another 5 days, over half a month of no sleep or rest. Everybody rest well tonight. In a forest not far from the flatlands, Luo Feng's team finally stopped to have a good rest. 16 days of no sleep or rest. Tiring? Even though they were slightly worn out, however they were all still extremely excited. The process of looking for the thunderstones before was exciting, and right now they were heading to exchange for treasures. Who wouldn't be excited? Third brother, what treasures are we exchanging for? Thunder God couldn't help but ask. We have a total of 1.12 million thunderstones. Luo Feng looked at Hong and Thunder God. Big brother, second brother, you have the list of treasures too. What are you prepared to exchange for? The D6 cannon. Thunder God was anticipating the D6 cannon. Even Domain Lord level 6 warriors have a hard time blocking that shot. That level of weapon, also it's a D6 grade, it's definitely extremely costly. Leaving this land, nowhere else would have stock of it. Right. Luo Feng couldn't help but nod. D6 grade cannon. Hiding and shooting a Domain Lord from far, killing him. This level of weapon, even many sector lords didn't have one. It wasn't that they didn't have the money, it was that there was no way to get it at all. Or maybe to the sector lords, it wasn't worth the money. Item number 11, the Heart of Stars. Han's eyes gleamed. This Heart of Stars, you guys should know about it too. Right. Luo Feng was slightly excited. The Heart of Stars is a legendary item. In the vast universe, several planets that have the ability to produce and sustain life, for example plant life, beasts, humans, life planets. These life planets all have a limited lifespan. When one life planet grows old, its core would gather all of its remaining life energy into a crystal, forming the heart of stars. Dumb, dumb, dumb. Stupid, stupid, stupid. The clear, crisp voice filled with rage and dissatisfaction resounded loudly. Whoa, Babata? Luo Feng was suspicious. What's wrong? Don't tell me you are prepared to exchange for a D6 cannon, or even the heart of stars. A D6 cannon, firstly its size is huge, also it requires gathering enough force before it can fire, just its preparation time is about 30 seconds. The most important thing is, the automaton ship on Earth, that was an undying ship. Babata said, the undying that died within the Yun-Mo planet ship. Right, Luo Feng clearly remembered. Back then there was indeed an automaton warrior amongst the undying in the Yun-Mo planet ship. The automaton race, with its advanced technology, on the ship, there's definitely something stronger than the D6 grade cannon. Babata said, there'll be plenty better than this, why waste the thunderstones on it? As for the heart of stars, it's good. It has beneficial effects for the body's evolution, however the speed is too slow. It's good for normal fighters. However, Luo Feng, you already have the golden horned beast's body, hence your human body isn't limited by the bottleneck, you can greatly enhance your evolution. You have no need to slowly swallow this. Babata said, as long as you have sufficient wealth, you will have many ways to evolve. No need for the heart of stars. Also, you made the biggest mistake, that is, you have no ambition. Babata was very dissatisfied. No ambition? What do you mean no ambition? Luo Feng was suspicious. Looking at the way you are prepared to exchange for the treasures, are you planning to end everything the moment you've exchanged? Babata asked. Luo Feng replied helplessly, the 2 million army has already arrived in the world within a world, the Thunderstone regions have all been occupied. Right now there's no hope for any more Thunderstones. I believe as time passes, it'll only reach a time of savagery and battles. And in the battle for the Thunderstones, with the 2 million army fighting, my little team of 5. Stupid. The life fruit, item number 9, the life fruit. Babata shouted. What's up with the life fruit? Luo Feng was suspicious. The life fruit definitely stores a large amount of life energy. As long as a sector lord's soul isn't destroyed, no matter how heavy his injuries, one fruit alone can help him recover fully. It's called the sector lord's second life. However, what's it got to do with me? I can't use it now, right? You can use it, why can't you use it? Babata said, the life fruit stores a large amount of pure life energy, you should know the usage of life energy. I understand, don't the Muya crystals store life energy too? Luo Feng was very clear, the Muya crystals can make humans, plants, and animals evolve. Right, evolve. Babata said. Muya crystals can make humans evolve, and the trillions of times more valuable life fruit too can make humans, plants, and animals evolve. Accurately speaking, it's a Muya crystal that's 1,000 to 10,000 times higher grade. Even a sector lord's wounds can immediately be recovered immediately. You are saying, let me use the life fruit and make me evolve? Luo Feng asked. Wrong. Don't you remember on Earth what happened to some beasts that ate the Muya crystals? Babata said. Luo Feng remembered. On Earth, back on Misty Island, some of the beasts exploded when they ate the Muya crystals, while some successfully evolved to Emperor level. The main thing was one's cell strength. The stronger it was, the better it could digest the energy. Just like that tentacle beast that became an emperor level. The life energy in the life fruit is incomparably pure and concentrated. If you were to swallow it, you'd immediately explode. Babata said, only things with incomparably strong cells and larger physiques can actually absorb the life energy and evolve. You are saying? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Right, the cloud contact vine. Babata said, right now the cloud contact vine is at star level 4, its limit is at extending 36 vines, each vine itself can separate into many more smaller vines. At the same time, every vine's limit is about 30,000 m. Also, it even has a huge root network. Luo Feng's eyes lit up. Back on Misty Island, the Star Traveler level Cloud Contact vine, one vine alone was about 2,000 m. Also, the Cloud Contact vine's cell strength is very strong. Babata said, back on Misty Island, you know it too. Even a normally nurtured Cloud Contact vine, if it broke a vine it would swiftly regrow. In terms of its cell strength, your particular one has had special nurturing, it's much stronger than normal ones, but in terms of its cell strength, the Cloud Contact vine, these sorts of plants, because of its species, even domain lords may not compare to it. Plus it has an incomparably huge physique. Shocking cell strength. Incredibly large physique. This is the best host to absorb the life fruit. Also, you don't have to worry about it exploding. If it cannot absorb it all, it'll break a few vines and let the life energy disperse. It won't die. Babata was incredibly excited, cell strength that surpasses a domain lord, 36,30,000 m long vines and a large root network. The moment it swallows the life fruit, it would definitely evolve greatly. Right now it's a star level 4, with the life fruit, it would break through straight away to the universe level, no problem at all, but when that time comes, with a universe level Cloud Contact vine as your partner, you'd definitely be able to kill the leaders of many of these groups, taking away their storage items. Taking away all their thunderstones. Babata was extremely satisfied. First invest in the life fruit and strengthen the Cloud Contact vine. After that rely on it and get more thunderstones, exchange for more treasures, that's the trump card plan. Luo Feng's blood was totally boiling from hearing Babata's plan. The Cloud Contact vine was an incredibly strong assisting plant life, otherwise the Yun-Mo planet master wouldn't have cultivated one himself. The moment it reached the universe level, with the universe level Cloud Contact vine's sturdiness, it could easily kill fighters from underground with a few vines. When that time came, even though the enemies had numbers, they could still kill the leaders and take away the storage items. Right. What was over 1,000,000 thunderstones worth? We'll first make the Cloud Contact vine incomparably strong, and then get more thunderstones. Luo Feng was totally decided. Daybreak on the second day, the light ball was high in the sky of the world within a world, light shimmering down from above. Luo Feng's team headed straight for the center region. The flat land center region, the castle was right there. Luo Feng's team looked at the distant center region. Third brother. Hong slight creased his eyebrows. There's a lot of people at the central region. That's a lot. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. In the distance where the Thunder Castle was, large numbers of star-level explorers gathered and filled the land and skies, filling up the entire area. It was much more than any team Luo Feng had seen along the way. It seems that exchanging for the treasures won't be that easy. Thunder God sighed softly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 35, Exchanging Within the Castle. Volume 09, Chapter 35, Exchanging Within the Castle. The flowers and blades of grass were fluttering in the wind, and the large numbers of explorer groups around were heavily surrounding the Thunder Castle. So many people have surrounded the Thunder Castle? Luo Feng looked from the distance, creasing his eyebrows. The scene before them was an obvious sign. These large groups of people must have teamed up together to set up a security barrier before the castle. Even if one had thunderstones, with other parties blocking outside, what could one do? Big brother, second brother, I'm going to look for Lord Mingyu. Luo Feng communicated via genetic energy. All right. Hong and Thunder God nodded. Luo Feng closed his eyes, swiftly connecting to the Virtual Universe Network. Virtual Universe Network, Black Dragon Mountain Island, 9-Star Bay. Luo Feng stood in the lawn of his own house. A screen appeared before him. On it appeared an incomparably tall and sturdy man. it was the Virtual Universe Company's Black Dragon Mountain Base Military Department External Affairs Mingyu.
Ha, Luo Feng.
Mingyu laughed carefree, his smile was very happy.
Lord Mingyu.
Luo Feng slightly bowed, displaying respect. I'm at the central region right now, heavily surrounded by large numbers of explorer armies.
What's going on? Oh, Monopoly.
On the screen, Mingyu smiled. This is a major decision from all the organizations, after the announcement from that AI in the castle. Forming an alliance army with explorers from all sides. Heavily surrounding the castle, surveillance and restricting anybody from exchanging for treasures.
Oh. Luo Feng realized. That was tyranny.
10% of the army, that was almost 200,000. A 200,000-man Star Level 9 army, restricting anyone from getting close to the castle, that was simply too easy. This way, the other explorers that were without any background, even with the Thunderstones, wouldn't be able to enter the castle to exchange for anything.
However, you all shouldn't have any problems. You, Hong, and Thunder God, the three of your appearances and data have been given to my underlings and to the headquarters. So if you three go over, the 200,000 strong army will know you are the underlings of the 3X Mountain Mingyu. They won't stop you.
Mingyu smiled.
Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief in his heart.
That was indeed cautious. They actually gathered everybody's information together. The moment one wasn't on the list, he wouldn't be able to enter the Thunder Castle. Lord Mingyu, my team still has another 2 members. Luo Feng sent over Tainan He and Ao Gu's physical appearances and information.
Alright, they'll go under my name list too.
Mingyu smiled.
Thank you, Lord Mingyu, then I'll first leave the Virtual Universe Network.
Luo Feng bowed.
Ha, right, Luo Feng, the fact that you are heading to the castle, you should have had some earnings?
Mingyu asked, his eyes gleaming with a sense of anticipation. The situation in this world within a world, I'm sure you Lord Mingyu should know. Luo Feng said helplessly, with the arrival of the 2 million army, my little team of 5 doesn't have any chance of a struggle at all.
On the screen, Mingyu nodded. However, we will work hard, we won't let you go disappointed.
If we work hard to exchange for treasures, Luo Feng smiled.
Relax, I definitely won't treat you poorly.
Mingyu said directly.
Thank you, Lord. Following which the call ended.
World within a world. The winds howled, Luo Feng and his team of 5 swiftly flew towards the Alliance army.
Freeze!
The Grand Explorer army was akin to an impenetrable fortress, even a fly wouldn't have a chance of sneaking in. Amongst them, a lion-head strong-looking man shouted as he raised his hand.
Luo Feng and his team landed. We are the underlings of the 3X Mountain Mingyu. Thunder God shouted.
The lion-head man gazed at them with his dark yellow eyes. Behind him was a vast army of close to 1,000 people. Surrounding this castle was an army of close to 200,000 explorers, of which this was separated into 36 teams. Every team had close to 1,000 people. Securing the castle every minute and second, these 36,000 explorers would then change shifts with others, absolutely restricting access to anyone without any background. The lion-head man lowered his head to look at his quantum computer. On the screen appeared Luo Feng and his team's information. The lion-head man looked carefully at them.
Ha,
the lion-head man let out a carefree smile. So it's brothers from the 3X Mountain. The people from the 3X Mountain aren't too far from here. If you 5 just ask around, you should be able to find them.
Thanks. Luo Feng smiled.
The 5 drew close to the vast crowds of people.
The lion-head man transmitted via genetic energy. You 5, do you have any thunderstones to sell? I'm willing to purchase them at 1 thunderstone for 10 cubic meters of universe crystal.
My apologies, my lord forbids any sale of it. Luo Feng glanced at him, transmitting via genetic energy.
Well, your lord doesn't even know how much thunderstones you have.
The lion-head man replied, why not sell some and get some universe crystals?
Let me think about it. Luo Feng smiled. After which, he led the other four away quickly. Watching Luo Feng and his team leave, the lion-head man rubbed his huge and thick nose, scoffing unhappily. Obviously he was dissatisfied from being unable to exchange for any thunderstones. The Alliance base was tight on security outside but lax inside. The external 36 security teams were cautious and prudent, however there was laughter and discussions inside. There were even a lot of secret buying and selling of the thunderstones within. As the saying goes, every man for himself, and the devil take the hindmost. Everybody was star level 9 warriors. The trades of the thunderstones were pretty rampant amongst the crowds. Luo Feng and his team sat around the grass field. The entire army was also scattered with everybody sitting around, many people hopping from group to group engaging in deals. That lion head guy was devious enough, saying he'd exchange for 1 thunderstone with 10 cubic meters of universe crystal. Look at the rates here. There are some saying they'd exchange with a 100 cubic meters, even 200 cubic meters for 1 thunderstone. Thunder God said, dissatisfied. Even though the universe crystals are valuable, but compared to the treasures, they aren't worth anything. Hong said. Exchanging for treasures. Luo Feng looked at the ancient castle right in front. 1 minute, 2 minutes. 1 hour, 2 hours. Luo Feng looked at the castle for a solid 3 hours. Within these 3 hours, he realized a peculiar thing. There would occasionally be people dressed in armor with their helmets covering their entire heads entering the castle. Within these short 3 hours, there were close to 100 of them entering and leaving. Don't tell me within these 3 hours, 100 people actually exchanged for treasures? There are only a total of 312 treasures. Luo Feng was suspicious. Brother, you are wrong. A skinny monkey-like silhouette walked past and stopped, smiling as he looked at Luo Feng. Brother, the people entering the castle, 9 out of 10 of them are just going in to make a scene. One must know, this alliance army may be called an alliance, but it is still separated into little teams, representing the different domain and sector lords. The 2 million man army, the killings and chaos later will be brutal. Hence, no one wants to let anybody know that they've acquired treasures. So, they've been arranging their underlings to enter the castle and purposely distract and confuse people. They even pay for other teen people to enter for them. Since they can acquire a large amount of money just from entering the castle and wandering about, who wouldn't be willing? The skinny monkey smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng realized. Smokescreen? Right. The name may be called Alliance Army, however the internal definitely wasn't united, they were still competing with each other. Brother, do you have any thunderstones to sell? I can give you 250 cubic meters of universe crystals, a high price for 1 thunderstone. The skinny monkey man laughed again. I'll pay 300 cubic meters for 1 of your thunderstones. Luo Feng looked at him. The skinny monkey laughed awkwardly and left. The thunderstones represented the treasures within. No matter how high the price, it wouldn't be expensive. It was just that some of the armies were preying on some of the star level 9 explorers' greed for wealth. 300 cubic meters of universe crystal, that was akin to 1 billion Ganwu dollars. How could normal star level 9 explorers resist that temptation? However, those treasures, just like the level 5 genetic energy weapon, if one sold it outside, it would go at a heavenly price. Normal level 3 genetic energy weapons would sell for 20 to 30 billion black dragon dollars. Average price, a level 4 genetic energy weapon would sell for close to 100 billion Ganwu dollars. A level 5 genetic energy weapon would reach close to 100 billion universe dollars. That was close to 100 million cubic meters of universe crystals. Normal domain lords that just broke through to the sector lord level would find it hard to part with such money. Only Sector Lord Kabu, the pinnacle of sector lords with incomparable wealth, akin to a poorer undying being, would have such shocking wealth. Minutes and seconds passed. People frequently entered the ancient castle, almost all of which with full armor and helmets. No one knew just who exchanged for treasure or not.
Phew! Luo Feng took a deep breath, dressed in armor and with a helmet, with only his eyes showing. He headed straight for the castle, walking out of the crowd alone towards the castle. This led to many looking over, carefully observing Luo Feng. No one could be sure whether this person heading to the castle was really going to exchange for something or not. Your Majesty, these are the thunderstones sent from the second large team. They excavated 2 districts and killed 3 small teams. They acquired a total of 2.1 million thunderstones. Amongst the allied army, surrounded by 8 bodyguards, the 9th Prince Brolin sat. Beside him a man respectfully handed over a space bracelet. 2.1 million thunderstones? Brolin took the space bracelet over, softly saying, "Give the order, let the other teams all quickly send over their thunderstones." The 3 passwords for the inheritance crystals requires a total of 30 million thunderstones. We are still far from it, but... Yes, Your Majesty. The man respectfully nodded. Brolin slightly turned his head, looking at the castle. At this moment Luo Feng had just stepped into the castle. TSK, a bunch of poor ghosts. Brolin laughed coldly, exchanging for treasures, all covered up and hiding. The things they are exchanging for are ultimately those poor objects. TSK, the second item, the Sector Lord's bank account, I'm not even looking at that. Only the incomparably valuable entire space technique crystal balls, those are the most important. Compared to the other treasures, these are so much more important. Your Majesty. Another man rushed over and bowed respectfully, passing over a space ring. This is the 5th large team's thunderstones, a total of 1.68 million thunderstones. Brolin's eyes lit up, picking up the space ring and swiftly turning. Let's go, follow me into the castle, right now we can exchange for one of the numbers. Yes. Brolin brought 4 bodyguards with him, without even concealing his identity, walking directly towards the castle, immediately drawing the attention of countless people from the allied army. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 36, Life Fruit. Volume 09, Chapter 36, Life Fruit. Senior, the 9th Prince His Majesty Luo Lin has entered the castle. Amongst the people from Baihu Tower, Choyu said softly. Oomph. A skinny man with silver eyes stared in the distance, snorting. The power that Luo Lin has is too large. 1. He's the 9th Prince, every power under the sacred land Black Dragon Mountain supports him. 2. His grandfather has an extremely high position in the Black Dragon Mountain sacred land, another group of people support him. Out of the 500,000 army from Black Dragon Mountain, there's 220,000 that actually respond to his command. The 2 million army. Black Dragon Mountain, Ice Neptune country, the 2 sacred lands with their 500,000 army. The 4 organizations each had 200,000 in their army. The 16 families each had 10,000. However, the 9th Prince Luo Lin, with his special background, commanded an army of 220,000 himself. This was a very united 220,000, with huge power. He split his a little more than 220,000 army into 7 large teams, each with 30,000. The skinny man snorted softly. With a team 30,000 fighting for territory, who'd be able to fight back? The allied army were all engaged in discussion. However, while many elites were feeling unfair with their position, they were only a generation of elites from the organizations, far from the position of universe-level warriors. As for the 9th Prince, with his mother's lineage and his own power, his position was much higher. If it were outside and not the exam world, Luo Lin wouldn't even have any problem ordering the death of a universe-level warrior. However, this was the world within a world. Luo Lin had to follow the given rules. Ancient Castle. When Luo Lin entered the castle with his bodyguards, Luo Feng was already at the instruction of the castle's AI, entering into a cold ancient room within the castle. In that ancient room, a dim light lit up the entire room. The scars and marks on the walls depicted the history of the castle, greenish-black stone slabs on the wall, all with a lingering odor. What do you want to exchange for, punk? A serious voice resounded within the room. The room was silent.
Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings. There wasn't anyone around.
Of course, exchange for treasures.
Luo Feng said. Do you have thunderstones?
These few days there've been many who have come here on purpose but without any thunderstones to exchange.
The serious voice continued. I do. Luo Feng waved his hand and a pile of thunderstones the height of a person appeared. Very good, the voice said.
Footsteps could be heard vaguely from the corridor outside, following which a fat, short and stout white-bearded old man walked in, his body emanating light.
Luo Feng could see from a glance that this old man was a living AI, similar to Babata on the Yunimo ship from before, forming his own energy body.
It's rare for someone to exchange for something.
The white-bearded old man smiled as he looked at Luo Feng.
How are you, old man? What should I address you as? Luo Feng was very respectful.
No matter the case, the white-bearded old man before him was a living AI, one that had followed Sector Lord Kabo and lived in solitude for over 10 million years.
These sort of beings deserved respect.
And according to Babata, having lived in solitude for 10 million years, this old man must have been somewhat mentally perverted. He had better not get on his bad side.
Little punk, you can call me Lord Wu.
The white-bearded old man smiled, the light around him slightly swirling.
Lord Wu?
Luo Feng was shocked. What a weird name.
Lord Wu, I want to exchange for treasures.
Luo Feng said. Won't you keep me company and chat? What's the rush? The white-bearded old man was dissatisfied.
Luo Feng said, Lord Wu, since you are in such a rush, let's exchange.
The white-bearded old man's expression changed very quickly to indifference. What do you want to exchange for?
Level 5 genetic energy weapon Ice Soul Blade.
Luo Feng said, and the level 5 spirit weapon Pressure Void Cauldron.
The
white-bearded old man seemed shocked. And the last one, a life fruit.
Luo Feng bowed slightly. Lord Wu, just these three.
Just these three?
The white-bearded old man's eyes glimmered brightly, seemingly shocked at this black-haired youth before him. The level 5 genetic energy weapon Ice Soul Blade requires 130,000 thunderstones.
The level 5 spirit weapon Pressure Void Cauldron requires 180,000 thunderstones.
One life fruit requires 800,000 thunderstones.
Within 10,000 kilometers around this castle is my surveillance area. You don't seem to have a large position within this explorer army. How did you get so many thunderstones?
Luo Feng smiled.
10,000 kilometers surveillance area.
Babata had actually warned him much earlier before. In terms of surveillance, even though this white-bearded old man's area was huge, just like the Earth's security defense system, which covered the entire solar system. However, with such a huge area, the level of scanning was however much lower.
Lord Wu, do you have to ask something like that?
Luo Feng was taken aback.
Just asking for kicks.
The white-bearded old man blinked his eyes, very casually saying, 3 treasures, alright, no problem.
Luo Feng felt incomparable anticipation within.
The 3 treasures were actually suggested by Babata. According to his plan, the entire treasure list and prices were somewhat chaotic. For example, the entire Space Technique crystal balls, those were priceless treasures. Price-wise, it could be said to be 10,000 times or even 100,000 times the level 5 genetic energy weapon fire wheels. However, the fire wheel only required 100,000 thunderstones while the crystal ball's 3 codes only required 30 million thunderstones. It was a total of 300 times only. For example, the life fruit was 800,000 thunderstones, however its true price outside was akin to a sector lord's life, more than even 100 fire wheels. Hence, the prices weren't synced with the outside world prices. Buying itself required skill. The level 5 genetic energy weapon Ice Soul Blade in the outside world would be 5 to 6 times that of the fire wheel. The Pressure Void Cauldron was about 10 times that of the fire wheel. However, in terms of exchanging,
the prices weren't too different. Within the silent ancient room, the white-bearded old man covered entirely in light stood. The total sum of the three treasures is 1.11 million thunderstones. The old man said. Lord Wu, please keep it well. Luo Feng handed over a normal space ring. Killing along the way had gotten Luo Feng many space rings. The white-bearded old man waved his hand and the space ring flew into it, after which he smiled. Just nice, 1.11 million thunderstones. This is the level 5 genetic energy weapon Ice Soul Blade. The old man flipped his hand and immediately an entirely silver-blue colored double-tiered arc blade appeared. Immediately, the entire room's temperature dropped and the entire space's humidity began to freeze. This peculiar blade's edge was incomparably sharp. The Ice Soul Blade floated before him. Luo Feng felt like his soul was being sliced, extending his hand and keeping it in his space ring. This is the level 5 spirit weapon, Pressure Void Cauldron. The white-bearded old man flipped his hand and a pure purple, like a copper-cast little cauldron about 30 centimeters tall floated before Luo Feng. On it were large amounts of complex engravings, tens of millions of times more complex than the engravings on the soaring shuttle. It was similar to the golden engravings on the body of the golden horned beast. Peculiar engravings. It caused the surrounding space to feel like it was separated. Even though it was only 30 centimeters high, it made Luo Feng feel like it was incomparably huge, as though it was a mountain that couldn't be seen end to end, higher than no mountain he'd seen before, breathtaking. Don't look at it stupidly, a level 5 genetic energy weapon and a level 5 spirit weapon, they all have source engravings that are close to the universe's origin laws. Each have immense amount of power. However, only after becoming a sector lord, obtaining the universe source energy will one truly be able to use them. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. Luo Feng awoke from the trance, extending his hand to keep the pressure void cauldron in his space ring. My God! Just 2 level 5 weapons made him totally unable to resist. It was said that when sector lords battled, they would change the land and skies. One move could destroy all life on an entire planet. It was indeed true. Little punk. Those two are both sector lord weapons. What I'm giving you now is akin to a sector lord's second life. It stores an incomparable amount of pure mystic life energy, a special spirit fruit formed from the gathering of universe energy, life fruit. The white-bearded old man's expression was serious, producing a peculiar translucent stone box. The box had a faint glow of green about it. The life fruit is a special condensed crystal from the vast universe, storing unbelievable amounts of life energy. Even the powerful sector lords capable of destroying an entire planet with a wave of their hands, with immense amount of energy within them, would be able to fully recover no matter how heavy the injury. The white-bearded old man was shocked, mystical. This is the universe's wonders. Luo Feng held his breath as he received the box, opening the stone box. Within the silent ancient room. After opening the stone box, within a flash, the surrounding area seemed to lose its color, only the surface green glow from the life fruit seemed to be present and glaring. The green glow shot all over. A thick aroma that entranced people emanated throughout. The entire room was immediately filled with life energy, all emanating from the core, the life fruit. Just this one fruit, sector lords would use an entire galaxy to exchange for, with countless sector lords willing to exchange. It was incredibly valuable. Incomparably costly. Sniff. Luo Feng took a deep breath and that aroma filled his body. His every cell excitedly jumped up, as though they were eating a heavenly dish. Changes began to naturally happen within his inherited genes, his entire bone structure letting out snaps, even his muscles began to change. Idiot, quickly close it. The moment you open it, the life fruit's life energy will constantly dissipate. Babata raged. Luo Feng quivered before awaking from the trance. He closed the stone box. Wow, it's unbelievable. Luo Feng looked at the stone box, staring wide-eyed. I only took a couple of breaths and I feel like I've evolved so much. Idiot, you're 2 breaths, you lose about 100 breaths from that. Babata raged.
Luo Feng excitedly closed the stone box. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 37, Kill Them. Volume 09, Chapter 37, Kill Them. When Luo Feng was engaged in exchanging with the old bearded man, the ninth prince of the Black Dragon Mountain Brolin was in another ancient room. Within the dark ancient room, Brolin stood there smiling as he shouted, "I'd like to exchange for treasures." "Little punk, what's the rush?" A serious voice resounded within the ancient room. "One at a time, after this other punk is finished, I'll exchange with you." Brolin's eyes gleamed coldly. "One at a time? The person who entered before wasn't just putting on an act and is really exchanging for treasures?" A thought appeared in Brolin's mind, following which he smiled coldly, closing his eyes and entering the Virtual Universe Network. Virtual Universe Network, Black Dragon Mountain Island. It was a huge city. In it were many palaces that were continuous, amongst which there was an inconspicuous purple palace. 2 guards stood outside this palace. Within the palace, a handsome pale-skinned man appeared on the throne. It was the ninth Prince Brolin. Dressed in mostly black, with gold embroidery around the robe, Brolin sat on the throne, immediately requesting for communication with his 9 bodyguards. His 9 bodyguards were all his slaves who were completely loyal to him. Of course there was one that died when the castle opened. Luckily the Thunder Castle's thunder didn't destroy the space ring, hence the laser gun within that bodyguard's space ring wasn't damaged. So, a silhouette appeared within the large palace, dressed in a black guard uniform, with greenish flame-like hair that was spiked up. "Your Majesty." The guard respectfully knelt down. "Camelot, Brolin glanced down at his guard from high above, ordering, "There was a punk who entered the Thunder Castle just before I did, one dressed in gold armor with a helmet. He has many Thunderstones, and is currently exchanging for treasure with the Thunder Castle's living AI right now." "What?" The guard was shocked. There would occasionally be people entering the Thunder Castle, many of which were simply decoys, with very few actually exchanging for treasures. "I'm very sure he is really exchanging for treasures," Brolin said coldly, "hence I want you to keep an eye on him. Do you understand what I mean?" "Understood," the guard said respectfully. "Very well." Brolin nodded satisfied, following which his body vanished into nothing from the throne. World within world. The white-bearded old man walked into Brolin's ancient room. Brolin revealed a smile. "Little punk, what do you want to exchange for?" The white-bearded old man looked at him. "The inheritance crystal ball's first account passcode." Brolin looked at the white-bearded old man, and 1 life fruit. The white-bearded old man couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. When Brolin was exchanging, Luo Feng had just walked out of the Thunder Castle's huge entrance doors. The moment he stepped out, separately in the distance, with up to 200,000 of the Allied army surrounding the Thunder Castle, there were at least about 10,000 people watching him, carefully observing his actions. Luo Feng, however, was steady. There were people constantly entering the Thunder Castle with many as decoys. He guessed that not many would have known that he had truly exchanged for treasures. "That's him. The one that entered before His Majesty. Watch him well." From the 10,000 that were looking at Luo Feng, there were a few with ulterior motives, communicating via genetic energy. Luo Feng mixed into the crowds of the Allied army. After wandering within for a while, finally he met up with Hong, Thunder God, Tainan He and Aogu. Aogu naturally spread a spirit barrier around them, preventing anyone from hearing or eavesdropping. "How'd it go?" Hong and Thunder God looked at Luo Feng. "Everything went well, according to plan." Luo Feng smiled, 1 life fruit, 2 level 5 weapons. Thunder God was elated. "That's great, 1 life fruit will let your cloud contact vine evolve greatly. That way, our little team in this world within a world won't be as tragic as before, having to flee the moment we meet any big teams. Investment first, only then will there be rewards." Hong smiled. Third brother, you have to remember what you said. When we get another batch of thunderstones, you have to get another life fruit for my cloud contact vine too.
Definitely. Luo Feng smiled.
Tisk. Thunder God rubbed his nose, glancing at Hong. Don't expect too much, the life fruit is a good thing. If third brother exchanged for it, others might too.
And there are only a total of 3 of them.
By the time we get another batch of thunderstones, who knows if there would be any left.
Hong didn't bother about Thunder God's banter.
This whole exchanging plan, after Luo Feng had discussed with Hong and Thunder God, they were in complete approval. That was because they didn't know before that the life fruit would be able to make the cloud contact vine evolve greatly. Even Hong said, when they got a chance later, he would also like his cloud contact vine to evolve. However, Hong's cloud contact vine was firstly much lower in grade compared to Luo Feng's.
Luo Feng's cloud contact vine was currently a star level 4, while Hong's vine had just stepped into the star level 1.
Hence, with the life fruit's incomparably huge amount of pure life energy, Luo Feng's vine had a larger guarantee of being able to withstand and absorb it. Actually, from the weapons we exchanged this time, we would be able to do many things already. Thunder God was all smiles.
Right. Hong nodded.
With sufficient wealth, we can do a lot of things.
Luo Feng was excited too. The Ice Soul Blade and the Pressure Space Cauldron.
These were level 5 genetic energy and spirit weapons. These were weapons that only sector lords could truly utilize. And for Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God, who were only star level, to them, these 2 weapons were no use at all. If Luo Feng used a level 5 weapon, its power would probably not even compare to using the soaring shuttle.
The best weapon was one that was suitable. Hence,
these 2 weapons were only to be exchanged to sell. These were level 5 weapons. In the world within a world, selling them would be a huge loss, but outside, they were worth fortunes. These 2 level 5 weapons represented incomparable amounts of wealth.
I have to think, what do I do with so much money later? Thunder God muttered.
First, we have to get rid of the Newell and Shan family. Han said seriously, as long as they are around, we will never have peace. Everybody else is easy to deal with, this Newell and Shan however is hard.
Luo Feng shook his head, buying universe-level slaves, one can at most buy a level 9.
This is the highest level of slaves, and that Newell and Shan, he actually has the Battle Axe Fighter title. Normal universe-level warriors aren't even his match.
No rush, no rush, we'll work around it with money. Thunder God smiled.
Everybody first take a rest. Luo Feng said seriously, we'll wait till nightfall and leave the Allied army. For the cloud contact vine to evolve, it first had to unleash its full size and structure for it to be able to easily absorb the most life energy. And with its large form, and the evolution noise itself, there was no way for it happen in this central region.
Okay, we'll leave at nightfall. Luo Feng and his team of 5 were very normal within the Allied army. However, there were people secretly watching them.
The Allied army had close to 200,000 people. With the characteristics of a star-level explorer, it was impossible to squeeze them together as with the soldiers of Earth. The moment a star level speeds up and accelerates, one would disappear a few kilometers away in the blink of an eye. And this was still only because of the world within a world. Hence, the space between the groups was much larger. Luo Feng's team was closely gathered, the rest were casually grouped around. And some bigger teams, their distance between each other was 1 to 2 kilometers. If they were too close, it would be harder to manage.
This distance.
To a star level, they could easily see each other, with a flash they could reach each other.
Hence the entire Allied army was dispersed over 60 to 70 kilometers.
And the powerful 9th Prince Brolin, his army was at the most central region, over 30 kilometers away from Luo Feng's team. This made it impossible for Babata to pick up on Brolin. And Brolin's scanning systems were from the Black Dragon Mountain Sacred Land. Compared to Babata's, they weren't that far off.
Nightfall, the strong winds howled. Within a tent. Luo Lin sat cross-legged and shut his eyes. "Your Majesty," Camelot said respectfully. "You haven't lost sight of that five-man team, right?" Luo Lin's voice was very calm. "No." Camelot said respectfully, "Your Majesty commands up to 20,000 men from the Allied army. With our strategic placement around, almost the entire Allied army camp is under our surveillance, and since the entire army is only dispersed a few tens of km, that five-man team has no way to escape our sights." "Right," Brolin replied, suddenly opening his eyes, gleaming like sharp knives at Camelot. Camelot slightly bowed. "According to the agreement, there's no killing allowed within the Allied army." Brolin said coldly, "I too don't want to break the rules, just watch them. The moment they leave the Allied army zone, immediately send a small team and kill them, take all their storage items, understood?" "Yes, Your Majesty," Camelot said respectfully, "I'll arrange for it immediately." "Okay. Go on," Brolin said indifferently. Camelot respectfully left the tent. At this time a man walked in, kneeling on one leg. He said respectfully, "Your Majesty, the 6th big team killed 6 other teams today, up to about 5,000 explorers. They acquired about 2.59 million thunderstones." Following which, he respectfully handed over a space ring. The 6th big team has done well." Brolin couldn't help but reveal a smile. "Tell the other big teams, make them work harder, make use of the time and acquire more thunderstones." "Yes." The man retreated. Within the tent, Brolin held the space ring, weighing it in his hand, revealing an arrogant confident smile. "We almost have 10 million thunderstones. We should be able to exchange for the second passcode. However, since the thunderstones in the different regions are almost dug clean, what remains is to kill and fight for the thunderstones." To someone as high up as the 9th Prince Brolin, even if these 2 million people died, he didn't care at all. Born into royalty. His mother's family had been incomparably strong. He had seen too much of the strong eating the weak in the universe. With an order, tens of planets and their civilians could become slaves. With such power, killing these other teams for thunderstones became a very natural thing for him. As for ordering a team to kill Luo Feng, Brolin didn't really care at all. That little team of 5 were nothing but ants to him. An order from him just results in a few ants being squished. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 38, Sudden Waves. Volume 09, Chapter 38, Sudden Waves. Late night, the winds howled. World within a world, amongst the Allied army. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder exchanged glances and revealed smiles. "Let's go," Luo Feng said softly. The 5-man team swiftly stood up and seemingly casually moved towards the outer areas of the army. Entering the Allied army itself was difficult, requiring identification. Anyone not from any powers or organization was forbidden from entering. Leaving, however, was easy. After all, the large powers constantly sent people in and out to deliver thunderstones. The number of people entering and leaving was indeed not small. "Captain, the 5 of them are leaving. Quickly follow. Quickly. All, move faster." The underlings of the 9th Prince had been preparing for when the little team began to move. One had to know that the 9th Prince controlled over 220,000 people. The 7 large teams, each had 30,000 people. And even their small teams were 1,000 per team. As for the surveillance group, that too was a 1,000-man small team that exchanged shifts. Late night, amidst the howling winds, Luo Feng's team flew up and away from the Allied army base. And behind them, a 1,000-man team lifted into the skies too and followed them. Everybody, don't be rash and impatient. This is still close to the Allied army base. The moment they enter the base grounds, we will be unable to do anything. We'll first follow, and once a bit of distance has been made, we'll act. The captain of the 1,000-man team was communicating softly to his team. Ahead in mid-air, Luo Feng's team. Ha, thrilling, thrilling. High in the sky, Thunder God's voice resounded as he smiled with satisfaction. I'm already feeling uncontrollably excited just from thinking about the life fruit and the two Sector Lord weapons. Before we came here, I was worried too that we'd have problems after exchanging. Hong smiled, looking at things now. It seems everything went smoothly. First and second brother, after the cloud contact vine's evolution, it'll be even more thrilling. Luo Feng smiled, his heart filled with anticipation. Before, when they were digging for the Thunderstones, they were totally relying on Babata's initial scans and discoveries of the stones, hence they got so much. And when the 20 million explorer army arrived in different regions and dug up all the other Thunderstones, what followed would be the most brutal and savage massacre period. This point, Luo Feng was definitely sure. Some Sector Lord underlings were able to exchange for treasures while others were not. Those that didn't would naturally be ordered to kill and rob. In the eyes of those Sector Lords, even if they lose 10,000 explorers, it didn't mean anything. What's going on? There's a team following us behind. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows and communicated. There really is one. Thunder God creased his eyebrows. They are following us. Are they going to get more Thunderstones and just happen to be moving the same way? Hong said. Let's increase our speed and make a turn. Luo Feng communicated. Yes, Master. Tainan He and Ao Gu followed his command. When the five made an arc in mid-air and increased their speed, becoming 5 beams of light turning left. Among the 1,000-man team behind them. Captain, they are trying to escape. Right now there's about a few hundred km between us and the Allied army. Everybody listen, with the quickest speed chase the 5-man team ahead and kill them. The captain ordered. Yes. Yes. Understood. In the dark night, Star Level 9 explorers dressed in black alloy armors comply to the order, exploding one by one with immense speed into beams of light into the night sky. It was akin to thousands of shooting stars, different speeds madly rushing towards the 5 shooting stars. The shooting stars behind were quickly catching up with the ones in front. They were all Star Level 9 spirit readers on spirit weapons, much faster than Luo Feng's group. Among Luo Feng's group, only the Star Level 9 Ao Gu could compare to them, and he was busy carrying both Hong and Thunder God. Not good. They are catching up. Thunder God's expression changed. Master, quickly flee. Ao Gu's old face was filled with fear. Luo Feng glanced back. The beams of lights were catching up to them with terrifying speeds, almost instantly closing the distance to less than 1 kilometer. What do we do? Thunder God and Hong's expressions were worried. Tainan He and Ao Gu, the 2 Star Level 9 slaves, were worried too. There are 1,000 Star Level 9 explorers behind. Luo Feng looked down at his arm screen, his heart getting colder, that 1,000 beams of lights were quickly closing in on them. He watched as they were about to be swallowed. Master. Ao Gu and Tainan He looked worriedly at Luo Feng, Thunder God, and Hong as they rushed hurriedly. Luo Feng was in a mess within, since entering the world of thunder, world within a world. Even though their team had met with danger time and again, they had never been so close to this entirely overwhelming situation before. An entire 1,000-man Star Level 9 army, if they all attacked together with their weapons, it would be over instantly. Unless... should he use the golden horned beast? However, they were not too far from the Allied army base. The moment it appeared, it would be revealed to everybody. And the moment the existence of a golden horned beast was known, many undying beings would arrive on Song Lan Star, taking away Luo Feng the golden horned beast, making him into a slave. Beast taming, slave soul imprints, etc. Within the vast universe, it wasn't just the Yun-Mo master that knew these techniques. When that time came, Luo Feng was destined to become someone's slave. Kill them. The captain ordered. Yes. A few hundred voices resounded from behind. Xiao. 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 Xiao.
Covering both the land and the skies, it was a blur with large amount of spirit weapons flying about, almost as though rain was pouring down on Luo Feng's group. At that time, Hong, Thunder God, Tainan He and Aogu were in despair. "Come out." Luo Feng stared straight at the large amount of blades. Rumble. A large object appeared before the five of them. One could only hear a crash sound. The large object didn't move at all. This was a disc-shaped universe ship that was about 100 m in diameter, entirely black, C9 grade. A universe level 5 or 6 would find it hard to damage this ship. In the universe, one never knew when they would use a ship. Even though there was a ship at the Tsonglan Star Docking Bay, however, with the money from the first account from his teacher, it was easy for Luo Feng to purchase a few other universe ships. Ship. He actually brought a ship. He must have a storage item that's over 100 m wide. Quickly, kill them. The hundreds of star level 9 spirit readers, after their first wave of attack had failed, they immediately gathered their energies and immediately circled their weapons, as quick as lightning, going around the universe ship and headed straight for Luo Feng's group. "Master, quickly! Quickly flee!" Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God swiftly rushed towards the entrance of the ship. Luckily, when Luo Feng took out the ship, the entrance was faced right at them. However, their flying speed was far lower than the spirit weapons. Luckily, they weren't too far from it. "Quickly! Quickly!" Hong and Thunder God's eyes were flushed red. "Rush in!" Luo Feng's eyes were also flushed. Aogu and Tainan He were the last two behind. Those hundreds of spirit weapons made a huge arc and gathered, raining down from behind. Blocking the weapons first was the star level 9 fighter Tainan He, and behind him was star level 9 spirit reader Aogu. Rip! 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 Dot. Like a rain of arrows, the spirit weapons cut through Tainan He instantly, tearing him like paper, against hundreds of the same leveled spirit weapons attacking him at once. Even a battle axe star level fighter would lose instantly without a doubt. Rumble! Rumble! The external entrance door and the gate within closed, shutting out the external world completely. So, the universe ship violently accelerated, leaving the group of star level 9 explorers far behind, swiftly disappearing without a trace. The blurred silhouettes of the 1,000-man army floating in mid-air all looked as the ship left their sights, helpless. 1,000 people killing 5, and they escaped? The captain, whose face was covered with a beard, raged. "How am I to answer to the 9th prince like this?" "Captain, you can't blame us. Who knew he had a universe ship?" "Right, a universe ship is at least about 100 m. Amongst the 5 of them, there was one that actually had a storage space that huge. It's unbelievable." "Right." The captain nodded. "That big a storage space, it is indeed unbelievable." The universe ship was swiftly leaving the center region. Its speed was at least 100 to 1,000 times that of their flying speeds. Within the ship. Quickly, Aogu, absorb the life energy within the Muya crystal. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God were anxiously surrounding Aogu, the alloy armor on him long gone. His lower body below his chest were in shreds, only above it was okay. The earlier attack of hundreds of spirit weapons earlier. The one right in front of them, Tainan He, was instantly shredded to pieces. No piece of him was left. And Aogu, who was behind Tainan He, relied on the hybrid copper essence and barely protected his head. As for below his chest, it was attacked by weapon after weapon, slicing it into pieces. Threads of life energy seeped into Aogu's body. Aogu gradually recovered. "Bastards!" Luo Feng reacted, rage boiling within his chest. "Babata, whose people were they?" "All of the Allied Army's people's appearances and information is recorded. These 1,000 people are underlings of the 9th Prince Brolin." Babata said. Back when Luo Feng first entered the Allied Army, when he was resting within, Babata naturally recorded the basic information of everyone within the Allied Army. For example, odors, appearances, strength, etc. "Brolin?" Luo Feng creased his eyebrows, raging even more within. Why would he try and kill me? I have no grudge with him.
It's probably due to the treasures, Babata said.
How would he know I exchanged for treasures? There are people frequently going into the Thunder Castle. Luo Feng was feeling incredibly terrible, especially since his two bodyguards, Taineni had died and Aogu also almost died. Man wasn't like plants or trees, he had feelings. Even though they were slaves that he had bought, the voices of them shouting, "Master, quickly flee!" still resounded within his mind and ears. When danger and crisis struck, both of them used their lives to protect him.
Brolin, Brolin! Luo Feng raged uneasily within. It was painful. Luo Feng, don't dwell on it for now.
Even though you didn't use the golden horned beast, you still used a universe ship, it's still big trouble.
Babata said, a storage item over a 100M wide is incredibly valuable. Back when I gave it to you, I told you never to reveal it.
This is because these are a special grade of storage items, only a few domain lords have them. And after that battle before, Brolin will definitely keep an eye on you now. Now that he's looking out for you, you'll have trouble.
Watching me? I'm watching him. Luo Feng roared.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 9, Chapter 39, A Dog with Its Tail Between Its Legs.
Volume 09, Chapter 39, A Dog with Its Tail Between Its Legs.
Brolin?
Luo Feng clenched his fists, his knuckles pale, cracking sounds coming from them. His eyes filled with killing intent, raging from within.
Third brother, are you all right?
Hong, who was beside him, asked, shocked. Taking a deep breath, heavily suppressing his rage.
No problem. Luo Feng shook his head.
No one else knew, but Luo Feng was very clear that after becoming the golden horned beast, he was affected by its characteristics. Back when he massacred in the killing fields, he felt a huge sense of relief. However, since he relieved himself through that madness, the killing intent within his bones only grew stronger. Just like a strong addictive poison, when he couldn't bear it anymore, he would take the poison again and relieve it. However, the addiction would only get stronger.
One theory was that Luo Feng was now addicted to killing.
And the golden horned beast, as the leading bloodline of the 12 species of space beasts, with its strong offensive characteristics, its cold savageness and brutality, was purely from its bones and soul. No one had ever heard of a kind and gentle golden horned beast.
Third brother? Thunder God also walked over. I'm fine.
Luo Feng squatted down beside the heavily injured Aogu. His dark red hair was in a mess, his face still pale from the injuries. This made Luo Feng bite down on his lips. Luo Feng looked up at his two older brothers. Hong and Thunder God were both old enough to be his grandfathers. Of course, they naturally cared about the youngest, peerlessly talented third brother.
First and second brother, relax, I won't let my rage take control. Luo Feng said.
Phew, that's good.
Thunder God nodded.
We cannot forget this grudge, but we have to remain calm. Just like when your big brother and I experienced the Great Nirvana period before, many humans died and cities were destroyed by the attacks of the beasts.
However enraged we became, we still had to bear with it.
Compared to that, this little grudge really doesn't mean much. When we get the chance, we'll kill him. Thunder God said casually.
Hong nodded too. In terms of experience, Hong and Thunder God were indeed much more experienced than Luo Feng. I understand.
Luo Feng nodded. Also, those people were sent by the 9th Prince Brolin. Compared to him, we have no resistance at all.
Brolin? Hong and Thunder God were both taken aback.
Right. Luo Feng nodded. During the time we wandered around the Allied army before, I recorded everybody's data and appearances with the surveillance device.
Those are the underlings of Brolin.
That's troublesome.
Thunder God shook his head.
This grudge will be hard to repay. Hong shook his head. We'll have to bear with it for a long time.
Luo Feng was clear too.
Brolin, that level of status, in the vast Black Dragon Mountain star field, was definitely considered one of the upper echelons. Nanny's death, we cannot just let it go too. Thunder God sneered, I don't believe the other powers will just watch as Brolin takes control. After all, from the 2 million army, that Brolin only controls a little more than 220,000. When the battles really begin, we'll get him at the crucial time. Hong Tu smiled. That'll have to wait until the cloud contact vine evolves too. Luo Feng said. The universe ship constantly distanced itself further from the central region, swiftly flying towards the outer rims. Along the way, the news of the appearance of a universe ship in the world within a world was spread as much as possible. In the outer rims of the world within a world, in the vast uneven mountain range, a universe ship appeared in mid-air before vanishing again. In a dark cave within the mountain range. First and second brother, you two help look after Aogu. Luo Feng said. Okay. Hong nodded. Relax. Thunder God smiled. Master, I'm fine. Aogu shouted, he had recovered quite a bit from before. Luo Feng glanced at him, smiling as he swiftly flew out of the cave, a few kilometers away. The vegetation and trees on the mountain range had grown for 10 million years, it was thick and lush. Dressed in alloy armor, Luo Feng stood on the soil ground, his eyes sharp like knives as he surveyed his surroundings. Cloud. Luo Feng transmitted his thoughts. Howl. The cloud contact vine happily replied. Luo Feng opened both his hands and immediately vines madly extended out, piercing in all directions. With Luo Feng as the venter, the vines were close to 1 m thick with lengths that couldn't be seen from end to end, almost like super large snakes that covered both the land and skies were moving about. Simultaneously, those thick and long vines extended smaller vines and even leaves. It covered the land and skies. Xie. 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 The large number of vines and roots dug straight into the soil, almost like piercing through tofu, swiftly extending deep underground. Every vine grew to 30,000 m, which was 30 kilometers. A total of 36 vines that were 30 kilometers long, on them were large amounts of smaller vines and leaves, along with lush amounts of roots and networks. In the blink of an eye, the entire mountain region and its surroundings was totally covered with the cloud contact vines and roots. The cloud contact vine's core was Luo Feng, who was dressed in his alloy armor. Right now is the most crucial time. Luo Feng took a deep breath, a large leaf shook in front of him. With a flip of his hand, that almost translucent stone box appeared. He stared at the colors vaguely shimmering from the box, taking a deep breath before opening it. The moment the box was opened, he shook his hand and the thick aromatic life fruit immediately flew up and headed straight for the huge leaf. The leaf fiercely extended upwards, almost like a large mouth, immediately swallowing the life fruit whole. Chi. The huge leaf swiftly retracted and went underground. Such a pity. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind, one life fruit, something even sector lords treasure so much. If used to exchange for universe slaves, we could even exchange for a whole bunch of them. And right now it's given to a cloud contact vine, it is such a pity. 10 birds in the forest cannot compare to one in hand. Babata, this is what you told me. I know what to do, but it is still a pity. It's a waste of a treasure. Babata sighed. Luo Feng was fully concentrated on the cloud contact vine. Babata, how long do we have to wait? Why don't you look for yourself? Babata said indifferently. Immediately, Luo Feng looked at the screen that was projected from his arm. The thick vines began to emit shining green lights that revolved about, and the body itself was almost like a heart, pulsing and expanding and contracting constantly. However, every time it expanded after contracting, it seemed like it would grow by quite a bit. World within a world, central region. Allied Army, Black Dragon Mountain Sacred Land Center, within a large tent. Peng. The The teacup flew as fast as lightning, violently smashing against the floor and bursting apart with its pieces shattering in all directions, hitting the sides of the tent. Bastards, 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 a bunch of bastards. Brolin stood in the large tent, raging as he roared. I told them to increase their speeds and they grow overconfident. Now I've only got 2 of the 3 passcodes. Just that one passcode. Without that, there's no way to get the inheritance crystal ball. Stupid, a bunch of idiots. Useless. Brolin cursed madly, without any of his former composure, losing all sense of self. One couldn't blame him. He was from the Black Dragon Mountain sacred land, and before his grandfather and other elders, he said he would definitely get the inheritance crystal ball and give it to his grandfather. The 9th Prince Brolin was very clear, in terms of position and status among the other princes, he was special only because his mother's lineage was strong. With his grandfather's blessings, he definitely had to work hard to get the inheritance crystal ball to him. However, who would have thought that when he went to exchange for the second passcode earlier, the living AI, the white-bearded old man would exclaim and say, "Little punk, your luck is good. There's only one passcode left of the 3, if you were a little later, you wouldn't have been able to get this second passcode anymore. Good luck my ass. Good luck my ass." Brolin's expression was pained. Indeed. Only with the complete 3 passcodes would one be able to acquire the inheritance crystal ball. Without the other number, the 2 passcodes he had were useless. Puff, puff. Luo Lin's breathing was heavy, his gaze swept past the 2 bodyguards before him. The 2 bodyguards were both on one knee kneeling, not daring to make a sound. "Your Majesty," a silhouette ran in from outside. It was one of Brolin's bodyguards, Camelot. Brolin coldly stared at him. The bodyguard Camelot was shocked, kneeling down and saying respectfully, "Your Majesty, earlier we sent a 1,000-man team to chase and kill that 5-man team, however, we didn't expect them to actually bring a universe ship along with them." "What, a universe ship?" Luo Lin creased his eyebrows. "Right, a universe ship." Camelot said, "The enemy took out a universe ship and escaped." The 2 bodyguards kneeling beside glanced at each other, beyond shocked. There was actually someone who brought a universe ship into the world within a world. That was too unbelievable. Forging a storage space item requires cutting up a space in the universe to make the item. Brolin creased his eyebrows, thinking within, the bigger the space, the harder the actual process of slicing up the space. To be able to store something as huge as a universe ship, this level of storage space item, it's said that only the undying beings can create something like that. Every one of them is priced extremely high. Brolin was suspicious, and that 5-man team actually brought a universe ship in. Brolin was very suspicious. This was because with his status as the 9th prince, the last item his grandfather actually got for him was a storage ring, and that could barely fit a universe ship in. Back then his grandfather even very carefully explained the details of such a high-level storage item and its price and worth. They may have gotten lucky, picking it up from some warrior along the way. Brolin didn't overthink it. "Give the order, pass the information of these 5 to the 7 large teams, if anyone discovers them, kill them." Brolin ordered, at the same time his eyes gleaming with severity. "These 5 are a small matter, most important thing now is to find out who managed to get the last passcode. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Volume 9, Chapter 40, Universe Level. Volume 09, Chapter 40, Universe Level. "Yes, Your Majesty." The 3 bodyguards knelt down respectfully. "My speed was definitely sufficient. I didn't expect some other party to acquire 10 million thunderstones within that short time too." Brolin sat in his chair, his long pale fingers tapped on the arms of the chair. Suddenly his eyes gleamed, ordering, "Give the order, let the 1st, 2nd and 6th teams swiftly draw close to the center region, station themselves about 10,000 kilometers around the center region." "Yes." The 3 complied, swiftly leaving the tent. Only Brolin was left in the tent. He sat in the chair pondering. As for Luo Feng and his team of 5, Brolin didn't even bother to think twice. In the vast empire of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire territory, there were many examples of people getting lucky and acquiring treasures. What's more, within this Black Dragon Empire region, he even dared to kill the elites from the other groups. There wasn't anyone he couldn't trifle with. If Luo Feng and his team truly had a large background, the word from an absolute fighter would have come down already. To the 9th prince, who was so high above others, those 5 weren't a match at all. Vicious, someone actually had the gall to take the inheritance crystal ball passcode from under me. Brolin muttered, "Is it the Holy Sea of Frost? 3-Axe Mountain? 100 Tiger Building? Black Cloud Guild? North Dragon Castle?" Even the families were a probability. Brolin wasn't sure at all just who had taken that last passcode. About 10,000 kilometers from the center region, the grass fields had many explorers gathering. Many had prepared their tents. These tents' materials were similar to the alloy armors, incredibly sturdy. In one of the larger tents, a tall and sturdy, about 3 m tall black gorilla man sat within. His strong pectorals forced the armor on his body to slightly protrude. His head was almost totally similar to that of a black gorilla, his bulging eyes with a sense of madness. The ape-man race was a large race within the universe. The ape-man could be specifically divided into over 100 races, many of which were brave and valiant soldiers. And him, Chakra, was one of the previous absolute warriors of the 3-Axe Mountain underlings, Sector Lord Tian Shen, a star level 9 warrior. Initially, he was simply one of the countless star level 9 cannon fodder. However, now, chuckle, chuckle, a weird sound resounded from Chakra's throat, his eyes filled with excitement. "I never expected to be able to break through. This world within a world is indeed my lucky place. The Lady of Luck has chosen to shine down on me, Chakra." Chakra was extremely excited. Yes, he was excited, incomparably excited. That was because he had broken through from the star level 9 to the universe level 1. Back when I was drafted from Weka Star, I had made a vow to definitely become the greatest warrior. All this is really happening. It's happening. Chakra couldn't forget his 300-year life. He was forcefully taken from his home ground Weka Star, going through training, sold, transferred again, finally becoming one of the soldiers under the Sector Lord Jiang Tianchen, finally reaching star level 9 through hard training, just one of many elite soldiers. A long, tedious 300-year struggle. He was very clear, if he didn't reach the universe level, he would always remain one of the small fries. Star level 9 and universe level. It was just a step difference, however that step was akin to the distance between heaven and earth. I just broke through and became a universe level, and I've already become the main captain of the large team by the Sector Lord, and the original captain has become my assistant. What's more, the Lord has even given me 30 life planets as my territory. I definitely have to acquire 30,000 women and produce a lot of children. The ape-man Chakra thought excitedly within. "Lord!" 2 voices resounded from outside. "Enter!" Chakra said indifferently. 2 silhouettes entered. These 2, one was a star level 2 while the other was star level 3. They were the 2 leading members under another Sector Lord from the 3-Axe Mountain. Each leaders of their own teams, however they were usually only star level 2 or 3. That was because they were elites, geniuses. Ironically, the large group of star level 9s were only cannon fodder. That was because the hope of the cannon fodder breaking through to the universe level wasn't large. Didn't expect a stupid ape-man to break through to the universe level. This kind of luck, it's simply a step to heaven. The 2 youths thought within. "Lord!" The 2 slight bowed. One of the youths smiled. "Lord Chakra, I wonder if you've acquired the passcode already. One of the inheritance passcodes, I've already acquired and transferred it via the virtual universe, telling the noble Sector Lord. Chakra's voice was bright and clear, however there was a genetic barrier around the entire tent, preventing any sound from escaping. Lord Chakra is indeed formidable. The 2 complimented.
Right. Ape-man Chakra nodded, his black nose snorted out warm air. The two of your armies should have gathered already, right? Yes, Lord. The two bowed. Very well. The ape-man Chakra praised, his eyes gleaming, his aura surging out from his body, causing the two youths to feel pressure, as though the end of the world was nigh. The ape-man Chakra suddenly creased his eyebrows. You two can go. Chakra waved his hand. Yes. The two youths bowed and left. Normally, star level 9s were their bodyguards, however this cannon fodder ape-man actually broke through to the universe level. One had to know that out of the elites and geniuses, even amongst them the chances of breaking through to the universe level was extremely low. In terms of position, they were far below that of this universe-level warrior Chakra. If they didn't break through, they would become bodyguards and cannon fodder. The moment they broke through, they would immediately own planets and territories, becoming huge figures. World within a world, there were a total of close to 2 million star-level 9s. And even if 10 galaxies of star-level 9s combined together, there was hardly 2 million star-level 9s. And these star-level 9s were all elites picked by the sector lords, domain lords and other strong figures. With sufficient time. Out of the 2 million star-level 9s, 6 or 7 universe levels breaking through were possible. However, that required sufficient time. Hence in these sort of life or death situations, one universe level breaking through out of the 2 million star-level 9 army was indeed normal. How much treasure the Ninth Prince Brolin exchanged for was a secret. Even the fact that the underling from the Three-Axe Mountain, Chakra, becoming a universe level, was a secret. And at that time, Luo Feng's cloud contact vine evolving, was also a secret. World within a world, outer rims, the vast continuous mountain region. Luo Feng stood within the vegetation, lowering his head to look at his arm screen. On it displayed blood-red vines that were evolving at a rapid rate, almost like boiling water. The vines had already seemed to have become much thicker and stronger, with green leaves popping out from them only to be reabsorbed and disappear. Occasionally, there were several protrusions that simply exploded just like bubbles. Chi. A large amount of vines and thinner vines were madly waving about. Even though it was evolving underground, Luo Feng could still feel the earth shake through its violent movements. Third brother. Three human silhouettes ran over from far. It was Hong, Thunder God, and Aogu, who was already capable of walking. Third, it's been over 2 hours, is it not done yet? Thunder God ran over. Right. Luo Feng nodded, take a look. Following which, Luo Feng extended his arm and the screen displayed the scene of the vines evolving. As the cloud contact vine was simply too huge, it was also why Babata could only display a segment of it at a time. Naturally, the only segment being displayed was its core body part, the center. Peculiar indeed. Thunder God stared wide-eyed. Is it shedding? Hong stared wide-eyed, curious. Luo Feng stared too. At the time, the thick vines were undergoing rapid change, with the vines constantly shedding large layers of broken skin, revealing fresher vines within, but with its rapid twisting and movement, it would once again shed and the vines gradually got thicker and longer. Almost as though a tree seed growing into a large tree, but condensed into 2 to 3 hours. After eating the life fruit, evolution that would normally take many years is happening within a short time. Luo Feng said, hence, it's normal for it to be peculiar. Just how big is this cloud contact vine now? Thunder God asked. The scan is unable to check its entire body, however, through deduction, right now one vine's length can already reach about 210 kilometers. Luo Feng said. 210 kilometers? Thunder God and Hong were shocked. Just how long was 210 kilometers? The highways on Earth, some of the shorter ones were only that length, and just one vine from this was that long? And right now the cloud contact vine has a total of 72 main vines. Luo Feng said. Thunder God and Hong imagined 72 main vines that were 210 kilometers long, all wrapped around protecting Luo Feng. That was crazy.
Compared to his cloud contact vine, even the golden horned beast from back then was smaller by quite a bit. Luo Feng continued to stare hard at the screen. The evolution persisted. Time passed by the minutes and seconds. Hong and Thunder God 2 didn't ask anymore, just patiently waiting. The vine on the screen gave off a feeling of immense and unlimited power. The original blood red color of the vines before became even thicker, into an even darker red. Howl! A thought filled with immense elation and devotion transmitted to Luo Feng's mind. The evolution is a success. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Su. Deep underground, the 72 long vines that had reached 300 kilometers each swiftly retracted. As for their thin vines and leaves, they too quickly disappeared. Simultaneously, while the vines retracted, the cloud contact vine headed towards the surface, causing the ground below Luo Feng to tremor, as though an enormous object was about to break through. Rumble! After shrinking 100 times from its original size, the cloud contact vine broke through the surface, still huge as ever. 72 vines shrunk to 3 kilometers each, about 30 centimeters thick, dark red long vines that danced in the night. Simultaneously, the incomparably thick and huge vines wrapped around Luo Feng, shrinking rapidly. Within the blink of an eye, the cloud contact vine that originally covered the lands and skies had swiftly shrunk onto Luo Feng's body and became small and adorable. Its core root entered Luo Feng's skin. 72 little vines as thick as thumb continued to disperse over a 100 m area, dancing about, forming a dark red armor, helmet and boots on Luo Feng's body. Even Luo Feng's fingers were covered, like gloves. Luo Feng could feel the strength of the cloud contact armor on him. Even if he didn't use much strength, with a punch, just the explosive power of the cloud contact vine was enough to lay waste to a 100 kilometers of earth, rippling over a 1,000 kilometers further. This level of strength was even stronger than when Luo Feng used the natural strengthening ability of the golden horned beast at star level 9. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 41, The Cloud Contact Vine's Power. Volume 09, Chapter 41, The Cloud Contact Vine's Power. Third Brother. Thunder God cleared his throat, staring at the cloud contact armor on Luo Feng. Just how strong is this vine now? Hong also stared at Luo Feng's cloud contact armor. Obviously the huge aura of the vine contracting had completely stunned him. I'm not too clear myself. Luo Feng smiled. Cloud contact vine. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Immediately a 2 m long vine appeared from Luo Feng's body, landing on the ground beside him. Babata, take a scan of this vine. Luo Feng communicated mentally to Babata. The cloud contact vine, as a very special plant life form, was hard to scan for its power level. Usually for humans, scanning their powers with quantum computers or AIs was simple. For beasts, space beasts, etc., these were simple too. Humans and beasts all belonged to the flesh and blood type of living creatures. Plant life, however, were unlike the humans, having miniature planets within, hence, testing was hard. Especially like the cloud contact vine, the moment it shrank and entered a human skin, like before when people looked at Luo Feng and tested his strength, they'd only be able to test Luo Feng's strength. No one was able to test the cloud contact vine's strength. This was because the vine was a special life form altogether. Testing the vine's strength? That would require the vine to leave its host and make it release its aura alone. TSK, not bad at all. Babata seemed shocked. How much? Luo Feng asked mentally. The cloud contact vine's level is universe level 2. Babata said, the cloud contact vine is a very strong and durable life form, at the same level and grade. 99.99% of humans aren't a match against one. Yours was cultivated and nurtured well. When it reached the universe level, it developed 72 main vines, and every one of them is akin to a universe level 2 human fighter, with the combined forces of the 72 vines, along with its shocking cell strength. Cutting off a vine and being able to quickly regenerate, universe level 3 humans aren't even a match. A Universe Level 2 Cloud Contact Vine was much weaker than the same level in Grade Golden Horned Beast. The Golden Horned Beast at Star Level 7 was already capable of easily killing Star Level 9 humans. The Cloud Contact Vine, relying on its cell strength, 72 main vines, could still put up a fight against Universe Level 4 humans. After a while, Luo Feng and his group called out the Universe Ship, placing it deep within a river in the mountain region. Universe Ship, Control Room. Dressed in alloy armor, Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God stood at the control board, looking ahead at the virtual screen before them. Aogu was still within the cabin resting. The biggest scan of the world within a world. Luo Feng ordered. Yes, Master, the ship's AI replied respectfully. This ship was considered stock. Babata hadn't made any adjustments to it, hence the ship's AI was still the stock AI provided when they were building the ship. The screen before them immediately displayed the huge scene of the world within a world. Luo Feng, just how wide is this ship's scanning area? Thunder God asked. With the ship as the center, 100,000 kilometers. Luo Feng smiled. That's quite a wide area. Hong nodded. Universe ships all came with their own scanning equipment. If any Universe Explorer ship was to arrive on a planet, it could definitely in a short amount of time scan the approximate condition of the entire planet. However, these scanning equipment were primitive, it could only give an estimate of the population, whether there were any shocking amounts of energy or abnormalities, etc. As for the planet's minerals, accurate population and strength, etc., it couldn't detect. These scans emphasized the area and size. And Babata's scanning equipment, even though it only had a 20 kilometers area, however it could scan the planet's mineral construct, human strengths, armor grades, materials, the human's mental aptitudes, etc. All in very specific details. Master, there are 32,169 humans in this area. The ship's AI reported. 32,169 of them? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Separated into how many teams? One team has 16,300 humans, another has 10,000, another has 5,862, and one team has 7. The ship's AI reported respectfully. At the same time, the virtual screen swiftly split into 4 scenes, each displaying the 4 teams, and the 7-man team was currently being chased by the largest team of 16,300 explorers, split into 3 groups to chase them. It's over, these 7 cannot escape. Thunder God stared. They cannot escape, they've been surrounded. Hong said. Luo Feng sighed. In this world within a world, it was hard for such little teams to survive. The first target will be this 16,300-man team. Luo Feng said. Thunder God looked shocked as he turned around. You have guarantee? Hong asked suspiciously. Yes. Luo Feng nodded. In the vast grass fields, a team of 7 was currently surrounded by many other explorers. We surrender. We surrender, don't kill us, we have thunderstones, we are willing to give our thunderstones. The 7-man team shouted loudly, their faces filled with fear. That was because in all directions, they were surrounded by 3 large teams, each with up to 1,000 and even 3,000 people. How could they escape? But surrender? Why should we accept your surrender? The 3 teams were far away before, however in the blink of an eye they closed a few tens of kilometers, forcing the 7-man team in the center into a corner. The 3 teams, one with 3,000 people, laughed as they looked at the small team. This was because they had full guarantee of their victory, hence they didn't rush to kill them. After killing you all, we'll still be able to get your thunderstones. A strong-looking man with black stripes on his face laughed loudly. The people in the 7-man team's faces went pale. Weren't you gathering us before? The captain of the small team, a handsome man with golden gleaming hair, shouted loudly, you said before as long as we were willing to join you all and help you collect thunderstones, with your organization's name at stake, you would guarantee our safety,
Ha, stupid. That's at the Allied Army base. At the base, it is forbidden to kill. Hence we gathered you. And at the other places in this world within a world, we can kill you directly. Everything of yours belongs to us, including the universe crystals. Poor fools, you've been too greedy. The 3,000-man team surrounded the little team of 7. The 7-man team was completely devastated. Captain. The other 6 looked at the golden-haired man. He could only shake his head painfully, raising it up. I'm begging you, I'll give you our universe crystals, thunderstones, just spare our lives. Still dreaming? So stupid. Poor fools. The 3,000-man team laughed. Stop playing around, kill them. A bald man with a face full of scales shouted. Yes. Shio. 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 In the despairing looks of the 7-man team, a rain of spirit weapons shot over, immediately tearing them to shreds. And following which, the 3 teams surrounded the corpses. One member swiftly flew over and took all their treasures. Captain. The member gave the storage rings to the bald-scaled man. Yes. The bald man nodded. Let's return. Among the vast teams, the bald man was just about to check what treasures they got from the storage rings when suddenly, as quick as lightning, little vines suddenly broke through the soil below, swiftly binding the bald man's legs and violently dragging him underground. Crash! A large hole immediately appeared in the ground and the bald scale man vanished. 2 other vice captains beside him who initially had smiling faces and were carefree suddenly turned to realize the captain that was standing beside them had suddenly vanished and there was a hole in the ground. Hole? The 2 vice captains stared wide-eyed at the hole. Captain! What's going on? Where's the captain? The 2 vice captains and surrounding members were all stunned. Under their watch, someone was actually stolen away. The captain is below, no life force, he's dead. A spirit reader member shouted, 12M underground. Immediately a group of Star Level 9 explorers began digging underground, very quickly finding their captain's body, bringing it back up to the surface. This. My God. The 2 vice captains and surrounding members all looked shocked at the dead body. His head was burst open, beyond death. The most shocking thing was, one of his fingers was broken off, and it was the one wearing the storage ring. Quickly informed the main captain. The captain has been killed and the storage ring has been taken. And deep underground. A long thin vine swiftly retracted, on it was a leaf, wrapped around the broken finger and storage ring. The vine was even wearing a bracelet, the bracelet that Babata was stored in. Babata let out his scanning radius, swiftly connecting to the universe ship's 100,000 kilometers area signal. Luo Feng, Luo Feng. Received, received. Luo Feng stood within the universe ship. 3 main vines separately killing the 3 captains of the teams. Success. Very good. Continue dealing with that huge team. Luo Feng said. Okay. However, that large team may very likely have detailed scanning equipment. That's what they use to scan for the thunderstones. Those might discover the cloud contact vine. Babata said, if I discover any of these equipment and their signal, I'll stop the hunt. Alright, this hunt, the priority is to not let the other teams discover the cloud contact vine. Guarantee its secrecy. Luo Feng said. Alright, then I'll continue. Babata disconnected the call. This hunt relied heavily on the cloud contact vine with its piercing through the ground, and with Babata instructing it around. With his scanning area and level, it was naturally incomparably clear. With the cloud contact vine's strength, they truly had no fear of any team. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 9, Chapter 42, A Month and a Half of Slaughter. Volume 09, Chapter 42, A Month and a Half of Slaughter. The cloud contact vine's large physical structure, along with its strong cell regeneration, even if it got hit by a laser or railgun, having a part of it destroyed, it could still regenerate. Hence, in the world within a world, a universe level 2 cloud contact vine was truly invincible. About 10,000 kilometers away from the 16,300-man team, a universe ship parked on a grassy field. Within the ship's control room, a long vine entered the cabin, extending to the control room. Cloud vine. Luo Feng affectionately rubbed the cloud contact vine. We've successfully killed 9 captains, acquiring 12 storage items. A voice resounded within. Simultaneously, that long vine curled up and rested within the Allied army. Tell me the exact details of the situation. Brolin's voice was cold. The 4th large team, under your instructions, were stationed at the swamp area. They were prepared to attack and rob other teams. However, tonight, just before, there were 3 strong teams that attacked and surrounded the 4th large team. These 3 teams also had laser guns, and their strength was very much in an advantageous situation. That plus the 4th team didn't have enough time to react, they were defeated in an instant. The 4th large team lost 1/3 of their troops, with the rest dispersing and fleeing. During the escape, they were discovered by other teams and chased and killed. This resulted in less than 10,000 survivors in the team. The bodyguard said, right now the remaining lucky survivors are swiftly rushing towards the central region. Brolin went silent for quite a while. Surrounding the 4th large team with 3 teams, just how many were there? Brolin asked. At least 60,000 people. The bodyguard said. You can leave first. Brolin waved his hand. The bodyguard left. Only Brolin was left in the large tent. He squinted his eyes and pondered, muttering, 60,000 people? The thunderstones in this world within a world have almost been dug clean. The battles have begun even faster than what I predicted. What's more, in the blink of an eye, there is a 60,000 combined forces team. Looks like the other sides aren't stupid. Brolin controlled over 220,000 people, while if the other sides had lesser people, that would have been too advantageous for Brolin. One had to know, each of the other large teams all had sector lords behind them. Powerful sector lords, some friends while others in the same organizations. At crucial times like these, ordering their teams below them to team up was a very normal thing to do. Have the battles begun? Brolin licked his lips, eyes filled with madness. Bring it on. Virtual universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island. In a 2-level quiet villa, the ape-man Chakra sat in a chair. 2 screens appeared before him, both with people in them. Lord Chakra, that was really thrilling. Brolin's underlings were instantly defeated and they lost a good half of that team. I believe that Brolin must be raging. The 2 people on the screen spoke. The ape-man Chakra laughed carefree. You too, that was only our first attack. That Brolin may command a lot more troops than us, but with this loss, he'll be more cautious. However, after showing off before, with every side taking him as an enemy, he won't have any good days to live. Right, just one prince, daring to pick a fight with us. We have to teach him a good lesson this time. Let him know, we aren't ones to be trifled with. You two have to be careful too, that Brolin won't just let this incident go. War, that was how it began suddenly. During the digging for Thunderstones period before, a few enormous teams, 10,000 or above, exercised control and avoided battle. However, since the 3 teams allied and attacked Brolin's 4th large team, the entire world within a world immediately boiled over and war erupted. Whether it was the large powers or individual explorers, or even the large teams combining forces. Even allied armies of over 10,000 troops were formed. Large battles erupted in the world within a world. Genetic long-distance attack. Rumble. Colorful glaring beams of genetic energy, over 10,000 of them, came from one side of the army, breaking through the skies and headed towards another. Star level 9 genetic energy,
leaving the bodies and attacking. With over 10,000 beams of them combined, the power wasn't any less than a C2 or C3 laser cannon. Second team. Pooh. 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 Spirit weapons gathered together, just like a school of fish, almost as though one person was commanding them all, over 1,000 spirit weapons combining forces and attacking one point, following which they arced and attacked another. Elite soldiers. These Star Level 9 warriors were the largest and most powerful force within the Black Dragon Mountain star field, the elite soldiers of the 2 sacred lands and 4 large organizations. In terms of combined and synchronized attacks, they were very well trained. In a flash, the vast million km of the world within a world was filled with battles all over, blood stained the entire land. In the swamps. A universe ship stopped within, and in the control room, Luo Feng and his team of 4 were within checking on the storage items. Acquiring so much in such a short time. Thunder God laughed loudly. When everybody was digging for the stones earlier, all their scanning equipment were on all the time. And now since the dig is over and the battles have begun, these equipment have no use. Luo Feng smiled. With their equipment off, the cloud contact vine can make its move on all the head captains. 90% of the time, within a large team, the treasures were held by the captain. Hence, Luo Feng's rewards from killing all the little 1,000-man team captains couldn't even compare to killing one head captain. How many Thunderstones do we have? Hong asked. We have close to 610,000, from that head captain's storage ring, and we also acquired the 3 treasures he exchanged for. These 3 are close to 800,000 Thunderstones in total in price. Luo Feng smiled. It's better to hunt the head captains, it's more worth it. In the world within a world, the 2 million-man army was engaged in intense slaughter. With many devious plans and ploys around, the teams could still maintain contact secretly due to the virtual universe network. It was troubled times. And the sector lords behind those teams definitely couldn't just give up the treasures. Even if they lost a 10,000-strong team, as long as they could still acquire just one treasure, it was worth it. That was because with the sector lord's orders, these battles became a bloodbath. Star Level 9 fighters, spirit readers, they were truly cannon fodder. And in the process, Babata's coordination with the cloud contact vine worked with their sneak attacks. When they first began, the teams in the world within a world were still oblivious. After all, the communication between teams was sparse. However, with the head captain's dying numbers increasing, one had to know, in the entire world within a world, just how many large teams were there. Every large team had at least 10,000 people. When their sneak attacks resulted in the death of the 6th head captain, the sector lords controlling gave the orders. In the world within a world, there should be a universe-level spirit reader. His spirit weapon is able to penetrate the earth and dig. He used his digging to ambush a head captain. All squads need to be extra careful. Following the warnings from the sector lords, the large teams became extra careful, causing Luo Feng's hunting efficiency to drop drastically. The battles were bound to end one day. The battles in the world within a world lasted about a month and a half, from the initial 2 million army, until the last remaining 600,000. One had to know, the 200,000 allied army in the central region didn't take part in the battles. That meant to say that the real battle between the 1.8 million people resulted in less than 400,000 left. It was simply tragic. In the dense forests, a universe ship was parked. Within the control room. It's ended, the battles have ended. Luo Feng sighed, rubbing the cloud contact vine beside him. It proudly wiggled its vine body, following which, with a pop, it entered Luo Feng's skin and formed an armor. Even though we only killed 6 head captains and the teams became extra cautious, our earnings are still not bad. Thunder God said proudly. Hong couldn't help but laugh too. Luo Feng couldn't help but rub his finger. The storage ring was assimilated into his skin. 1.5 months. The earnings from this period were indeed huge. We have a total of 9 treasures and 9.08 million Thunderstones.
Luo Feng smiled, looking at Thunder God and Hong, first and second brother. It's time we return to the Allied army ground. These thunderstones have to be exchanged there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 43, The Light and Shadow of the Blade. Volume 09, Chapter 43, The Light and Shadow of the Blade. Right, return to the Allied army base. Hong's expression was serious. Returning there won't be easy. Thunder God rubbed his bald head and pondered. Luo Feng nodded. Right now, with the thunderstones and treasures in hand, they still have to return to exchange for the treasures. The thunderstones by themselves weren't worth anything, they were only valuable if used to exchange for the treasures. However, even though the battle ended, the other powers would still attack the teams with fewer members. Our four-man team heading towards the Allied base isn't safe at all. Hong creased his eyebrows. Those other teams from the big powers, even though they've stopped fighting and have all suffered heavy losses, a bad ship still has nails. If they see us, with the 1.5 months of mad killing before, they'd definitely act and send a team of 1,000 to wipe us out. Luo Feng's expression was heavy. Four-man team? These sorts of little teams, the large teams wouldn't spare them any mercy. Killing is forbidden in the Allied base. Luo Feng emphasized, however, outside there are no restrictions. Hence we have to rush all the way to the Allied base. We have to be extra careful not to bump into any of these other teams. Right. Hong and Thunder God nodded. Let's first rely on the universe ship. Luo Feng thought as he said, we'll use it till we reach a flatland area, hide it and then sneak into the Allied base. I agree. Hong nodded. I suggest leaving at night. Thunder God suggested. Alright, then we'll depart tonight. Luo Feng smiled. Even though their moods were good, Luo Feng didn't dare get overconfident or careless. As the universe ship had scanning equipment, along with it being thousands and tens of thousands of times faster than Star Level 9 warriors, it could easily slip past the other explorer teams, allowing them to easily pierce through the skies and arrive at the central region flatlands. Right now there's only about 10,000 kilometers to the Allied base. We have rely on our flying. Luo Feng's thoughts moved, immediately keeping the universe ship within his space ring, at the same time looking at Hong and Thunder God, first and second brother. Earlier the ship scanned the surrounding area. From here to the Allied base may only be 10,000 kilometers. However, there are quite a few teams stationed in between. Hong and Thunder God nodded. After 1.5 months of mad killing and massacre, many teams were exhausted, many retreating to the central region to recover. However, if Luo Feng's team met any along the way, it would be just like sneaking past the mouth of a dragon that could swallow them anytime. For their small team, being discovered meant instant death. After all, to be able to live till now, experiencing the battles along with life and death, which team didn't have treasures? Depart. Luo Feng communicated cautiously through spirit energy. So. Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God and Aogu followed their planned route, ready to avoid any of the teams stationed on the flatlands and reach the central Allied army base. 10,000 kilometers. To Luo Feng's group, it was indeed a very short distance. If they accelerated, even in the world within a world, it wouldn't require 1 hour. However, they were being extra careful, hence they didn't dare move too fast. 19.6 kilometers ahead, there's a patrolling 1,000-man team. We are still 3,620 kilometers away from the base. This team should be some large group's little team. We'll detour around them. Luo Feng glanced at his arm screen and communicated to the three via spirit energy. Hong, Thunder God, and Aogu didn't dare to relax. They were currently dancing on knives' edges. The moment they were discovered, there would be big trouble. We've already went around them, let's continue to get closer to the Allied base. 2,110 kilometers away from the Allied base.
We'll take a detour ahead, there's a large team ahead. 800 kilometers away from the base.
Luo Feng and his team were extremely cautious. Under the cover of night, they sneakily flew close to the ground, detouring occasionally and flying fast occasionally, spending close to 3 hours and finally arriving at the Allied base camp.
That's great. We've finally arrived at the base.
Luo Feng and his team all revealed expressions of glee. They were on high alert for the past 3 hours. That was because any of the teams could have sent a group to patrol at any time. One couldn't blame their cautiousness. After all, with the mad killing and battles for 1.5 months, sneak attacks were common.
Hence there were many patrol teams. Because of this, Luo Feng's squad didn't dare to relax at all. Phew, we've arrived. Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. Stop!
The security captain outside the base shouted. Behind him was a vast number of people. With over 1,000 people surrounding him, the captain's gaze swept past Luo Feng's team.
We are underlings of Lord Mingyu from 3 Axe Mountain. Luo Feng shouted. Right.
The captain lowered his head and looked at his quantum computer. Lord Mingyu indeed had these 4 underlings and they're their data.
Enter.
The captain said coldly. Luo Feng and his team immediately flew into the Allied base. That captain glanced at them, biting down and gritting his teeth. 3 Axe Mountain scum.
Humph, if I didn't meet you here at the Allied base, I'd definitely kill you to avenge my fallen brothers, bastards. Bastards!
Luo Feng and his team walked into the base. The entire base was filled with rage and killing intent. Many teams looked at each other with hate, as though they wanted to eat each other up.
What's going on?
Thunder God said softly, the last time we were here, the explorers from the different teams in here even recognized each other as brothers. However, now, the killing intent and hatred is incredibly prominent.
Luo Feng nodded.
The whole walk through the Allied base was filled with very few smiling faces. Many of the explorers all had icy expressions, their eyes filled with hatred. The last time we came here, that security captain outside was still smiling at us and inviting. That captain, however, just now was cold. Luo Feng said softly, probably after 1.5 months of massacre, each side lost too many men. These explorer armies probably lost a lot of their friends and brothers, hence this reaction. When Luo Feng and his team entered the base and headed towards the 3 Axe mountainside, they didn't know, others had already discovered him.
It's those 4. They're one less this time.
They actually returned. Hurry and report to the Lord. These are the few that His Majesty personally picked out.
Yes.
A few silhouettes within the Allied army base examined Luo Feng from far, following which some of them swiftly left to look for the prince's bodyguards to report. Allied base, Sacred Land, Black Dragon mountainside, within a large tent. The 9th Prince Brolin sat in a chair, closing his eyes, eyebrows creased, as though troubled by something.
Your Majesty. A man ran in from outside, kneeling down on one knee. Camelot. Brolin opened his eyes, surveying the kneeling bodyguard.
Your Majesty, our surveillance team has discovered 4 people. They are the ones you personally asked to kill before, also the ones that escaped in a universe ship, 4 of the 5. The bodyguard reported. Back then they actually kept watch on Luo Feng's 5-man team for half a night before following them out to kill them. Hence they were very familiar with their appearances and strengths.
The moment Luo Feng and his team arrived, they immediately recognized them. HM? Universe ship?
Brolin creased his eyebrows, revealing a smile. I remember.
1.5 months of massacre with Brolin commanding a large army.
This had caused him to use a lot of strength and concentration to battle with the other armies. Luo Feng's incident was a small matter compared to that.
Continue to keep watch. Brolin coldly ordered.
Yes. The bodyguard complied respectfully. Within the 3 Axe Mountain faction, whoever was under the sector lords or domain lords from 3 Axe Mountain all gathered here the moment they arrived at the Allied base.
Luo Feng and his team thus entered the faction. Master, the last time we were ordered by the ninth prince to be killed, they'll definitely recognize us.
Our return this time, they should have discovered us. Ogo communicated via spirit energy.
Right. Luo Feng nodded. Recognized?
This was long within Luo Feng's calculations. However, even if they were recognized, they'd still have to return to the Allied base. Even if I don't exchange for treasures, we still have to safely leave the world within a world, safely exiting the world of thunder.
Luo Feng said softly, however, if I haven't guessed wrong, there should be a team stationed at the exit of the world within a world. The moment any little team exits, they'll definitely be killed and robbed. Only through following a large team can one exit. Luo Feng was very clear on this point. As for Brolin,
there was nothing to be afraid of. The whole mixing in with the Three-Axe Mountain faction and returning to Tsan Lan Star, Luo Feng had never thought of acting alone.
He would be following the faction and large group.
Wherever they went and stationed, he would follow. When they leave the world within a world, he too would naturally leave along with them. I don't believe he would dare make a move when I'm within this faction.
Luo Feng thought secretly, maybe in his eyes, he never thought of me as a target. Luo Feng. Luo Feng.
Voices resounded, causing the deep in thought Luo Feng to awaken. He looked up and saw a skinny man, along with a tall and sturdy gold short-haired man walking over. The skinny man smiled. Luo Feng, this is Lord Bindi, the head captain of Three-Axe Mountain's second large team.
Luo Feng was shocked. The golden short-haired man before him had an aura much stronger than everybody else. Lord Bindi. Luo Feng bowed. Beside him, Hong, Thunder God and Aogu bowed too. Before they arrived, relying on Babata's scan, they already knew, in this allied base with a total of about 480,000 people, there were 6 universe levels. Obviously the long 1.5 months of brutal battles, losing over 1 million star level 9 warriors had forced out 6 universe level breakthroughs. Of which the Three-Axe Mountain faction had 2 universe level fighters. Luo Feng? Lord Mingyu has mentioned you before to me. The golden-haired tall and sturdy man smiled as he looked at Luo Feng and his team. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 44, The Final Transaction. Volume 09, Chapter 44, The Final Transaction. Weren't you guys a 5-man squad? Captain Bindi looked towards Luo Feng's group of 4. As one of the 2 universe-level fighters in the world within a world, Bindi has access to a lot of detailed information. We were, but one of our squad members died, sighed Luo Feng. Killed by who? Frowned Bindi. One of the men under the 9th Prince. Luo Feng wasn't in such a good mood. Even though Tainan he was a slave, there weren't any slaves on Earth. So Luo Feng didn't subconsciously treat his slaves as goods and treated them like bodyguards instead. So Tainan He's death made Luo Feng grateful for Tainan He's service and also angry at the 9th Prince. The 9th Prince? Bindi shook his head. Then we can't do anything. Far too many people have died by his men. I understand. Luo Feng nodded. If you guys can survive, Lord Mingyu will surely be very happy, smiled Bindi. A reminder, I'm also under Lord Mingyu. Oh? Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were extremely shocked. As the head of the 4 organizations, Three-Axe Mountain has many sector lords and domain lords. Mingyu isn't exactly an elite in Three-Axe Mountain, and yet one of the 2 universe-level fighters that appeared in Three-Axe Mountain's group is under Mingyu. So Captain Bindi was also under Lord Mingyu. Luo Feng let out a face of joy. Ha, when we leave the world within a world and head back to Tsan Lan Star, you guys come with me to see Lord Mingyu together, Bindi smiled. If it wasn't for their common superior Lord Mingyu, Bindi wouldn't personally come greet Luo Feng's group. For sure, Luo Feng smiled as he responded. Bindi then left. As a higher-up of the Three-Axe Mountains group, there were many things Bindi had to deal with. Even though it was late into the night, people wearing battle uniform sets and helmets could frequently be seen entering the Thunder Castle in the middle.
Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God looked at the Thunder Castle in the middle from far away in the crowd. "Big brother, second brother, what are you guys preparing to exchange?" said Luo Feng through his spiritual force. "A D6 grade railgun and a Thunder instruction manual," said Thunder God.
"Alright," smiled Luo Feng. "This is what it's like to be rich, just buy whatever you want."
"Big brother, what about you?"
Luo Feng looked towards Hong. "It seems like there aren't that many things that are beneficial to me. If there are any life fruits left, then help me buy one. Also, if there are any Heart of Stars left, then buy me that too."
"That's it for now," said Hong. "Understood." Luo Feng nodded, and then let out a smile. "Big brother, second brother, I'll be using the leftover Thunderstones to exchange for other treasures. Those treasures also represent a huge amount of wealth. After we leave, we can use that huge amount of wealth to exchange for some things that we really need."
"Alright," smiled Hong.
30, do what you want, since you were the one that got all of these stones, snickered Thunder God. "Your big brother and me are just taking advantage of you."
Luo Feng wasn't in a rush to exchange immediately.
He first silently observed. There were indeed quite a few people who entered the Thunder Castle.
However, 99% of them are probably just decoys to confuse other people.
The night slowly passed, and a sliver of light appeared in the world within a world. The cold breeze blew across the plain. Luo Feng, who was wearing an alloyed battle uniform, sat while wearing a helmet and had an alloyed blade on his back, just like every other universe adventurer, headed straight towards the Thunder Castle.
He's going to the ancient castle. Is he a decoy, or actually going to exchange for something?
Who cares if he's actually going to make a transaction? Hurry up and report this to the Lord.
The captain of that 4-man squad went to the ancient castle.
Yes.
The adventurers on surveillance duty under the Ninth Prince immediately reported this information.
Of this, Luo Feng knew nothing about.
However, even if he knew, Luo Feng would just laugh without a care.
As part of the army of the Three-Axe Army, Luo Feng really wasn't afraid of anything. While the large amount of people under the Alliance watched, Luo Feng stepped into the gates of the castle. Thunder Castle, a gloomy, cold, ancient room.
Luo Feng silently stood there. "I want to make a transaction," yelled Luo Feng.
"Wait a bit, kiddo," a low sound reverberated around the ancient room. "There are a lot of people making transactions these 2 days, so I'm a bit busy.
Let me finish with this one first." Luo Feng was shocked when he heard this. The living AI is currently dealing with someone else? "Man, that's dirty!" yelled Babata.
"What's wrong?"
inquired Luo Feng.
"This living AI is sure a messed up and sinister person," said Babata angrily. "Even though there are many people from the Alliance entering the castle, it's just one person every few minutes.
And that is when a lot of people are entering. Isn't the living AI telling you directly that the person before you is actually making a transaction?" Luo Feng was extremely shocked. "You have no power or authority."
"But if you did have authority and was the leader of a huge team, what would you do?"
asked Babata. "I would arrange for people to keep an eye on him.
After he leaves the Alliance's area, I'll make my move." Luo Feng's eyes were filled with shock.
Understood, he understood. So yeah. This living AI sure is sinister. As a living AI, could he not predict the consequences of every word he says?
His computation ability is extraordinary, so he wouldn't make such a stupid mistake.
Which means he's doing this on purpose.
There is only one reason he has for doing this: to make you guys kill each other. This living AI is seriously sinister.
Babata was extremely angry. Luo Feng was also a bit angry.
If their guess is correct, then the living AI in this ancient castle is probably the reason why the Ninth Prince Brolin arranged for people to chase them down.
Otherwise, there is no other explanation.
Why would the great Ninth Prince only go after Luo Feng's group and not other groups? The sound of footsteps carried from the hallway.
A fat, white-bearded old man smiled as he walked in.
There was a layer of light surrounding his body. If you observe carefully, you could barely discover that this white-bearded old man was not a real person, but a being made out of energy. Lord Wu, even though Luo Feng was a bit angry in his heart, he appeared to be very well-mannered on the surface. Fighting against a messed-up living AI that has been lonely for tens of thousands of years is a very stupid thing to do.
"Hey kid, this is our second time meeting, isn't it?"
smiled the white-bearded old man. "It seems like your harvest went well.
"Tell me, what do you want to exchange for?"
"One life fruit," said Luo Feng.
"You exchanged for a life fruit last time and you still want another one?" The white-bearded old man looked at Luo Feng with surprise.
"Yes," nodded Luo Feng. None left. The white-bearded old man shook his head in response. "All the life fruits I ever gone, not a single one left."
"Not a single one left?"
Luo Feng froze. "Yeah, thunderstones represented treasure, but that doesn't mean thunderstones can absolutely give you the treasure you want. Because the treasures here are limited. Like even if the 9th Prince Brolin gets a ton of thunderstones later, he'll never be able to get the third password to the crystal ball of inheritance."
"Then I'll exchange for a heart of stars," said Luo Feng.
"Don't have any of that left either." The white-bearded old man shook his head.
"What? None of that?
Then there at least must be a D6 grade railgun left." Luo Feng stared at the white-bearded old man.
"The D6 railgun is not that useful for sector lords and domain lords. So the chances of someone exchanging for it is quite low.
And there are even a total of 3 D6 grade railguns available."
"None of that left either."
The white-bearded old man shook his head. "On the first day, a single person exchanged for all 3 of these D6 grade railguns in one go."
"Ah." Luo Feng took in a deep breath. "None of that, none of this, none of anything. Lord Wu, what treasures still remain?"
Luo Feng looked at the white-bearded old man. "There are still 63 treasures remaining." The white-bearded old man smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. "Since you seem good, I won't waste your time." As he said that, he waved his head. In a moment, rays of energy gathered around him and formed a screen. On the screen was a treasure list which clearly displayed how many of each treasure remained.
No. 1. The bank account to the entire spatial instruction manual inheritance crystal ball, 3 accounts, stock, none. Number 2. Master's bank account, stock, none. Number 3. Domain Lord level bloodline evolution potion, 1 portion. Number 18. Thunder instruction manual set, 6 manuals in a set, stock, 5. Number 68. Level 5 genetic energy weapon firewheel, stock, none. Luo Feng looked at this list and took in a deep breath. Holy! None.
A huge list of knowns made one's heart go cold.
"Kiddo, what'll it be?"
The white-bearded old man smiled as he looked at Luo Feng.
And yet, Luo Feng was in a dilemma. Which one should he pick? "Luo Feng, what are you so confused about?"
"Stupid." Babata's voice rang in his mind.
"You want a heart of stars?
There's none here, but it's available in the universe."
"You want a life fruit?
It's also available in the universe. As long as you have enough wealth and the proper connections, you can purchase them. So, there's no need to be confused. All you have to do is exchange for the more valuable ones out of this list.
These treasures represent a huge amount of wealth. Can't you just purchase what you want in the universe later?" said Babata.
Luo Feng laughed. Such a simple idea, and yet his thinking was restricted to the list in front of him. These are the ones that are more valuable, so purchase these. Babata told Luo Feng which items to purchase as they communicated with their thoughts.
That, and that.
And those, I want all of those. And that thunder instruction manual set, I want all of the remaining 5 sets. Luo Feng was rich.
The white-bearded old man was stunned.
Because those with a lot of thunderstones purchased what they needed at the beginning.
Towards the end,
those who come to exchange don't have that many thunderstones.
And yet, Luo Feng wanted so many items in one go. The amount of thunderstones required was quite an alarming amount.
That'll be a total of 9.02 million thunderstones. The white-bearded old man stared at Luo Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 45, Return. Volume 09, Chapter 45, Return.
At first, the leaders of the organizations, like the Ninth Prince, brought millions and tens of millions of thunderstones to exchange at the Thunder Castle. This wasn't weird.
However, later on, since those with thunderstones have already exchanged them a long time ago, barely any large transactions appear.
Lord Wu, here are 9.02 million thunderstones. With a flip of his hand, a spatial storage ring appeared.
The fat, white-bearded old man extended his hand to take it. With a quick check, he couldn't help but to raise his head towards Luo Feng. Kiddo, you surprise me more and more.
It seems like you don't have that much authority in the alliance.
With your previous exchanges, the total amount of thunderstones you used exceeds 10 million inch.
Luck, Luo Feng smiled. Luck can't explain some things. The white-bearded old man smiled and stopped talking there.
With a flip of his hand, all sorts and types of treasures started hovering in the ancient room.
All types of elemental source laws of the universe emanated around. There were several 5-stage genetic weapons and spiritual weapons.
The extremely complicated engravings on them were similar to the natural engravings on the golden horned beast.
The thick aura of the elemental source laws caused Luo Feng to hold his breath. Each item is a valuable treasure. Each item can exchange for tens of thousands of life planets, some can even go for hundreds of thousands of life planets.
All of these treasures added together far exceed the price of a galaxy. They are worth more than all the property of a fighter who just stepped into the Sector Lord level. Wow! As Luo Feng looked at all of these valuable treasures hovering in front of him, his heart rate couldn't help but to accelerate, his blood was boiling. I'll put all of these treasures in this spatial storage ring. The white-bearded old man threw a spatial storage ring to Luo Feng.
Okay, Luo Feng took it and checked the treasures inside. He then frowned. Lord Wu, what about the 5 sets of the Thunder Instruction Manual?
The 5 sets of the Thunder Instruction Manuals are stored in these 5 mini-quantum computers, smiled the white-bearded old man.
Thank you, Lord Wu.
I will be going now then. Luo Feng greeted and then left. On the vast plain, the number of men in the alliance exceeded 5 million. Clearly, the other squads in the outer areas are returning. After his successful exchange, Luo Feng left the ancient castle in a good mood and returned to Three Axe Mountains area. Third Bro Thunder God saw Luo Feng and waved his hand. Coming, Luo Feng came with a smile on his face.
How'd it go?
There was a bit of expectation in Hong's eyes as he carefully asked through his genetic energy.
We were too slow, all the good stuff has been taken.
Whether the D6 railgun, the life fruit, or the heart of stars, all of these legendary treasures are gone, replied Luo Feng through his spiritual force. He had to be careful, since there were many other people from Three Axe Mountain in the surroundings.
They're all gone? Hong and Thunder God froze.
Yeah. Out of all the things you wanted, I only got the 5 Thunder Instruction Manual sets. Luo Feng smiled as he looked at Thunder God. Second brother, this Thunder Instruction Manual is Sector Lord Kabo's Instruction Manual.
It suits you nicely.
This Thunder Instruction Manual wasn't that valuable compared to the other treasures. Because Sector Lord Kabo was, after all, just a Sector Lord. The techniques he came up with can't be that powerful, compared to the Inheritance Crystal.
If it was an Undying Being's instruction manual, then that would be a very big deal.
Luo Feng received the inheritance of the Yun Mo planet sect, which is way more powerful than that Thunder Instruction Manual. Of course. On the path of thunder, the Yun Mo planet sect is probably a bit weaker, since the Yunemo planet sect focuses on the path of spirit readers. Haha, let me see. Thunder God couldn't control himself, since he practices the path of thunder. Don't rush, yelled Hong through his genetic energy. There are tons of people watching around us. If someone finds out, there might be trouble. You can slowly look through those instruction manuals after we leave the world of thunder. Also, it's not like you'll be able to get through them in a short amount of time. Yeah, okay, I'll listen to Big Brother. Thunder God's mind became clear. Big Brother, second brother, Luo Feng continued, even though I finished exchanging, I still have 60,000 thunderstones here. You still have so many? Hong and Thunder God froze. Hong replied, these thunderstones cannot go to waste. Since you can't exchange them, sell them quickly. After we leave the world within a world, these thunderstones are worthless. Right now in the Alliance, there are still people purchasing thunderstones. Even though the prices aren't as high as they were in the beginning, we should still try to find the best price possible, said Luo Feng through his spiritual force. Big Brother, second brother, let's look for people who are purchasing thunderstones in the Alliance for a few days and talk with them to see how much we can sell for. Alright, Hong and Thunder God nodded. In the next few days, the size of the army on the plain continued to increase. In the meantime, Luo Feng managed to sell the 60,000 thunderstones in several portions, since even those who are purchasing them can't swallow so many thunderstones at once. Because there weren't many treasures left in the castle, so the exchange rate for the thunderstones dropped dramatically. 60,000 thunderstones, some sold well and some didn't. The average price was around 80 cubic meters of universe crystals for one thunderstone, for a total of 5 million cubic meters of universe crystals. If you add the universe crystals that the cloud contact vine received from stealing and ambushing and also the universe crystals that Luo Feng and his squad dug up, then they have a total of 6.8 million cubic meters of universe crystals. 6.8 million cubic meters of universe crystals, which is 6.8 billion universe coins. Even that Newell and Sean family probably doesn't have that much. Thunder God was extremely happy. Calm down, this is just the beginning, Hong smiled as he said through his genetic energy, those treasures are the main part, but... Of course I understand that. Thunder God smiled. Luo Feng was also extremely happy. In theory, only the large organizations should have been able to obtain the valuable treasures in the world within a world. However, thanks to his precise scanner, his first excavation led to over 1 million thunderstones. With that, he managed to get the life fruit to mega-evolve his cloud contact vine. With the evolved cloud contact vine and Babata, they began their big steal. In terms of profit, many 10,000-man squads couldn't even compare to Luo Feng's squad. Only gigantic teams like the Alliance under the 9th Prince Brolin earned more than Luo Feng's squad. However, the truly valuable treasures like the 3 accounts to the inheritance crystal, the password to the Sector Lord's bank account, and the Domain Lord level bloodline evolution potion, out of the top 10 valuable treasures, Luo Feng only got one of the 3 life fruits. As for the rest, he didn't get a single one. The 5th day after Luo Feng finished exchanging. On the plain, the nearly 600,000 large Alliance army gathered around the castle. White light scattered across the land. Ha ha! Little kiddos. Above the Thunder Castle, the image of the white-bearded old man appeared. The white-bearded old man hovered above the castle as he looked towards the surrounding Alliance army. He spoke with a smile on his face. Just now, the final treasures transaction has been completed. As of now, all 312 treasures in my possession have been exchanged by you people. Now, the exchange is over. Rumble. The doors to the ancient castle started to automatically close slowly. Yet, the surrounding hundreds of thousands of people in the Alliance's army froze. It's over? The exchange is over? I still have leftover thunderstones. I still have some too. I just purchased some thunderstones. What should I do now? All of a sudden, many people in the Alliance were exasperated. Some of them even started to roar in anger. to these star-level 9-stage fighters. The Thunderstones in their possession represented an amount of wealth that would make them drool. But in the blink of an eye, the Thunderstones turned into useless stones. Once you can't exchange with them, Thunderstones become worthless. Some people were enraged, some people yelled, and some people were overjoyed. No matter what, the treasures in the world within a world have come to an end. I bet there are still more treasures in that castle. Thunder God looked towards the castle. Even if there are, they aren't ours. Han let out a rare smile. A castle left behind by a sector lord definitely won't go down that easily. Our trip in the world within a world comes to an end. Luo Feng also smiled. Suddenly, a messenger not too far away yelled, "Luo Feng, I've come to notify you that the treasure exchanging here is over. In a bit, our 3-Axe Mountains army will depart. We'll leave the world within a world and head towards the Thunder World. From the Thunder World, we'll return to Tsanlan Star." "Understood," yelled Luo Feng in reply. Also, even though killing people is forbidden in the Alliance, once we depart, each army is no longer bound under the rules of the Alliance, so battles could still occur on the way back. "Please be careful and don't get separated from the main group," said the messenger. "Understood. Thanks." Luo Feng and his group smiled as they replied. They knew about this a long time ago. The so-called rule of forbidden to kill within the grounds of the Alliance exists so that every squad can safely exchange for treasures. Once the exchange time is over and every organization returns to their own side. Some squads have reaped large rewards while others barely got anything. It won't be weird for squads that haven't earned much to team up with each other to steal from other squads. "Well, we'll be following 3-Axe Mountains main group anyway." Luo Feng smiled. 3-Axe Mountains side has almost 80,000 people and 2 universe-level fighters, so it is very safe. "And we'll be hiding in the back." Thunder God let out a smile. "We're just a squad of 4, and our identity shows that we are under Lord Mingyu, so we don't have to go to the front." Indeed, the first 3-Axe Mountain group that entered the world within a world will stay within the center of the main group. And the main group never thought of using a 4-man squad, since the power of a 4-man squad is way too weak. Also, when they are following orders and moving into formation, thousands and thousands of people are moving at once. A 4-man squad in the middle will just get in the way. The North Dragon Castles group has departed. In the eyes of the other members of the Alliance, a grand group soared into the sky all at once. They blocked the sky and sun as tens of thousands of people directly headed towards the distance. 3-Axe Mountain, everyone heed my order, depart. A low sound carried out from the gorilla brute in the core of the 3-Axe Mountains main group as it reverberated around every person's ear. And in the Grand Army, Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, and Ao Gu were naturally a part of it. It's time to depart. Luo Feng's group of 4, like everyone else, soared into the sky at the same time. The Grand Army of nearly 80,000 people exceeded the size of the North Dragon Castle's army by quite a bit. What kind of sight is 80,000 people soaring into the sky at once? It's as if an infinitely large cloud covered the entire sky. The entire plains became black. The army transformed into a countless number of flowing lights as they headed towards the distance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 46, 1 Shot, 1 Kill. Volume 09, Chapter 46, 1 Shot, 1 Kill. Allied Base Camp. The 9th Prince Brolin glanced at the vast army of the 3-Axe Mountain flying into the distance. "Your Majesty." A bodyguard beside him spoke, "Are we still not leaving?" "Don't be anxious." Brolin said coldly, "Everything, I've already determined." "Yes." The bodyguard didn't dare to speak anymore. Within Brolin's mind, he thought, should I hit or not? Grandfather, you did give me an order. Now that the other powers are leaving the Allied base, we can start a war. In the vast universe, the amount of mystery and wonder couldn't be measured. The blood and flesh life forms had the human race and the beast race, both of which were uncountable. There were even other metal life forms, plant life forms, energy beings, AI life forms, etc., too many forms of living beings, and in terms of dangerous places, the white dwarf star and neutron star were the most average. There were even more dangerous regions about. At the same time, there were other mysterious items that were deemed as treasures. These treasures had peculiar effects on the blood and flesh life forms, some others having other effects on the other life forms. In the vast universe, there was a star field, the Black Dragon Mountain star field, and in it, Sanglan star quickly became the center point of the entire star field in a blink of an eye, with many strong warriors arriving and landing there. The cities on Sanglan star were mostly segregated into the ancient city and the urban city. The ancient cities had 1,000,000 years of history embedded into it, and the Universe Mercenary Alliance base was within an ancient city. This city's highest skyscraper had a loft with a big hall that was about 8,600 m tall, and about 1,000 square meters. Within such a big hall, there were 2 large wooden chairs facing each other. In front of the chairs were tea and cups. The 2 chairs faced each other, each with 1 person in them. One of them had a beautiful and handsome appearance, almost like a deity, with eyes like lightning engulfing the world, an absolute warrior, 3-Axe Mountains Sector Lord Jiang Tianchen. On the other end, was a bald old man with an aquiline nose, his eyes peculiar, Black Dragon Mountain Sacred Lands Sector Lord Hargray. Among the two, the center of Jiang Tianchen's forehead had a thunder mark while Hargray's had an ice mark. Even though the two hadn't unleashed any power, the entire large hall was still under the pressure of the thunder energy and ice energy's influence. Jiang Tianchen, the conditions you've given, I cannot agree to them. Hargray's voice was hoarse, akin to 2 knives rubbing against each other. You'll change your mind, Jiang Tianchen said indifferently. The two belonged to the pinnacle of Sector Lord existences, in the Black Dragon Mountain star field. They both stood right at the peak. The only ones stronger were the undying beings. That 9th Prince Brolin was Hargray's grandson, because of Hargray's power, hence the 9th Prince himself had so much authority and power. After all, there were many princes in the empire, many of which were destined never to take the throne and without much special power or privileges. However, because of his mother's lineage, Brolin had much more power. I can only agree to 6 of them. Hargray's eyes were serious, as though his gaze was piercing a hole in the space. Jiang Tianchen, if you agree, then it'll be a huge celebration. There are 9 conditions, not 1 less. Jiang Tianchen shook his head. If you agree, I'll pass the final inheritance crystal ball password to you. Hargray found it hard to suppress the rage on his face. At the same time, in the virtual universe, Abu, dressed in a black long robe, the old man Hargray with the aquiline nose immediately appeared in a palace. Within it, Brolin stood. Grandfather. Brolin's eyes gleamed. Should I act or not? Any later and we might not make it. Do it. Hargray ordered. Make the move against the 3-Axe Mountain people, kill their leading people and steal their AI computers. See if you can get the last passcode from them. Since acquiring the passcodes from the Thunder Castle, they naturally stored them in the AI computers, and transferred them into the virtual universe, informing their sector lord Jiang Tianchen. Understood. Brolin's eyes gleamed, with a sense of excitement and madness. Grandfather, relax. Hargray rubbed his grandson's head adoringly. Brolin seemed extremely docile. He was very clear that whatever extra power and privileges he had obtained as one of the many princes was from this grandfather of his. Even in the royal family, it still depended on power. With a sector lord as a grandfather, his position was obviously different. And any prince that could reach the sector lord level could immediately take the throne. World within a world, allied base. Depart. With an order, there were close to 150,000 survivors of the Black Dragon Mountain Sacred Land, of which 60,000 could clearly hear the 9th Prince. Following his order, the 60,000 rose up and swiftly left. 60,000 people flying side by side. After 2 days of flying, they stopped to rest. Your Majesty, these are the 2,000 elites that have been picked out. A bodyguard said respectfully.
Brolin looked at the 2,000-strong team before him. Very well. Brolin smiled. With a wave of his hand, a disc-shaped universe ship immediately appeared beside on an empty plot of land, right. His storage ring could just fit in universe ship within. Arrange for them to enter the cabin of the ship, the lower cabin. Bu Luo Lin said. Yes. His 8 bodyguards immediately began the arrangements. The entire ship was separated into 3 sections, top, middle and lower level. Every level had tens of meters in height. Hence, every room within had beddings that could be separated into 4 levels. A room that was tens of square meters in space with a height of 10 meters could store up to 8 people, without even squeezing. The entire ship easily stored the 2,000 people. Your Majesty, the 2,000-man army is ready. Depart. Brolin was high-spirited. With an order, the ship immediately rose up and tore through the skies, heading towards where the 3-Axe Mountain army had swiftly flown to. The army's flying speed could never compare to that of the universe ship. Within the universe ship control room, the 9th Prince Brolin stood at the control board. Behind him were his 8 bodyguards. Master, there's 120,000 kilometers until we reach the 3-Axe Mountain army. Another 100,000 kilometers. 80,000 kilometers. 60,000 kilometers. The control board screen constantly reported, about to make contact, 20,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers, 5,000 kilometers. The ship decreased its speed. Scan the entire army, pinpoint the 12 important targets. Brolin ordered. Yes, Master. This D8 grade universe ship scanning area was a total of 200,000 kilometers, easily scanning everyone within the 3-Axe Mountain army. Immediately, a robotic voice resounded, 3-Axe Mountain army, a total of 78,503 people. The locations of the 12 important people are. A large screen appeared within the ship. On it, a scene of the vast army, with 12 lit-up dots. Simultaneously on the left side of the screen, 12 head figures appeared, of which there were 2 universe levels, a few head captains, and Luo Feng's image. Use the D6 grade laser cannon and bombard their army. This will throw them into chaos. Don't attack these 12 all have treasures. Their AI computers might have the passcode. It'd be a waste if it were to be destroyed. Arrange for another 12 to use the laser guns and kill these 12. And during the chaos, swiftly send the team to acquire the treasures from these 12. Especially their AI computers. Brolin said coldly. Yes. The 8 bodyguards complied respectfully. A C2 grade laser gun. Even though Brolin had brought 9 initially, when the 2 million army entered into the world within a world, they too brought along more. Pulling out 12 of them was indeed easy. Go on. Brolin stifled his voice, yet his eyes filled with anticipation. The vast army of the 3-Axe Mountain was flying in the skies. Luo Feng and his team of 4 were mixed in, laughing and chatting, their moods especially good. Third brother, we've struck it big. Even after training till Domain Lord, we won't ever have a lack of money. Thunder God laughed. Don't get overconfident and satisfied. Hong smiled. Luo Feng, however, communicated via spirit energy, everybody be careful, my scanning equipment was scanned, there should be a large scanning system scanning us. A large scanning system? Hong, Thunder God, and Ao Gu were shocked within. Right. Luo Feng nodded, his expression serious, all be careful. Luo Feng and his team all went on high alert. The entire 3-Axe Mountain army, however, were still engaged in discussion and laughter. Rumble. 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 3 large black silhouettes, like 3 black holes, descended on the large army. Luo Feng and his team felt like the entire land and skies immediately went silent. Without a sound or trace, they could only see the distant explosions and tremors, the hundreds of star-level 9 warriors vaporizing into nothingness, also the visible ripples from the explosions dispersed in all directions, sweeping past the rest of the army, with a large number of the soldiers getting killed, fresh blood erupting from their armors and helmets. The first attack, without a sound or trace, had killed everyone within a 100 m radius.
with a huge rumble following it, causing a large number of explorers to suffer from the aftereffects.
Rumble. Another cannon shot.
Losing thousands of people, this was also due to the close density of the army. Luo Feng opened his eyes wide, shocked totally from the terrifying cannon fire.
Shie.
Luo Feng felt as though his brain had been hit by a hard stick.
12 beams of light descended from the sky.
In a flash, they hit 12 people within the 3-Axe Mountain army, including the 2 universe-level warriors and the other head captains, even Luo Feng.
Shie.
Shie. Shie. Shie. Shie. Shie. Shie. Shie. Shie. Shie. Shie. Shie.
12 beams of white light. 12 people fell immediately.
Third brother.
Luo Feng.
Master.
Hong, Thunder God, and Aogu awakened from the shock, and the fallen Luo Feng could only open his eyes dizzily. What? Luo Feng's head was still ringing. That was 12 shots of C2 grade laser guns. The 11 other people in the 3-Axe Mountain, including the 2 universe levels, have all been killed.
You were saved by your cloud contact vine's sturdiness.
Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's consciousness.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 9, Chapter 47, Return to Tsong Lan Star.
Volume 09 Chapter 47, Return to Tsong Lan Star.
What?
Luo Feng was shocked as he spun around surveying the surroundings.
Rumble.
Almost as though the land and skies were torn apart, a large enormous universe ship suddenly appeared in mid-air. At the same time, the bottom of ship automatically split open with large amounts of black uniformed armored explorers rushing out, flying downwards, forming 12 teams and madly rushing down like a mad wind. Also, beams of lasers constantly shot down in different directions at the 3-Axe Mountain faction, causing them to be thrown into chaos.
Block them. Kill them. It's the Black Dragon Mountain people. Kill.
Roars of rage resounded from within the 3-Axe Mountain faction. Even though they lost thousands, the remaining 80,000 people were still those that survived through countless struggles and battles. Even with the mad chaos from the sneak attack, they quickly regained their composure.
Mid-air, within the universe ship control room.
The 9th Prince Brolin coldly stood at the control board. Through the external simulator, he clearly observed the happenings below. After the first 3-pronged attack of the D6 cannon, along with the 12 laser guns repeatedly firing, especially with the 2,000 elite soldiers forming 12 teams and fiercely rushing into the confused army, the 80,000-man army of the 3-Axe Mountain scrambled to gather and defend against the attack. Close to 80,000 people, however, they were separated and dispersed. And the 12 elite groups were valiant. They even had laser guns, seeking the treasures from the 12 people. Naturally, their efficiency was high.
Number 1 success. Number 8 success. Number 9 success. Number 6 success.
Messages began to come in. The elite teams quickly gathered the quantum computers or storage rings and immediately returned. This quick as lightning sneak attack lasted no more than 3 minutes. Those 12 teams swiftly returned into the universe ship and it accelerated and disappeared into the skies.
The 3-Axe Mountain's army all looked up and watched as the ship left, roaring with rage. Among the crowd, Luo Feng and his team too were filled with rage.
Luckily you had the cloud contact vine as protection, otherwise, the 9th Prince Brolin is really scum, bastard, garbage. Thunder God was incomparably enraged.
Almost. Han's expression too was ugly. That Brolin is truly vicious.
Luo Feng could clearly smell the air that was filled with the metallic smell of blood, also looking at the distant lands where armors, boots, helmets, filled with minced meat, bones and bone-chilling large amounts of blood. Amongst which there were a large amount of bodies from the 9th Prince's own elite team.
Don't think so much, right now we can do nothing about it.
Luo Feng growled softly, We have to bear with it first and follow the army out. That's what's most important.
Right.
Han and Thunder God were also filled with rage, but they could only bear with it. The Three-Axe Mountain army swiftly regained discipline and order. Obviously losing a few thousand didn't have much impact. Luo Feng, however, had some lingering fear if that shot earlier had pierced through his brain. If it were a normal human, they'd die without doubt. However, his life core was stored within his internal world. Even if his head was pierced, it could still regrow. If that happened and if I was discovered even by the Three-Axe Mountain army, I, Luo Feng, have the ability to survive even after my brains have been blown to bits. It would definitely arouse their suspicion. Even the universe levels, domain lords, sector lords on Son Lonstar would all be curious. Luo Feng was afraid of that the most. Within the universe ship, we acquired 7 quantum computers and 8 storage items. The 9th Prince Brolin's face seemed encased in a layer of ice cold, staring at the quantum computers and storage items on the ground, saying solemnly, "This is your efficiency? Your Majesty." Of the 12 shot by the laser gun, 11 died, there was one that didn't. And when we went to retrieve the quantum computers, those beside the bodies also took some of them, hence, we only acquired 7 computers and 8 storage items. That alone was no easy feat. A bodyguard spoke. Brolin glanced at him. That bodyguard shivered, not daring to speak. In the future, if you don't do a good job, don't find excuses, understood? Brolin looked at the bodyguard. Understood. The bodyguard knelt down on one knee. One person didn't die. Who was it? Brolin asked. Number 12 target. The bodyguard replied. Brolin creased his eyebrows. I remember him. It's the same punk with the universe ship. You can all leave. Brolin said solemnly. The 8 swiftly retreated. Only Brolin remained in the control room, after which he squatted down and began to examine each device along with the storage items. 6 treasures? Brolin didn't seem to care, carefully looking through the quantum computers. No. We didn't find the passcode data. These computers, none of them were used to exchange for the inheritance crystal passcode? Brolin's expression ashened, panicking within before raging about and stomping hard around, destroying every one of the quantum computers. Son Lonstar. In an extremely tall skyscraper that soared through the skies, 2 peak sector lords Zhang Tianshan and Hargray sat facing each other. Hargray, I stick to what I said. If you want the final passcode, then you have to agree to my 9 conditions, not one less. Zhang Tianshan said calmly. You are indeed vicious. Hargray squinted his eyes. The two stared at each other. I agree to your conditions. Hargray took a deep breath. Zhang Tianshan stood up, his face full of smiles. Hargray, it's been a pleasure working with you. The pleasure is mine. Hargray stood up, smiling just a little. Zhang Tianshan's smile, however, was full and wide. Don't be so unwilling. You want the inheritance crystal ball, so it's not much for me to ask for these. Zhang Tianshan's lips curled into a smile. Also, a soldier of mine in the world within a world exchanged for the passcode and has the quantum computer. I've ordered him long ago to completely destroy it. That soldier himself, I've also sent people to kill him. Hence, no matter what you do in the world within a world, you'll never acquire the last passcode. Hargray's expression ashened, before he managed to squeeze out a smile. Respect, respect. Same. Zhang Tianshan smiled. Prepare what you need to. When the time comes, I'll hand over the passcode to you, but what you want, I require a month to prepare. Hargray said. I'm in no rush. No rush at all. Whenever you've prepared the things on your side, I'll pass the passcode to you. Zhang Tianshan laughed. Hargray, then I'll leave first. I won't see you out. Hargray said. Poof. A faint sense of thunder energy was left in the large hall. Zhang Tianshan, who was originally standing there, vanished. Hargray walked towards a large window beside him,
From more than 8,000 m above the sky, he looked down out towards the ancient city, his gaze piercing and cold, saying softly, "Zhang Tianchen, you've gained quite a bit this time. Next time, I'll definitely make you pay back even more than now, but..." Hargray's expression was malevolent. This exchange had cost him almost his entire wealth to be taken away by Zhang Tianchen. Howl! Hargray roared with rage. Poof! The cold air blew and Hargray too disappeared from the large hall. After a short while, the doors of the large hall finally opened and two waiters walked in, exchanging glances. The doors were locked and the windows were locked. Where did they go? After flying for about 7 days, they finally reached the exit, arriving at the Valley of Wind and Thunder in the World of Thunder. After that, after about 7 days of flying in the World of Thunder, the 3X Mountain Army finally reached the exit to Songlan Star. The only thing was, this exit wasn't as large as the black hole at the Valley of Wind and Thunder, that allowed about a 100 to pass at a time, while this one only allowed a few people at a time. Shwa! 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 The explorers all became beams of light and headed out continuously. This exit is too small. With so many people, how long will it take? Thunder God floated up, looking ahead. Even though the explorers' speeds are very fast, it'll take about an hour for us to get there. Luo Feng calculated and spoke. Even if 10 people passed per second, it took about an hour for 30,000 over people to get to the center of the group, which was where they were. We are finally about to exit. Hong smiled as he sighed. This trip was indeed mysterious. Yes, indeed. Luo Feng smiled. They originally came to take part in the trainee exams. Who would have thought that they'd discover a world within a world, and everyone forgot about the exams immediately, throwing themselves into the world within a world to gamble. This world within a world represented immense wealth. Obviously gambling was the right choice. Luo Feng's rewards were incredibly large. In terms of wealth, it was comparable to a sector lord. Of course, they still couldn't compare to the pinnacle of sector lords like the Thunder Sector Lord Kabu, Zhang Tianchan or Hargray. In terms of power, the Cloud Contact Vine too acquired a large breakthrough. We have quite a bit of wealth, however, the difference between our power and wealth is huge. Thunder God muttered, "We have to increase our strength when we return." Yes. Luo Feng nodded. During the wait, with large numbers of explorers flying and exiting, it finally reached their turn. Let's go! Charge! Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God and Ao Gu became 4 beams of light and swiftly entered into the light waterfall. Songlan Star, Ancient City. A pathway was specially made in a wall of the vial, allowing a large amount of explorers exiting from the World of Thunder to fly through. So, countless explorers continuously flew out. All explorers, please gather in front. Anybody who tries to escape will be killed. If you don't listen to orders, you'll be killed. In mid-air, universe levels from different powers floated above. Occasionally there was a domain lord. These strong warriors looked coldly at the group of lucky survivors from the explorer army. Sounds of angry orders resounded through every explorer's ears, causing the army to remain orderly and not dare to fly about recklessly. Third brother, look over there. Among the large army, Thunder God said shocked. Luo Feng turned to where Thunder God was looking at. In the distance, floating amongst the powerful warriors, was one dressed in dark green army, ears pointy, the cold-looking Nuolan Shan. Nuolan Shan sensed that someone was looking at him and turned to look, easily spotting Luo Feng among the group. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 48, Meeting Mingyu. Volume 09, Chapter 48, Meeting Mingyu. Not good. Luo Feng's expression changed. Originally in charge of governing the discipline of the army, the moment he saw Luo Feng, Nuolan Shan's eyes gleamed and he immediately rushed over. What luck! I actually got to bump into this punk. Meeting him in reality. I'll settle this now for offending me. With my status, who would stop me?
Newland Shan was very confident. In the vast universe, it was indeed this way. A universe level's position was tens of millions of times higher than a star level. Breaking into the universe level was a huge step upwards. A universe level killing a star level was indeed just like killing an ant. And Newland Shan was prepared to kill that ant Luo Feng. On the flat land of the ancient city within Song Lan Star, the Three-Axe Mountain army flew down and prepared to gather. And the distant Newland Shan kept heading towards to army center. This is the Three-Axe Mountain army, Newland Shan. What is someone like you from the 100 Tiger building doing here? What do you want? A powerful fierce spirit energy immediately transmitted through the entire 70,000 army, causing the vast army of explorers to turn over and look. Within an instant they all spotted the human silhouette in the distance rushing over, Newland Shan. That's Newland Shan? 100 Tiger buildings people? What's someone from 100 Tiger building flying over here for? The explorer army immediately began to discuss. With 70,000 people watching him, Newland Shan, who was flying over, suddenly stopped, his expression ugly, scolding secretly that Luo Feng sure has guts, only a star-level cannon fodder, and he actually dared to transmit via genetic energy all over. That's too arrogant. Within an army, one small soldier broadcasting loud enough for everyone to hear? One theory, normally, soldiers didn't dare shout that loud. However, Newland Shan didn't even know Luo Feng wasn't a soldier of the Three-Axe Mountain organization. Newland Shan, stop. Stop. What are you doing here? Immediately 5 other similar managers flew over. These 5 belonged to the Three-Axe Mountain organization and were universe levels. The 5 all had ugly expressions. These explorers, many of them bring along with them treasures from the world within a world. The sector lords and domain lords haven't come to retrieve them. Newland Shan, someone from 100 Tiger building actually dares to come barging into our army. Are you thinking of stealing the treasures? He a universe level, surely he wasn't that daring. The 5 universe levels raged within. 5 sirs. Newland Shan revealed a smile. Newland Shan, you want to barge into our army? The 5 looked at him. No, not at all. Newland Shan communicated, I am but 1 universe level. The number of people on Song Lan Star stronger than me ranges in the thousands to tens of thousands. With the domain and sector lords here, I don't even dare to have such thoughts. I just spotted a personal enemy. I didn't expect to see him today, hence I thought of settling it now. Oh. The 5 universe levels nodded. Who is your enemy? Among the 5, a tall and sturdy man with hair like steel spoke. He's called Luo Feng. He is but a small soldier in the army. Newland Shan spoke. Small soldier? The 5 exchanged glances. 5 sirs, giving me that one small soldier, that shouldn't be a problem, right? Newland Shan didn't dare mess around. After all, there were many other universe levels and domain lords around maintaining the discipline. If he dared barge in, even if the other organizations didn't do anything, his own 100 Tiger building would personally deal with him. The treasures obtained by the explorer army hasn't been retrieved by the sector and domain lords. At this time, not one soldier can be passed to you. The 5 universe levels were all calm and clear with their regulations. Newland Shan's expression grew even uglier. Newland Shan, right now the other universe levels and domain lords are looking over. I think you should leave now. The 5 said, looking at him. Newland Shan bit down and turned to leave without saying anything. Among the army, Luo Feng watched as the distant Newland Shan, after being held up by the 5 universe levels, turned and left bitterly. Newland Shan? We have to find a chance to settle him once and for all. Luo Feng thought within. This Newland Shan, we definitely have to kill him. Han's expression was heavy. He transmitted, otherwise with his Newland Shan family eyeing the treasures on Earth, our Earth will never find peace. Shall we get Lord Mingyu to act? Thunder God looked at Luo Feng and Hong. Luo Feng's eyes lit up. Right. They would be meeting Mingyu in a second. and he was a Universe 2-star mercenary, a powerful one even amongst the Domain Lords.
Domain Lord Mingyu, if he was willing, it would be simple.
After all, as the levels went up, breaking through got harder and harder. At the same time, the difference in power would only get crazier. When we give our treasure to Mingyu later, we can ask for his help. There's a high chance of success.
Luo Feng nodded. Luo Feng, what treasure are you prepared to give Mingyu? Thunder God transmitted. Right, Luo Feng, what do you think about this problem?
Hong looked at Luo Feng. As most of the contributions were done by Luo Feng during this treasure exchange, the two decided to let Luo Feng decide.
A level 5 good genetic energy weapon. Luo Feng said. Just one?
Hong and Thunder God looked at him.
Right, just one is enough.
This one, in terms of price, even with Lord Mingyu's entire fortune, he would still have a hard time purchasing this. Luo Feng, with Babata's guidance, was very clear on which weapon and their prices, even though the Thunderstone exchange price for this weapon wasn't that much higher than the Firewheel, the worst weapon they had. However, in terms of price it was tens of times higher. Mingyu, a Domain Lord, even if he was strong amongst the Domain Lords, would probably not be able to afford it even with his entire fortune. Time passed. The Three Axe Mountains explorer survivors were stationed at the ancient city's flatland. A few strong people began to fly over, taking their men with them. As time passed even more, the number of the army gradually decreased, 70,000, 60,000, 50,000, 40,000.
Luo Feng. Ah, I've finally found you four.
This is truly a joyous occasion, huh? That carefree laughter resounded. A tall and sturdy Mingyu floated in mid-air.
Luo Feng's 4-man team along with 200 others flew towards Mingyu. Lord!
The 200 explorers slightly bowed.
Luo Feng's team of 4 stood together and bowed respectfully as well. Lord Mingyu. Very well, let's go over to my villa and have a rest. Mingyu brought Luo Feng's group along with another 200 adventurers along and swiftly left. About 20 kilometers away from the flatland, outside the ancient city. An old department store penthouse, Newell Shan was looking at the flatland through a window. The moment he saw Luo Feng leave with Mingyu, his expression changed greatly. Not good. I didn't expect Luo Feng to actually be under someone like Lord Mingyu, and from the looks of it, Mingyu treats him well too. Killing him is going to be hard. Newell Shan violently smashed the bamboo beside him. Chi, it crumbled into pieces. An elegant construct, a beautiful villa on a grassland. The 200 explorers had long been sent off. Luo Feng and his team of 4 sat with Mingyu around a table. Being brought over by Mingyu, Luo Feng was somewhat disappointed. After waiting there for so long, they never got to see any sector lords. The sector lords all sent people over to bring the explorer army over. None of them personally came. Speaking of which, this trip was indeed a pity. I sent a soldier called Bindi who actually broke through to the universe level to get me a treasure. However, even though he got the lowest price treasure, it was still an expensive treasure. Mingyu shook his head inside. Who'd expect along the way he'd run into the army of the 9th prince and have his treasure taken from him? Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God exchanged glances. This Lord Mingyu was indeed unlucky. So how were your earnings from this world within a world? Mingyu looked at them. We exchanged for 1 treasure. Luo Feng smiled as he looked at Mingyu. Mingyu's eyes sharpened, immediately lighting up as he looked at them. What treasure? Mingyu was anxious and anticipating. Luo Feng's thoughts moved and immediately a 3-m-long broadsword floated in mid-air. On its surface were extremely complicated engravings. The peculiar engravings gave off an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. The space around it seemed to tremor. An incredibly huge and powerful aura, it made Luo Feng and his team's face go pale. Lord Mingyu, this is the level 5 genetic energy weapon air cutter knife. Luo Feng said. Good. Mingyu's eyes burned with intensity, staring hard at the air cutter knife. Treasure.
Compared to the treasure that his underling Bindi acquired, it was even more valuable. This air cutter knife was an incredibly expensive weapon. After all, amongst the level 3 weapons, the highest grade cost a few hundred billion, the lowest costing $1 billion black dragon dollars, a difference of 100 times. One theory, the price difference for a level 5 genetic energy weapon was even more crazy. That fire will belong to the lowest grade, while this air cutter knife was actually close to the top. Just one was enough to get a few tens of fire wheels. Luo Feng, this present of yours sure is big. Mingyu's expression was complicated, looking at Luo Feng and his team. Do you know the price of this present of yours? An astronomical price. Luo Feng smiled. It's a price we are unable to even imagine, I only know that. Right, astronomical. Even all of my wealth together doesn't come close to its price. Mingyu looked at Luo Feng. I said before, I won't mistreat you. State any requests. I want to kill a man. Luo Feng said. Kill someone, what's his power? Domain Lord level what? Mingyu creased his eyebrows. Universe level 9. Luo Feng said. Ha, Mingyu laughed, universe level 9? To him, that was simply too easy. Killing 10 of them would still be far below this air cutter knife you've given me. How about this? Mingyu thought for a while. I'll give 1/3 of my territory to you. No, that may invite trouble and people to watch you. Okay, I'll give 100,000 life planets, from today on, to you to have half the rights, the other half remaining with me. However you can govern all the normal affairs, the earnings from the planets, the soldiers, I don't care. As for cash, Mingyu thought about it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 49, The Appearance of a Sector Lord. Volume 09, Chapter 49, The Appearance of a Sector Lord. Lord Mingyu. Luo Feng said, I'm just a star level, having so much property and money is useless, Mingyu looked at Luo Feng, that iron rigid face revealed a smile. Luo Feng, too much wealth and property, indeed you cannot use it now. However, I as a domain lord, how can I just receive your goodwill like this? What's more, having a few properties and being the leader of these planets has its advantages. How about lesser property, 10,000 life planets? Just 100 life planets. Luo Feng nodded. Having more planets as property wasn't really useful to Luo Feng. Getting a 100 of them as his own was just customary. Alright, then a 100 planets, with a 100 life planets as property, it won't be too eye-catching in the universe, you won't gain any attention from the bigger powers. Mingyu smiled. As for cash, I really don't have much cash now, far from the price of this air cutter blade. Lord Mingyu, just give whatever. We three brothers have had a big enough earning. Luo Feng was very clear that he shouldn't be too greedy. Otherwise, the moment he got the bad side of the other person, that would mean trouble. What's more, he had acquired many treasures this time. This air cutter blade alone wasn't even a tenth of his other treasures combined. It didn't mean much. Give me your account number, Mingyu said. Yes. Luo Feng told him his Universe Galaxy Bank's account number. TSK, Universe Galaxy Bank. You have some money too. Mingyu smiled, at the same time sending a part of his consciousness into the virtual universe network and engaging in the transfer procedures. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God were secretly guessing just how much this Lord Mingyu would transfer over. Luo Feng, you've received a mail, Babata said. Open. Luo Feng swiftly closed his eyes, his consciousness entering the virtual universe network and allowing Babata to open the mail. It was a notification from the Universe Galaxy Bank. Respected customer, how do you do? Your account with us has just received a transfer of 20 billion universe dollars. Since your account has reached the 10 billion universe dollar margin, it automatically rose to a 2-star account.
You will also automatically become a respected 2-star client. As a star client, you will receive several special privileges. At the bottom of the mail, there was a list of the special privileges and their explanations. Universe Galaxy Bank. A very simple letter, however it really shocked Luo Feng. Back on Jade Rockstar, Luo Feng already knew the meaning of a 1-star account. And back then the 2 Universe mercenaries were only 1-star clients. Obviously being able to become a 1-star client alone was a very hard thing to achieve. So, once one saves 10 billion Universe dollars he automatically becomes a 2-star client? 10 billion Universe dollars, 1 Universe dollar was akin to about 3,300 Ganwu dollars, 10 billion Universe dollars, equated to about 33 trillion Ganwu dollars. One planet's price range is usually 1 trillion Black Dragon dollars, or 700 million Ganwu dollars. That means that 10 billion Universe dollars is close to about 50,000 life planets. With that thought, Luo Feng was shocked. The domain lord Mingyu just gave him cash akin to tens of thousands of life planets. To the domain lords, even that was a pretty huge sum. Within the villa, Lord Mingyu. Luo Feng stood up. Sit. Mingyu waved his hand downwards. Luo Feng suddenly felt a formless energy pressing on his shoulders. He couldn't even resist, allowing himself to sit back down. Don't think I've given you a lot. Mingyu shook his head, his eyes with a sense of laughter and goodwill. I haven't given you much at all. If you were to give something like the fire wheel, then what I've given would have been considered much. However, you gave me an air cutter blade. If I gave you too little, I would feel guilty, and I'd feel like I owed you. It would affect my training. Poof. The space around slightly tremored. Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, and Aogo were all shocked. Another person had suddenly popped up within the quiet villa, a tall and skinny cold-looking man with 2 horns on his forehead, his black cape drifting in the wind, his eyes gazed over. It seemed also though both the land and skies were all within his field of vision. Lord General. Mingyu stood up and bowed respectfully, at the same time communicating to Luo Feng's group. This is one of the sector lords from the 3-Axe Mountain. Sector Lord. Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, and Aogu quickly bowed. Sector Lord. They had never personally seen a living Sector Lord. Luo Feng couldn't resist sneaking a glance at the Sector Lord. His aura wasn't very strong but his eyes made one's heart palpitate with fear. Mingyu, your luck is not bad. The tall and skinny man stood there, his legs slightly floating in mid-air, looking at Mingyu. He. Mingyu revealed a simple and honest smile. Air cutter blade, I'm buying it. The tall and skinny man said, this knife suits me well. Level 5 genetic energy weapon, I'm unable to fully unleash its power. Mingyu smiled, to be able to let the general use it is my honor. Following which, Mingyu handed over the storage ring, retrieving the air cutter blade which he had just gotten himself. That thick knife floated directly towards the tall and skinny man. The tall and skinny man extended his arm and received the air cutter blade, his eyes gleaming. Shie. 2 beams of golden light shot out from his eyes onto the surface of the blade. The peculiar engravings on the blade made his eyes glow even more. Good blade. The tall and skinny man gestured with the air cutter blade, swinging towards the sky. Hua! The clear blue sky became almost like a piece of cloth. Immediately a rip of about 2 to 3 kilometers long was sliced through, extremely sharp and clean. The crack could be clearly seen for a while before it started to recover and return to its original state. Ah, the extremely cold tall and skinny man finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Congratulations, General. Mingyu bowed. Ha, this is indeed an air cutter blade. My understanding of the space origin is only but a hair's thick. However, with this air cutter blade's help, my power has been greatly increased. The tall and skinny man looked at Mingyu. Mingyu, I'm keeping this. Naturally I won't let you lose out on this deal. I've already transferred the money to your account. Also, I owe you a favor. So? The tall and skinny man immediately vanished. Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God and Ao Gu were still in a trance. Before, the Sector Lord had suddenly appeared, taken the air cutter blade, sliced open a tear in space and seemingly vanished. Space tear? 2 to 3 kilometers long tear? Luo Feng was shocked within. He was actually able to slice a tear into the space? Also, he teleported. He didn't teleport, but flew. Just that his flying speed is incredibly fast. As for not conjuring up any wind resistance, that's because of the Sector Lord's control of the universe origin. Babata's voice resounded. Flew? How fast? Luo Feng asked. When he left, his speed reached about 32,169 kilometers per second. Luo Feng blinked a couple of times. Light speed was but 300,000 kilometers per second, and that Sector Lord earlier, even though he hadn't unleashed his full speed, he was still able to instantly reach 1/10 of light speed, indeed a power that could easily destroy a planet and all its life with a wave of his hand. Within the villa, the tall and sturdy domain Lord Mingyu laughed carefree before standing up. Luo Feng, I took the air cutter blade you gave me and sold it at a high price. I really have to thank you. Mingyu laughed as he looked at Luo Feng. Speak, who's the universe level 9 you wanted me to kill before? Nuolin Shan. Luo Feng said. Hong and Thunder God too looked at Mingyu anxiously. Nuolin Shan? Mingyu was slightly shocked, his eyebrows creasing. Him? Is there a problem? Luo Feng asked. A little trouble, but no big problem. Mingyu shook his head smiling. He acquired the Battle Axe Warrior title, hence his chances of breaking through to Domain Lord is very high. Hence the 100 Tiger Building has always treated him as an elite. However, he hasn't broken through after so many years, especially now that he's not too far from his lifespan ending, plus his status in the 100 Tiger Building has fallen. It shouldn't be anything. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God let out a sigh of relief. The three exchanged glances. Nuolin Shan. He had to die. That way, they could truly find peace. Let me take a look. Just where on Song Lonstar has he gone? Mingyu closed his eyes. A formless spirit energy swiftly spread out, covering the entire Song Lonstar while intentionally avoiding the Sector Lords. 1 second later, Mingyu opened his eyes. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God looked with anticipation. He's not on Song Lonstar. Mingyu shook his head. Not here? Luo Feng and the other two were shocked. I've already checked the entire Song Lonstar. He's indeed not here now. Mingyu said apologetically, my apologies. If I ever meet him next time, I'll definitely kill him and fulfill my promise. It's not the fault of Lord Mingyu that Nuolin Shan just got lucky. Luo Feng said, feeling regretful. Such a good chance and they didn't manage to kill Nuolin Shan. If they could kill him with this one blow, then this entire world within a world trip would have been perfect. Within the dark universe. A universe ship was swiftly flying, within the control room. Teacher, we are returning so quickly. There are so many strong people on Song Lonstar, such a rare gathering. Wouldn't it be better to stay a while longer? 2 universe warriors stood beside, checking the records on just how Mingyu and Luo Feng were connected. The 2 universe-level warriors shook their heads. I've asked around, no one knows. Me too, no one has heard of Lord Mingyu having anyone important under him named Luo Feng. Nuolin Shan's face was ashen while listening to his disciples' replies. This Luo Feng knew that I wanted to kill him, hence he made a good relationship with Lord Mingyu. He would most likely ask Lord Mingyu to kill me. Nuolin Shan thought, and Lord Mingyu and I aren't from the same organization, he wouldn't even think twice. No matter, it's better that I leave Song Lonstar earlier. Ever since he discovered Luo Feng and his group leaving with Mingyu, Nuolin Shan hadn't been able to relax. Following which, he immediately took his ship and left Song Lonstar. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 50, Inheritance Crystal.
Volume 09 Chapter 50, Inheritance Crystal. Since they couldn't kill Newell and Sean, Luo Feng and the other three could only regretfully leave. They first went to the Universe Mercenary Alliance to hand in the items to pass the mercenary trainee exam. Even though they didn't receive enough win cornerstones, Luo Feng and the others killed a bunch of teams that tried to rob them in the world within a world. From the items those teams left behind, they received some win cornerstones. Universe Mercenary Trainee. We've become mercenary trainees, huh? The number of powerful fighters on San Lonstar are as numerous as the clouds. Let's leave earlier. Alright, depart to Earth. Luo Feng and the others swiftly headed towards the port, retrieved their universe spaceship, and departed San Lonstar. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. 3, 2, 1. Pass through the universe. After slightly shaking for a moment, the spaceship started to maintain a speed of 1.2x the speed of light in dark space as it headed towards the appointed direction. In the control room of the spaceship, Luo Feng arranged for his old servant Aogu to rest. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were extremely excited as they stayed in the control room. Same rules as always, big brother, second brother, each of you get 4 billion universe dollars. Luo Feng and the others were currently dividing the spoils. Third brother Hong shook his head. This time, you did all the work. All your second brother and I did was experience the world within a world. Accepting this amount of cash is just. Thunder God also shook his head. Way too much. We don't even need that much anyway. Yet, Luo Feng didn't hesitate as he directly sent 4 billion universe dollars to Hong and Thunder God. Hong and Thunder God both received mail from the virtual universe network. Big brother, second brother, this amount of money is nothing. Our main wealth is those treasures, smiled Luo Feng. Yeah, Hong nodded. Just a single air cutter blade is worth so much, then all these treasures added together. Thunder God's eyes were flashing. Oh yeah. Second brother, your Thunder instruction manual set, a total of 5 sets. With a flip of his hand, the 5 mini quantum computers started hovering on top of Luo Feng's hand. After that, these 5 mini quantum computers fell to the ground. Second brother, each of these mini quantum computers contains a Thunder instruction manual. You can study them carefully. Sector Lord Kabo's instruction manual? Thunder God bent down and took out all the chips of the 5 mini quantum computers and then plugged one into his own mini quantum computer. Feels great. Thunder God was so excited his face turned red. He closed his eyes as he started to study the instruction manual. In the control room, Thunder God was looking through the Thunder instruction manuals while Luo Feng and Hong talked with each other. Third brother Hong said seriously in a low voice, the prices of the other treasures added together are extremely valuable, even more valuable than the air cutter knife. How are you preparing to deal with them? Sell them, said Luo Feng. How? Frowned Hong, these treasures are too valuable and will probably attract super powerful fighters. Perhaps not only will we not be able to earn any money from selling them, we'll give out our lives in the process. Luo Feng nodded as he smiled. I understand that concept, but I have a way. A way? What way? Asked Hong curiously. I'll keep that a secret for now, smiled Luo Feng mysteriously. In truth, all these treasures added together are worth way more than all the property of a sector lord. More valuable than eternal love. Taking treasures like these out. With Luo Feng's star-level strength, it is indeed hard to deal with. If he's not careful, he'll bring disaster upon himself as powerful fighters realize what is in Luo Feng's possession. If it was back when he just arrived at San Lonstar, then Luo Feng would indeed have no method of dealing with these treasures. But now, Luo Feng already has a way to deal with them, and in a very safe manner also. Dark space was extremely quiet. Around 21 days was required to go from San Lonstar to Earth. In the control room, after Luo Feng and Hong chatted for quite a while, they suddenly noticed Thunder God widely opening his eyes. Second brother? Hong smiled as he looked at him. Why are your eyes open so wide? I didn't see such a dumbfounded look on your face even after we received so many treasures, second brother Luo Feng also joked. Thunder God blinked twice and looked towards Hong and Luo Feng. Big brother, 30, I need to tell you guys something. Luo Feng and Thunder God exchanged glances. Something wasn't right. What happened? Hong looked at Thunder God. Thunder God mumbled, didn't 30 say that he received the inheritance of Yun Mo planet? I seemed to have received the inheritance of Sector Lord Kabu. Luo Feng and Hong widened their eyes. Inheritance? Receiving an instruction manual versus receiving an inheritance are two completely different ideas. I just swiftly browsed through those 5 instruction manual sets and plugged in the 5 different chips, said Thunder God lowly. 4 of the instruction manual sets are actual instruction manuals. However, the chip of the 5th instruction manual actually contained an AI. An AI? Luo Feng and Hong realized something. It's that white-bearded old man. Thunder God blinked twice. He even congratulated me saying that I became Sector Lord Kabu's student. Lord Wu? Luo Feng froze. The main entity of that messed up living AI Lord Wu is actually in one of those 5 chips? Sector Lord Kabu's student. How come this scene seems so similar to the scene where he became the student of Yun Mo planet's master Hu Yenbo? However, his teacher is Yun Mo planet's master Hu Yenbo. And Thunder God became the student of Sector Lord Kabu, who has already passed away. I bought 5 sets of instruction manuals but ended up buying second brother a teacher? Luo Feng was speechless. World within a world. After the huge adventurer army completely left, a few internal members of the Universe Mercenary Alliance, a sector lord and 2 domain lords, entered the world within a world and arrived in front of the ancient castle. Rumble. The ancient castle collapsed with a rumble. My lord, there are no treasures inside the castle. An extremely fat bearded man with pink skin who seemed like a ball yelled respectfully. My lord, the AI inside this castle is just a regular AI and not a living AI. The white-bearded old man living AI in the castle must be on one of the adventurers in the adventurer army and left the world within a world, said the other skinny bearded man. The sector lord in the black battle uniform said, hovered in midair as he frowned, if so, then whatever. The world within a world itself is a treasure. Contact the Universe Mercenary Alliance in the Black Dragon Mountain sector. The Thunder world will stop being the examination world. I need to redesign this world within a world. This world within a world can entirely become a secret location for our alliance to train our men. Yes, my lord, said the 2 domain lords respectfully. The black-clothed sector lord hovered in midair. Suddenly, he extended both hands. Rumble. All of a sudden, the sky turned black. The powerful source energy of the universe constantly streamed from the core of the world within a world. This world within a world began its new renovation. Only a sector lord is able to execute such a task. Songlan Star, an old city, top floor of the skyscraper that was over 8,000 meters tall. The 2 sector lords Hargray and Zhang Tianchen sat face to face. Zhang Tianchen, here's what you want. Hargray mindlessly tossed a flashing spatial storage ring which drew an arc as it landed towards Zhang Tianchen in front of him. Zhang Tianchen smiled as he extended his hand to catch it. Hargray, you sure are a good business partner. Here's the final password to the inheritance crystal. Zhang Tianchen directly sent an email to Hargray via the virtual universe network. Hargray also immediately received it and knew that it contained the final password. As a sector lord, it is very easy to divide a bit of his consciousness to deal with it. You won't send a fake password, will you? Hargray's eyes glowed as they scanned across Zhang Tianchen. I'm not so shameless. Zhang Tianchen smiled lightly. Hargray, you can go to the Universe First Bank right now to try and see if you can take out the stored inheritance crystal. Hargray directly stood up. Whoosh! He vanished into thin air. In just a second, on the other end of Songlan Star in a dreamy city,
Hargray has already entered the Universe First Bank's extremely conspicuous building.
3-star customer? The manager of the Universe First Bank branch of Songlon Star was a 3-eyed, hunchback old man with a shell on his back. Right when the AI system of the bank alerted him that a 3-star customer has arrived at the bank, the branch manager rushed to the first floor's lobby as fast as possible to welcome him. A moment later, the lobby of the 19th floor of the building. Mr. Hargray, the branch manager, bowed respectfully. Since he was able to become a branch manager on an important planet like Songlon Star, he has a lot of authority. His authority allows him to assist, at best, 3-star customers. I want to retrieve an item, said Hargray coldly.
Retrieve an item?
The branch manager was confused. This Hargray never stored anything at this location. An item from 10 million years ago, added Hargray. Mr. Hargray, an item from 10 million years ago must have been transported to the Ganwu Universe branch for storage, smiled the branch manager, as long as Mr. Hargray successfully gives the correct account number and password, we will bring the item from the Ganwu Universe and bring it to the customer's appointed location as fast as possible.
Hargray slightly nodded. The account is.
Hargray swiftly gave the account number. The security of this account is extremely high, 3 passwords are needed. The branch manager helped input the numbers on the side.
The first password is.
Correct, said the branch manager on the side. The second password is, continued Hargray.
Correct.
The third password is. Correct, said the branch manager.
Beep.
The branch manager smiled as he looked at Hargray. Mr. Hargray, in just a moment, the bank's system will quickly give you the detailed information. However, from my experience, it will take about a month to transport something from the Ganwu universe.
Okay, Hargray held his breath from excitement.
He spent a lot of time and effort to get this inheritance crystal, especially for the last password. Zhang Tianchen took a lot of his treasures away in the process of getting the last password. The branch manager's face suddenly changed as he looked at the screen beside him.
What?
Hargray looked at him. Mr. Hargray, I think, there will not be a need to transport anything from the Ganwu universe. The branch manager looked towards him.
Hargray frowned.
The stored item is a recording, said the branch manager.
You leave first.
Hargray ferociously waved his hand.
Yes, the branch manager left the room.
Hargray stood in front of the monitor.
An audio file appeared on the display.
Hargray's face was sullen as he tapped on the screen. In a moment, the audio file, which has been stored for 10 million years, started to play. I'm extremely ecstatic to notify you, you've
been duped. Ha, so how does it feel, you mad?
Did you sacrifice a lot for the 3 passwords?
I definitely won't give the 3 passwords to the same organization.
I made you guys work like mad crazy for them and then ruined everything for you in the end.
LOL.
Hargray fiercely clenched his teeth.
Pa!
With a furious wave of his hand, Hargray smashed the monitor in front of him into pieces. 3-star customer, you destroyed the property of our bank. Please pay according to the price our company supplies. An electronic sound reverberated around the room.
Hargray was extremely enraged. Die!
With a furious burst, Hargray's powerful aura started to emanate and caused the various items in the lobby to blow up.
Huge amounts of shattered pieces and dust emanated around the room.
The inheritance crystal, just where is it?
In the dust, Hargray clenched his teeth.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 1, Dealing with the Treasures. Volume 10, Chapter 1, Dealing with the Treasures. The entire excavation of the world within a world on Songlon Star had left the entire Black Dragon Mountain starfield in a state of unrest. Have you heard, recently there was a Star Traveler level idiot on Rocknastar that took out a heavenly priced treasure to sell. And later it was taken away by a universe level warrior, however, that universe-level warrior not only lost his life later because of this treasure, but his entire family too was razed to the ground. A universe-level warrior lost his life? Family razed to the ground? What treasure was it? I heard that a world within a world was discovered on Song Lonstar recently. This heavenly priced item was one from within. The treasure from the world within a world, those were items that attracted even the 4 large organizations in 2 sacred lands to fight for them. Taking any one of them out would be worth a few tens of thousands of life planets. A few tens of thousands of life planets? My God, just how highly priced are they? Anyway, right now the entire Black Dragon Mountain star field, many large and small families, organizations, are all closely watching. The moment anyone tries to sell these items, they'll rush into it. These sorts of heavenly treasures are really scorching to the hand. Still, countless people want them. Madness. The many families and organizations within the Black Dragon Mountain star field had gone mad. One had to know that the largest power within the Black Dragon Mountain star field, the 16 large families, was first created by 16 sector lords. This means that in the Black Dragon Mountain starfield, the sector lord's power was the highest. The other large and small organizations, having a domain lord warrior was considered not bad already. And the treasures from the world within a world, any one of them, had terrifying enticing powers towards any domain lords. So, occasionally 1 or 2 treasures leaking out, drawing the attention of the various powers, that wasn't strange at all. Those star levels, they don't have any good routes to sell at all. The moment they try and take the treasures out, they'd be easily discovered. Watch closely for me, watch carefully at every important planet within the Black Dragon Mountain starfield. The moment anyone tries to sell these heavenly items, immediately report to me. Yes, President. These treasures were scorching. Without the power or route to sell them, they would bring only tragedy to oneself. And these treasures were so valuable that even universe-level warriors who wanted them could still easily lose their lives in the process. Within the dark universe, Luo Feng's little team sat on the universe ship and continued on their journey. It was already the 12th day of the flight. They still required about 9 days more to reach Earth. As for the news of star-level explorers from the Black Dragon Mountain star field already trying to sell the heavenly items, they didn't know yet. Within the resting room of the universe ship. The resting room was sorted out like a study, with a desk and chair. There was even a very comfortable bed beside. It's time to deal with these treasures, they are really dangerous to have. Luo Feng sat at the chair, opening the laptop on the table. This was a product of Earth. There was no way around it. Luo Feng was used to Earth's lousier models. The treasures I exchanged for, along with what the Cloud Contact Vine stole, there's a total of 48 of them. 48 treasures. There were some cheaper than the air cutter knife, while others more expensive than it. An air cutter knife alone was enough to make the domain lord Mingyu extremely excited, even to the point where a sector lord bought it immediately. These 48 treasures added together could probably match up to the wealth of a sector lord altogether. As for the dead sector lord Kabu, that was the wealth level of a poorer undying. The entire 312 items, Luo Feng only acquired 49, one given to Mingyu. One could see how big an earning Luo Feng had acquired. Connect to the virtual universe network. Luo Feng closed his eyes, his consciousness connecting straight to the network. Virtual universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island 9-star Bay. When Luo Feng appeared before his own house's door, there was Luo Hua walking about casually. His eyes gleamed, shouting, "Big brother." "Luo Hua, what's the matter?" Luo Feng smiled as he looked at his little brother. "I wanted to look for you earlier, however I didn't get the chance to meet you." Luo Hua pulled him. "Big brother, sit here, I have important matters to tell you." Luo Feng sat time, looking curiously at his brother. "It's like that." Luo Hua explained, "The Earth's 5 governments have discussed and they really want to enter the universe, making contact with some of the people within the universe." "Can't they enter the virtual universe?" Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. "In the virtual universe, they can communicate with other people." "No, they want to make contact in reality," Luo Hua said.
Reality? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows even more. Luo Hua saw the situation and said helplessly, "Big brother, don't you know how the countries on Earth are?" They were initially satisfied with being able to enter the virtual universe, however as time passed, their ambitions got bigger. This ambition cannot be controlled. If you let them enter the real universe now, they might request for more after, but man's ambition could never be quelled. Once he had something good, he would naturally want something better. "No problem, allow them," Luo Feng said seriously. "Allow them?" Luo Hua was so shocked he stared wide-eyed. "Right." Luo Feng nodded. "Even though Earth is very safe, we cannot let the humans of Earth just stay on there forever. It's time to let them make contact with the universe, let them go through some hardship and adversities, only then will they realize how the humans of Earth are going to survive within the universe." Luo Hua was suspicious, "But brother, which planet can they go to? Will those planet management people agree to a large-scale immigration? If those people don't agree, I'll just have to buy the planet." Luo Feng smiled. "What's more, I have 100 life planets under my name. As a leader, the immigration would definitely be much easier." 100? Luo Hua stared wide-eyed. "Big brother, I'll tell you when I return." Luo Feng smiled and stood up. "As for the humans of Earth wanting to move to the universe, I'll discuss with them when I get back. Oh, we'll end it here today, I still have matters to attend to." "Okay." Luo Hua stood up too. Mail? Luo Hua curiously opened the mail. This was a notification from the bank. They informed him that his account had a transfer of $4 billion universe dollars. $4 billion universe dollars? Luo Hua was shocked. "That's for you, good luck and work hard." Luo Feng's voice could be heard in the distance. Luo Hua looked up. The distant Luo Feng was already walking out of the 9-stay Bay district. Looking at his back, Luo Hua felt extremely shocked. "What has my brother been up to these few days? How did he get $4 billion universe dollars to give me so quickly? And these are universe dollars, even more valuable than Ganwu dollars." At the entrance of the 9-star Bay district, Luo Feng waved his hand in the air. Immediately, a carriage pulled by 2 horses with wings descended. Luo Feng jumped up into the carriage and Saturday. "Sir, where to?" the chauffeur asked. "To the Universe Galaxy Bank," Luo Feng said. Immediately, the wings of the horses flapped and the carriage swiftly rose into the air, flying with shocking speed. The carriage, however, remained steady and comfortable in the breeze. In the virtual universe, usually distant places were traveled to using coordinates delivery, closer places were traveled to with these carriages. That was because everybody's body structure was comparable to a student level 4 in the virtual universe, hence they were unable to fly and movement was fast, hence relying on these flying horse was much faster. Of course, sitting in these carriages required money. So beautiful. Sitting in the carriage, looking down on the enormous Black Dragon Mountain Island, it was indeed magnificent. "What's that?" Luo Feng looked shocked at the sky. Among the clouds, there was a floating city, and as it floated way high up in the skies, if one were standing on the ground below, he wouldn't be able to spot it with the naked eye. Only when sitting and flying in these carriages would one be able to see through the clouds the faintly discernible city. Floating city. The chauffeur laughed. "Our Black Dragon Mountain's floating city." Every island, every continent has a floating city. Floating city? Luo Feng was shocked. Usually only larger powers or at least universe-level warriors had the rights to enter the floating city. The chauffeur laughed and explained to Luo Feng as he controlled the flying horses, "Sir, we've arrived at the Universe Galaxy Bank." "Who, The flying horses rushed downwards and their wings gently flapped, their 4 hooves floating in mid-air, gently landing at the entrance of the Universe Galaxy Bank. "Thanks." Luo Feng laughed as he got off. The carriage swiftly rushed towards the skies again. The fees were automatically deducted from the person's account. Virtual Universe Black Dragon Mountain Island, Universe Galaxy Bank. Welcome.
Luo Feng stepped into the bank, heading straight to the side self-service path and entered, following which he entered into a self-service booth room. Entering into the private room. Please enter your account. The automated voice sounded. Luo Feng swiftly entered. This was his teacher's 5-star account. Immediately the signal within the room scanned Luo Feng, and as Luo Feng had once withdrawn money on Jade Rockstar before, it had already left a basic record. Passcode authorized. User authorized. Rumble. What was originally a normal room immediately transformed into a luxurious room. An extremely beautiful female AI stood beside, respectfully saying, "Respected 5-star client, how do you do? I am AI number 008231, here to service you." How do you do? Luo Feng smiled as he looked at the female AI, secretly happy. Everything was going according to how Babata had mentioned. As he had successfully opened the 5-star account before, he was already regarded as a 5-star client in the Universe Galaxy Bank. One had to know, Luo Feng had acquired 20 billion universe dollars from Mingyu. This was more than many domain lords' entire wealth. However, he had only become a 2-star client then. 5-star client, how high was that? This Universe Galaxy Bank, as a 5-star client, had many very detailed services. Of course. These services required money too. I need to deal with a few items. Luo Feng looked at the female AI before him. The female AI gently bowed. Respected 5-star client, our Universe Galaxy Bank has item selling services. We have many routes and networks to sell off any items in the vast universe, in all of the universe countries. We can definitely help you sell them off in the shortest amount of time possible. We only require 1,000th of the deal. Luo Feng laughed. This was how a 5-star client was treated. Selling off these dangerous and scorching items was just that simple. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 2, Increase in Wealth. Volume 10, Chapter 2, Increase in Wealth. Other than the goods selling services, our Universe Galaxy Bank also has the goods buying services. However, our purchasing prices are based off of the normal prices. The female robotic voice was clear and crisp. She smiled and was incomparably respectful. I picked the goods selling services. Luo Feng said. Even though the selling services required the 1,000th commission fee, the selling prices were usually not bad. Even giving away the commission would still far exceed the original buying price of the bank. Beside him was the experienced and knowledgeable Babata, making sure Luo Feng wouldn't make any losses. These are the 48 items I need to sell. Luo Feng swiftly processed through his AI Babata, passing along the detailed information of the 48 treasures to the female AI. 48 items, our Universe Galaxy Bank can immediately begin posting and selling through the virtual universe. The female AI smiled. Please confirm the location of these 48 items and the time of transfer to our bank. Ganwu Star Sector, Black Dragon Mountain Starfield, Milky Way's Bylon Star. Luo Feng reported the details in time. The time was 8 days from now, after he reaches Bylon Star. Time and location confirmed. The female AI smiled. Please sign the selling release form. A contract floated before Luo Feng. It was very detailed, including both parties' responsibilities and liabilities, along with the violation penalties, etc. D. The selling release form has been completed. The female AI smiled. Respected 5-star client, is there anything else I can help you with? Nothing. Luo Feng laughed as he stood up and turned towards the entrance, leaving immediately. Rumble. The luxurious room immediately vanished and returned to its original self-service booth. 5-star clients, as the most absolute and important clients of the Universe Galaxy Bank, the bank had made many privileges and services available for only them. However, since they were services, they required money too. However, in the universe, if one didn't have a proper route, even if one had money, one couldn't do certain things. For example, selling these 48 treasures, if he tried to sell them in the Black Dragon Mountain starfield, it would simply result in chaos. However, through the Universe Galaxy Bank, he could sell within many large universe countries without creating any commotion for himself. 48 treasures, they could just about reach up to 10 or 20% of Sector Lord Kabu's entire wealth. However, Sector Lord Kabu, compared to the Yun Mo planet's master, was incomparably poor. After 7 months, Luo Feng and his brothers returned to Bai Lan Star, a life planet very close to Earth. Luo Feng and his group spent 3 months within the world of Thunder. In the world within a world, first excavating for universe crystals and later for thunderstones for a month, after which battling for another 1.5 months. Including the time returning to Tson Lan Star from the world within a world and later from Tson Lan Star to Earth. It was about 7 months in all. Year 2063, mid-April, Luo Feng left Earth. China time, year November 16, 2063, 1:16 p.m., a universe ship entered Bai Lan Star. Within the ship's control room, Luo Feng and his brothers surveyed the warehouse below. In front of the warehouses was an exquisite and beautiful universe ship with the Universe Galaxy Bank logo. It was streamlined shape and gave off an incomparably dreamy feeling. 30. The deal with those treasures, just that simple? Thunder God looked at the ship below. Right, just that simple, I just have to pass the treasures to them and it's over. Luo Feng smiled. They won't kill and rob? Thunder God looked uneasily at the ship below. Ha, Luo Feng laughed, second brother, this is the Universe Galaxy Bank, and you've seen that ship, it's a grade 3 ship, this represents incredible wealth. For entities like the Universe Galaxy Bank, the Universe First Bank, these two super large banks, they emphasize trust the most. Even with items thousands and in tens of thousands of times more expensive than our 48 treasures, they wouldn't even blink an eye. Don't be petty. What's more, when I go make the deal, the entire scene will be recorded by the bank's AI system. Those bank workers wouldn't dare kill and rob us. Luo Feng smiled, the moment they dare betray us, they would simply go pop and explode. During their conversation, the ship landed on the surface. Hua. The cabin door opened, Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God and Aogu jumped out, immediately flying straight towards the dreamy-looking ship. The door on the streamlined ship opened and 3 men in Universe Galaxy Bank uniforms stood there, one of which was a domain lord, the other 2 were also universe level. Sir, please pass your goods to me. The domain lord smiled humbly and respectfully, even though he could see easily that the ones before him were only star levels. However, the level of this deal was extremely high, and every move he made was being recorded by the bank's AI system, hence he had to act according to the bank's requests, humble and full of respect, and he had to smile. These are the goods. Luo Feng passed over a storage ring. A dreamy blur beam of light shot out from the universe ship onto the storage ring. Within a second, a voice resounded, goods confirmed. Sir, the deal is a success. Thank you for your support of the Universe Galaxy Bank. The domain lord bowed slightly, his face slightly twitching. A domain lord bowing to a few star levels? Ha, then I won't send you, we'll be leaving. Luo Feng laughed and turned to go. The domain lord and 2 universe levels returned to their ship. Within the ship, their expressions were strange and puzzled. It was actually a few star levels dealing with us, what a joke. We even had to bow to them earlier. How uncomfortable. The 2 universe levels were incredibly dissatisfied. The domain lord beside them creased his green eyebrows. Our service level is incredibly high, usually we deal with undying beings. Occasionally we deal with sector lords. This time we actually dealt with some star-level punks, however they may be from some ultra-large families or even disciples of some superpower. The other 2 universe levels nodded. Right. Their team's dealings were usually with much higher-leveled customers. All either 4-star or 5-star clients, and under normal circumstances, 4-star clients were normally undying or lucky sector lords who struck windfalls. As for 5-star clients, those were without a doubt super powerful beings that could easily shake and tremor countless galaxies. Whining about it for a bit is okay, but never reveal any bit of information about the client, otherwise we'll be dealt with by the bank. Don't say I didn't warn you. The green-haired domain lord exclaimed. Yes, sir. The two universe levels complied. After Luo Feng and his team had finished the deal on Bailan Star, they sat in the universe ship and left, engaging in universe travel heading towards their home, Earth. Within the control room. Ah, a domain lord bowing to us? Thunder God laughed satisfied. Unbelievable. Hong exclaimed. First and second brother. Luo Feng laughed as he looked at them. The money has already been transferred to my account, everything according to our old distribution agreement. Stop. Thunder God shook his head. I don't want it. You gave me the 5 set thunder techniques. Just getting that spent a large amount of thunder stones, about 20% of our entire stock. What's more, within that set there was even a living AI, that old Wu, allowing me to gain the inheritance of Sector Lord Kabu. Accurately speaking, I've had the greatest earnings. Don't give me anything. What a stroke of luck actually getting Sector Lord Kabu's inheritance. Hong smiled. That Sector Lord must have prepared everything for him. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. He himself had acquired an inheritance from his teacher, split into 3 different accounts. What his second brother acquired shouldn't be too far off. Big brother. Luo Feng looked at Hong. I have enough money. If you want to give me anything, get me another life fruit next time. Hong said, 1 life fruit would be about 20%. Life fruit? Luo Feng nodded. Life fruit, even though within that world within a world, it required a total of 800,000 thunder stones. However, in reality outside, it was hard to even buy one if one wanted, and if one acquired one, the price was extremely shocking. The 20% he acquired would maybe even be insufficient. Very well. Luo Feng nodded. Then I'll first enter the Virtual Universe Network. Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island 9-star Bay. Luo Feng's study, a screen was before him. So many messages. Luo Feng sat at the chair, opening the first one. Respected client, how are you? Your account with us has just received 1.123 trillion universe dollars. Your account has passed the 10 mixed element units threshold. 1 mixed element is the highest denominator. Each mixed element is equivalent to 1 trillion universe dollars, automatically rising to a 3-star account. You also automatically rise to become our respected 3-star client. As a 3-star client, you have several special privileges. The bottom of the mail displays the special privileges and their explanations. Universe Galaxy Bank. The first email was a huge transfer email. Over 11 trillion? Luo Feng looked and held his breath. 11 trillion universe dollars, what concept was that? Normally within the universe, one galaxy was worth about 100 billion, 1 trillion. In other words, Luo Feng's wealth was equivalent to about tens of galaxies. And a sector lord usually joining any empire would only receive 1 galaxy, of course as long as they worked hard. Getting a few of them wasn't hard. 11 trillion universe dollars, equivalent to tens of galaxies. It was definitely comparable to a sector lord's wealth level. Within the universe, the true forms of currency are mainly 2. One is the universe crystal, universe dollars. These are energy crystals condensed by a sector lord's power and formed. The other is the undying crystal, undying dollars. These are special energy crystals condensed by undying and their power of the universe origin sources. They are even more valuable. However, the universe dollars works as currency more within the market and deals. As for the undying dollars, they are used within war and battle equipment. No matter which human race, or other races, they are all unwilling to sell their undying crystals. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. As for the mixed element unit, it's a large amount used frequently by the superpowers during their deals. Luo Feng blinked his eyes hard. Within a blink of an eye he had suddenly become a wealthy person capable of owning tens of galaxies. Don't get excited, this little bit of wealth doesn't mean much in the vast universe.
You are only a 3-star client. In the vast universe, you are only a small shrimp, a few tens of galaxies? Just moderately affluent. Babata said, work and train hard. When you reach the domain lord and inherit your teacher's 5-star account, you'll be rich. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 3, Record. Volume 10, Chapter 3, Record. Alright, I'm just a little shrimp. Luo Feng smiled, looking at the screen. Including the letter he was looking at, there were a total of 7 messages, of which 5 were from the Universe Galaxy Bank, the 6th was from the Virtual Universe Company, the 7th from the Battle Axe Coliseum. D. Luo Feng gently tapped the screen, opening the second message. Greetings, respected client. Are you constantly putting large amounts of money into your account and having to withdraw when you need it? I have to remind you that this is an extremely low efficiency way of utilizing your money. As long as you pass it to us to circulate, you will constantly receive increases in rewards. We can guarantee there will be no losses. As for the rewards, according to the trends, there will be slight differences in the amount every year. Our highest record for a user in history has been over 100% before. Right. As long as you pass $1 trillion universe dollars for us to handle, 1 year later, it could very likely become $2 trillion universe dollars. Even in bad situations, we can guarantee no losses. Here are some of the achievements randomly picked out by our investment department. Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh, raising his finger and gently opening the third. Greetings, respected client. Our team has the greatest planet management skills. Do you have a large amount of planet territories? However, they are not giving you enough rewards and earnings? As long as you pass them to us to manage, we will cultivate the highest and most elite warriors, loyal soldiers, at the same time ensuring the earnings of every planet. The efficiency will greatly increase. Also, we can help set up a sect or a large and strong family. A sect, family, dynasty, school. You can pick any plan and allow us help you manage your territory. Luo Feng read all 5 messages in one go. The second message is from the Universe Galaxy Bank's investment department. They want me to allow them to use my money to invest in trade stocks. The third message is a service, saying I can pay to allow them to help manage my planets, helping me cultivate loyal underlings. Also with different plans like a sect, family, etc. The fourth is asking to help me invest and trade in the stock market. The higher the percentage of returns, the greater the risks. The fifth is just for my relaxation, providing different forms of services. Luo Feng shook his head. 2 of the 5 above messages were about investment and stock trading, one with a guaranteed no-loss policy while the other had uncertain risks, and according to what he understood from his little brother, the financial market in the universe was very dark. The 2 super banks would absorb lots of ordinary people's money to form a large power and battle the tides. They normally used ordinary people's money to specially raise themselves into a sedan chair. Luo Feng, the 6th and 7th mail are important, you should take a look. Babata said. Luo Feng was shocked. Very important? The 6th mail was from the Virtual Universe Company. Luo Feng raised his finger and opened it. Greetings. The moment you became a 3-star client, you gained the right to participate in the Ganwu auction. In the universe, several treasures and items belong to an extra high level and grade, and many others are hard to purchase even if one had the money. And the auction our Virtual Universe Company organizes is specially to allow people to be able to purchase such items. The Ganwu auction is organized once every 3 years. The lowest requirement to enter the auction is to be a 3-star client in either the Universe First Bank or the Universe Galaxy Bank. The next Ganwu auction will be in 2 years. As for the specific details, please look at the attachment below. Virtual Universe Company. Luo Feng looked seriously at the screen before him. The requirements for this Ganwu auction were indeed high, the lowest actually being a 3-star client at either of the 2 super banks.
And 3-star clients were normally sector lords, or large wealthy people with great amounts of power.
To allow a group of sector lords to take part in an auction.
Luo Feng, in the Ganwu auction, there will be many incomparably valuable treasures, like the life fruit, along with some level 5 weapons that only Undying could forge, and other high-level weapons. All these can be seen at the auction.
To the strong, this auction is very important. Babata reminded, only through this auction will you be able to get certain items.
Luo Feng nodded.
Of course, this is only the most basic auction.
The auctions the Virtual Universe Company organizes are split into the basic, middle, and high-level auctions. The basic auction, the lowest requirement is to be a 3-star client, and normal 3-star clients are sector lords.
The middle-level auction, the lowest requirement is a 4-star client, and normal 4-star clients are Undying.
Hence, the middle-level auctions are usually filled with Undying participating. Every treasure at the auction, I'm afraid even your entire fortune won't be enough to buy even one.
The high-level auctions, the lowest requirement is to be a 5-star client.
These auctions, the ones participating are the large organizations, the Leviathans. Or some superpowers within the Ganwu universe country or other universe countries, or some super Undyings who work alone. The high-level auctions, every treasure is incomparably expensive. However, one high-level auction, just the preparation time is usually very long, and the items are what Undying would risk everything to get, some trying hard but not getting them, like your teacher.
Luo Feng was shocked.
His teacher, the master of the Yun-Mo planet, lost his life back then for a certain item. A 3-star client, within the Black Dragon Mountain star field, is quite impressive.
However, in the entire universe, it's just average.
As for the auctions, you can only participate in your own empire's auction, the Ganwu auction.
You don't have the rights to enter others. Babata said.
Luo Feng nodded.
These auctions had huge requirements, people without background or money wouldn't even have heard of them.
Even the basic auction, the lowest requirement was to be a 3-star client.
The next Ganwu auction will be 2 years and 1 month from now.
Luo Feng secretly anticipated this level of auction. He definitely had to participate.
Luo Feng sat in his study, finishing up the introduction of the auction, feeling even more anxious. There would indeed be many valuable treasures there. The last message is from the Battle Axe Coliseum?
Luo Feng raised his finger and opened it curiously. This message was a notification. When he became a 3-star client, he automatically gained the title of bronze member. He could go watch the battles of the Battle Axe Coliseum.
Battle Axe Coliseum?
A membership, is it important?
Luo Feng asked suspiciously.
The membership himself isn't, however, the live broadcast of the Battle Axe Coliseum battles are important. The little devil the size of a huge fist on Luo Feng's shoulder emphasized, every battle the Battle Axe Coliseum organizes are life or death. At least one must die before the battle will end. Hence these battles are very valuable to watch.
They are very important and rewarding to one's training and realization.
Luo Feng nodded. Along with this message came an attachment of the list of the upcoming battles. Luo Feng opened it.
Death battles within the next 7 days. A total of 6,201 battles?
Luo Feng stared wide-eyed. There are 6,118 universe-level battles, 82 domain lord battles and 1 sector lord battle.
Luo Feng took a deep chilly breath. Within the short span of 7 days, there were so many death battles? And even a sector lord level death battle? That's normal. The Battle Axe Coliseum spreads over every empire in the universe.
One empire alone is vast and enormous. With all of them added together, with so many death battles in the next 7 days, that's normal.
Babata explained, look, of these 6,201 death battles, the ones belonging to the Ganwu universe are only these 3.
On the list, the universe death battles, 6,118 of them were arranged according to the number of viewers from highest to lowest. The most anticipated life and death battle was one where both fighters were at the level 6 stage. Universe level 6 stage, so many people spectating? Luo Feng curiously opened the battle to view the details. Both of them came from the Desolate Peaks universe country. One was named Genji and was from the Lu Shou clan. The other was Hanks, a slave from a slave owner. Genji was born on planet Lu Shou and their living environment is extremely hostile, with many wild beasts roaming the land killing weaker and smaller Lu Shou people. Only the strong survived. And the genius of the clan Genji very quickly rose from the planet and reached Star Traveler level, even star level, arousing the attention of the leaders of the planet. Genji later became an elite soldier of one of the leaders. He constantly worked hard and his position rose greater, with the leader later giving him more benefits and privileges. Genji became the leader of the Lu Shou planet and the hero of the Lu Shou clan. However, later, the leader angered a large enemy and came under attack. Many of the planets he owned, including Lu Shou, were robbed away, with many Lu Shou clan people becoming slaves. Genji worked hard to reach the universe level, after which he sold himself to the Battle Axe Coliseum. The Battle Axe Coliseum bought him over from the original leader, and Genji had to experience 1,000 battles within the Battle Axe Coliseum. If he survived, he would recover his freedom. Hanks lived on a very normal planet, leading a normal life. Many youths on this planet, including the young Hanks, was taken by a slave trader forcefully. This slave trader took many slaves and began his hellish training, with many failed subjects being eliminated and sold off as slaves. While the elites continued training, Hanks was one of the elites, becoming star level and breaking through to the universe level. However, because of the microchip, he remained a slave. Later on he grew incredibly strong. Being sold off as a simple universe level alone wasn't worth it, hence the slave trader made a deal with him. As long as he could survive through 1,000 death battles in the Battle Axe Coliseum, he would be returned his freedom, but this was because the longer one survived within the Battle Axe Coliseum, the higher the appearance fees. And this was much more than simply selling him off. The slave trader was very clear. Only by allowing the slave to truly wish and anticipate his freedom, would he truly unleash his strongest abilities within the battles. Hence he gave him the deal that if he made it through 1,000 battles, he would regain his freedom. Genji, 691 wins. Hanks, 821 wins. Both universe level 6. This battle was the highest profile battle within the upcoming 7 days, out of the over 6,000 battles within the universe's Battle Axe Coliseum. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 4, Battleground. Volume 10, Chapter 4, Battleground. Genji, Fighter, with a domain level 5. Hanks, Spirit Reader Controller with a domain level 4. To be able to have domains level 4 and 5 within the universe level 6, these two were definitely considered geniuses. The most important thing was these two had high battle abilities. Many other similar level 4, 5, and even 6 level domains geniuses had all lost their lives to them. 691 wins, 821 wins, these two were definitely veterans within the Battle Axe Coliseum. These two people. Luo Feng exclaimed softly to himself. Looking at their backstory, Genji was doing it for his family and clan. Hanks was a slave forced by his trader. And amongst them one definitely had to die. This battle, we definitely have to watch it. Luo Feng carefully looked at the information on the screen. 1 hour? Universe ship, via universe travel, from Bylon Star to Earth, took about 8 hours. Luo Feng immediately dragged Hong and Thunder God along to watch the battle. Battle Axe Coliseum, one of the 5 leviathans of the human race. In the virtual universe network, a space was specially created here. On it was a wide river that traveled throughout the entire space. Its strength was shocking, and on this seemingly endless river floated several islands. On each of them were dojos. Island number 08921. This was a snow-covered island. Its most daunting construct was a huge dojo, at the center of it was an empty plot of land, surrounding it were blurred large amounts of seats. The second, third, and fourth level of the dojo were all private rooms. Only members were allowed into the private rooms. And normal spectators could only watch from the bleachers far away. I've got my eye on Genji. His blade skills are impressive. Every time I see his skills, I get a very dreamy feeling, one filled with the energy of life. He'll definitely win. Betting on Genji? His payouts are very low. So what if they are low? His payouts are 1 minute and 1.31 seconds, and Hanks is 1 minute and 2.68 seconds. From the management side of the Battle Axe Coliseum, it's obvious they too are betting on Genji. Who cares about the low payout, as long as I earn money? If Genji wins, I'll have earned a lot. I'll bet on him. I'll bet on Hanks. There might be an upset. I bet 600,000 universe dollars. Only 600,000 universe dollars. I bet 2 million universe dollars that Genji will win. I bet 1 million universe dollars, just for fun. 3 beastmen with green horns dressed in luxurious clothes sat in the spectators' seats and discussed. Suddenly in the alleyway beside them, a silver-haired handsome man carrying a child walked towards the staircase beside and swiftly climbed up. Going up? The bank account must be at least 3 stars. Who is that man with silver hair? No idea. We 3 brothers only recognize people from our star field. In these places, many others, including us, aren't from the same empire. Who would know? The 3 with green horns discussed. At the same time, another 5 went upstairs. As the start of the battle drew closer, more people filled the arena. Levels of blurred silhouettes of guests had filled over half of the seats, with at least 100,000 people, and many others upstairs. To be able to enter the private rooms upstairs, one's bank account had to be at least 3 stars or even higher. Look at those 3 punks, those eyes filled with curiosity, that demeanor. One look and one can tell they are country bumpkins that have never seen such things before. I agree with Big Brother. From the interactions and gazes that I've had with people before, these 3 seem lowly and uneducated. Can't be anyone big. I agree too. The 3 beastmen with green horns looked at 3 youths walking in the distant alleyway. The 3 were chatting and laughing, looking around curiously at the arena's construct, following which, the 3 too began their climb upstairs. The 3 beastmen immediately stared wide-eyed. They had actually miscalculated. 3-star clients? I've seen ghosts. How could I actually misread them? Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God swiftly went upstairs, entering their private room according to their ticket. As a member, one had a private room to himself and he could bring his family, friends, servants etc. to enjoy the match. As for how many he brought, it was totally up to the member. However, the private room was only that big, and the more people one brings, the tighter it got. Third brother, this Battle Axe Coliseum is indeed forthright. From what I saw earlier, to watch a match like this, the ticket prices are very expensive. And a member can actually watch like this for free. Thunder God exclaimed, and from walking in earlier, from the crowds of people in the seats, I heard from their discussions that all of their bets were at least in the hundreds of thousands of universe dollars, up to millions, so rich. Hong smiled. To be able to come here, even those on the first level, many must be planet leaders. Right. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Right, 1 trillion black dragon dollars was akin to 300,000 universe dollars. Meaning to say those people were casually betting up to tens of planets at a go. They were definitely people with background and money from their own star fields. No matter how much background and reputation, they still weren't members. Battle Axe Coliseum members, the lowest requirement was at least a 3-star client. Normally only sector lords had this sort of status. In the Black Dragon Mountain starfield, only the 16 large families had such people, and even though they had sector lords, they weren't definitely 3-star clients. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen from the universe. This death battle is about to begin immediately. Please everyone hurry and make your bets, there isn't much time left. Genji winning, payout 1 minute and 1.31 seconds. Hanks, payout is 1 minute and 2.68 seconds. If both die together, payout is 1 hour 81 minutes. Yes, 81 times payout. For opponents who are so evenly matched, there might very likely come a situation where both perish. A booming voice, using perfect universe language, reverberated around the room and in everyone's ears. Only 5 minutes remain to bet. Everyone please hurry and bet. Within the private room. First time here, we should make a bet. Thunder God smiled. Big brother, 30, who are you going to bet on? I bet on Hanks. Hong said seriously, looking at him. I remember back when I was a youth and trained as an assassin, his struggles are tens of millions of times greater than mine. Slave traders make their slaves go through hell. I believe he should win. I bet on him, 100 million universe dollars. 100 million? Luo Feng looked shocked at Hong. How much money Hong had? Luo Feng was very clear. He had given him 4 billion universe dollars before, and with the universe crystal separation, he had another 1 billion universe crystals. In terms of wealth, Hong's exceeded only 5 billion universe dollars. Throwing 100 million down like this, it seems like Hong was really into it. I choose Genji, 100 million universe dollars. I feel like his chances are bigger. Thunder God said, 30, how about you? Me? Luo Feng looked through the window of the private room. Right at the center of the Battle Axe Coliseum, a large screen displayed the two warriors and their information. That Hanks was extremely cold, as though he stepped out of hell. That Genji, his eyes seemed firm and solid, with a sense of anticipation, smiling frequently. I choose him, Genji. Luo Feng said, also 100 million universe dollars. He didn't know why, but as he looked at Genji, thinking about how this warrior was fighting for his home and clan, fighting to regain his home planet's freedom and to never let them become slaves again, selling himself to the Battle Axe Coliseum when he couldn't deal with the enemy and fighting for survival. Luo Feng somewhat resonated with him. He too had such huge pressure on him, and the threat of the Newell Shan family still hasn't been extinguished. However, unlike Genji, Luo Feng had several more trump cards in hand. I wish for your success, to be able to survive 1,000 battles. Luo Feng thought to himself. Virtual Universe, Arena 08921. Betting end. Ladies and gentlemen, this death battle will begin immediately. The warriors in this death battle are the fighter Genji and the spirit reader controller Hanks. They are both Universe Level 6. The location of this battle is in Desolate Peak Universe Country, Red Bird Star Field on a normal uninhabited planet. Right now, we'll begin the live broadcast of the battle, but following which, the entire dojo became dark and a snow-white planet appeared in the center of the arena. It constantly expanded and on its surface, the winds howled with hail and snow dancing about in the wind. Vaguely, one could see among the winds and rubble, two human silhouettes. One dressed in a dark blue robe, in boots, and carrying a battle knife and round shield, a cold-looking youth. He was Genji. Opposite, dressed in black armor, long hair flying, his face with a scar, with two sabers at his waist, a long white dragon flying about his body. He was Hanks. Death battle, location on a desolate planet. Among the two of them, only one would live and leave the planet. Begin. A thick voice resounded from space, hitting the two warriors' ears on the planet. On this planet's incomparably thin atmosphere, one dressed in golden armor and boots, a bald warrior surveyed below. He, a domain lord warrior, was the overseer of this death battle. If any one of them dared to flee before the battle was decided, he would immediately kill him. A universe-level battle, with a domain lord overseer. Domain lord level battle, sector lord overseer. A sector lord battle, undying overseer. This was the rule of the Battle Axe Coliseum. The moment one signed and agreed to battle, there was no way out. Lu Xiao. The blue-robed youth muttered to himself, following which his eyes gleamed and like two lasers, gazed hard at the distant black-clothed man. 822 victories. The black-clothed man Hanks, his eyes filled with incomparably strong killing intent, like a devil from hell. Rumble. Rumble. The howling winds and rubble were blown apart, however the huger Axe Dojo's camera was swift and incomparably clear, capturing every bit of the battle, also transferring to the virtual universe network, displaying at 08921 arena. Everyone at the arena could clearly see the entire battle scene. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 5, The Grassfield of His Dreams. Volume 10, Chapter 5, The Grassfield of His Dreams. Seal. The black-clothed man Hanks floated in mid-air, the earth and sand dancing about him. With a shout, the snow-white dragon circling about him stopped. What was originally complex silver-white embroidery on the surface began to glow and form that long dragon. Pang! The large amount of embroidery dispersed, swiftly filling up the surrounding land and skies, every bit glowing brightly, turning the entire world around silver-white in an instant. Hank's domain, snow ice domain. This can't stop me. Dressed in a blue robe, the man took one step at a time towards Hanks. While it seemed slow, it was actually fast as lightning. While walking, the blue robe silhouette actually created 3 mirror images, making one unable to discern immediately which was the true body. All 3 of them were staring hard together at Hank, their gaze sharp as needles. It's no use. The black-clothed Hank stared coldly. Shio! 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 39 needles swiftly formed into a silver-thin snake, as fast as lightning piercing towards the 3 blue-robed images. Following several chi sounds, 2 of the images were destroyed while the blue-robed Genji remained with a strong aura emanating around him. Genji held a shield. That shield swiftly formed a tight defense about him, making the silver-thin snake unable to get around it. The blue-robed man walked one step at a time, his formless aura getting stronger and stronger. His battle knife in his other hand hadn't even been used yet. Virtual universe, within the private room of the dojo. Luo Feng and his brothers watched with anticipation, beads of perspiration falling from their foreheads. Hong exclaimed softly, "Unbelievable, relying on the shield, he can actually defend like that. Almost as though there are no openings at all, from all directions completely sealed in. This is simply too exaggerated. His methods and skills have already reached such an unbelievable level. It is unbelievable." Thunder God held his breath. Impressive. Luo Feng too used a shield, hence he was even clearer of how terrifying that Genji was. That Hanks too is impressive. He actually fused his spirit weapon with his domain, forming an invincible snow ice domain, There was always someone above. Luo Feng and his brothers always thought they were pretty strong. However, watching these 2 warriors in this death battle, whether it was their mental state, domain level, shield skills, spirit reader skills, they far exceeded that of themselves. However, from the looks of it, Genji might win. Thunder God creased his eyebrows. Right. Luo Feng nodded. Right, Hong exclaimed, that Genji's aura has totally suppressed his opponent, and his shield skills make him impenetrable, and he hasn't even used his sword. The moment he unleashes it, it would definitely be invincible. Desolate Star. The youth dressed in blue armor Genji seemed to move slowly. However, in a blink of an eye he actually closed in a few kilometers of distance, floating in mid-air and using all his power to control the spirit weapon to attack. Hank seemed frantic, gritting his teeth. 3 dragon, break. Shio! 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 Needles swiftly gathered and formed 3 silver-thin snakes, madly surrounding and attacking Genji. Humph! Genji snorted softly, using strength from his legs, leaving behind a crater as he jumped. His entire battle knife in his hand had already become a blurry green image, engulfing Hanks, who was in mid-air. And Hanks simultaneously drew both his swords on his waist, holding each in one hand and becoming a beam of light. Shang! 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 The exchange between the 2 universe-level warriors, the impact from their clashes created immensely strong ripples, immediately causing large scars and wearing down the first layer of the ground. Then another few tens of meters lower, the entire area around them, tens of kilometers, immediately was reduced to waste. The waves spread and dispersed in every direction. With every heavy attack and clash, the ripples spread further and violently in every direction, causing the area around them to get swept away. Block. 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 Genji muttered below his breath, the sword in his hand maintaining its incomparably graceful elegance as it slashed towards Hanks, forming a dreamy greensword silhouette. Looking at it, it's almost as though one was looking at a little blade of grass breaking through from the ground, getting stronger as it grew. That continuous thriving life force gave off the feeling of limitless energy. Hank's forehead began to perspire with beads dripping down. He grit his teeth and continued to dodge, at the same time parrying the attacks and controlling his spirit weapon to attack violently at Genji, occasionally using spirit attack techniques too. Helpless. Genji wasn't affected at all. That knife work, which was so full of life, parried and attacked over and over, getting stronger and stronger, again and again. Within the private room. Genji has won, Hanks can't take it anymore. Luo Feng said, looking at the virtual screen in the center of the dojo, those eyes filled with hope, knife work filled with limitless life energy. Genji. 30, if Genji wins, we'll earn big money. Thunder God smiled. It's not over yet. Hong's expression was serious. Amongst the three of them, Luo Feng resonated with Genji's life and story. Hong, however, resonated with Hank's. The two were watching with anticipation at their champions. Of course, if Hanks died, Luo Feng would still feel sorrow and regret. However, in this death battle, one of them had to die, there was no other way. Luo Feng's expression changed. There's hope. Hong's eyes gleamed. That's weird. Thunder God stared wide-eyed. Wah! A special situation has arisen. Ha, the tables are about to turn. Shocked cries filled the entire dojo suddenly, all engaged in discussion. One had to know that surprise situations within the death battles were rare. These death battles relied on the exponent's strengths, and Genji's was indeed above that of Hank's, whether it was shield or sword skills, while defending and attacking simultaneously, it was incomparably perfect. And Genji's mental state was extremely strong. His soul's defense was strong too, soul attacks or hypnotism didn't affect him at all. Hence, even the payout given by the Battle Axe Coliseum was much lower to Genji. Obviously they had deemed that he was much stronger than Hanks. However now, he's evolved. This Hanks, in the face of death, actually managed to realize part of the origin laws? It's indeed the origin laws, it should be the water origin laws. Even though he's just come to understand it, he's still stepped through a very large door. Ha, this death battle, we actually managed to see something like that, it's worth it. Luo Feng and his brothers listened to the discussion from the bleacher stands. They knew very little about the origin laws, however at this time, they could clearly see a large change in the situation of Genji and Hank's death battle. The clashes causes ripples that tremored the ground greatly, creating incomparably large shockwaves below. The two silhouettes moved as fast as lightning. Shie! 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 Hank's eyes gleamed, his snow ice domain had engulfed the entire land and earth, his three silver thin snakes seemed alive again, almost as though three slippery thin snakes. They surrounded Genji and madly attacked. Genji used his shield to defend, however, he seemed frantic, no longer as relaxed as before. Shang! Shang! Genji not only used the shield, but also his battle knife to defend. No! No! Genji began to perspire profusely, his defense with the shield and sword had already reached their limit. Floating in the distance, the black-clothed Hanks surveyed over the scene, his eyes flashed and the three silver thin snakes' attack speeds actually rose and grew again, causing Genji to be unable to defend. A thin silver light brushed through the shield and it actually caused this silver thin snake to explode. However, its front half, with needles that had formed a silver light, actually pierced through Genji's head. Silence! All the needles stopped their attack and floated in mid-air. They swiftly gathered together, along with the surrounding needles, forming a round disc, landing beside Hanks. Dressed in a blue armor, with a smashing sound, his knees landed on the ground, following which his body fell gradually. Ha ha ha!
Run quickly, here to Daddy. Daddy, Daddy, dot. Genji, in his dazed eyes, seemed to clearly see that beautiful grass field. On it were his adorable 5-year-old daughter, who was laughing, chasing large silhouette, shouting, Daddy, Daddy. That grass field in his dreams, Genji's most beautiful grass field. His home. The place he had to protect. Lucio, Lucio. At the instant his soul shattered, he muttered his home's name. Pang. His body crashed on the ground, blood seeped out from his forehead. Even though it didn't seem like too much of a wound, in truth his brain and consciousness had already been pierced through, his soul was broken. The winds howled loudly. The black-clothed man Hanks flew over from far, landing on the ground beside, looking at the blue-robed corpse. Hanks slowly knelt down, gently rubbing Genji's eyes to closing them. However, he felt his hands get a little wet. Hanks looked at his hands. The liquid was clear. Tears? I'm sorry. Hanks lowered his head to look at Genji's body, saying softly, I just want to go home. During every battle, Hanks always seemed vicious and unfeeling. However, after every battle, he would apologize. Hanks closed his eyes. The beautiful memory of his planet, his home, it has already been thousands of years since he has returned. 822, another 178 matches and I can go home. Hanks stood up. Rumble. He rushed towards the sky. Only the ice storm was left around the skies. The snow and ice storm quickly covered Genji's corpse. A universe level 6 warrior, one that may have actually had a very bright future, a warrior with boundless paths ahead, had died like that on a desolate star. Within the private room, the Battle Axe Coliseum's camera equipment was incomparably advanced. Even the 2 tears that Genji had left behind were clearly captured. The end, Genji's death, Hanks' victory. Luo Feng and Thunder God had both lost their bets. Hong won. However, all 3 of them were deep in thought for a long time. Even Hong, who had won, watched solemnly at the final scene of the corpse being covered by dust. Genji has died. Luo Feng said solemnly, Hanks just requires another 178 victories to return alive. Hong and Thunder God were silent. In the universe, to rise and struggle to a position of power was indeed extremely hard. Any genius, getting careless in any situation, could result in death. And the entire Earth's strongest were just them 3. Watching this scene, Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God felt immense pressure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 6, Return to Earth. Volume 10, Chapter 6, Return to Earth. Leaving the dojo and returning to reality from the virtual universe network. Within the universe ship control room, Luo Feng and his brother's moods were heavy. This brutal universe. Thunder God could help but curse. Luo Feng was silent. Don't bother, there's no point in cursing. Hong shook his head. Where there's light, there will be darkness, and with power and levels, there will be competition. Even on a small planet like Earth, assassins, prostitutes, liars, robbers, corrupt officials, scammers, what type of people do we not have? Much less the incomparably vast universe. The vastness of the universe only means even more brutal and scheming people. However, there are many more with light in their hearts, people chasing after their dreams. It's a myriad of types, encompassing everything. The only thing we can do now is to prepare ourselves and protect our community on Earth. Only when we become powerful people within in the universe will we have the power to actually do something. As for now, let's not think or act rashly. Hong shook his head. Luo Feng and Thunder God nodded. The ship continued to fly. After 8 hours of flying, the ship finally reached the dark universe coordinates within the solar system. The coordinates here were totally camouflaged by the Yun-Mo planet master's space techniques, hence other ships that wanted to come here could only come through the wormhole and fly for a long period of time before being able to reach here. While Luo Feng and his group could easily just engage in universe travel. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 3, 2, 1. Universe travel. Within the dark universe. Following the universe ship's halt, it then began to engage in its universe travel and return to their original solar system. China time year 2063, November 16, late night 22:08 p.m., a triangular universe ship entered Earth, landing in the continent of Asia, China, Jinnan headquarter city's Yangzhou city skies. Hong and Thunder God had already been sent home earlier by Luo Feng when they arrived. Yangzhou City, Westlake Yard. Daddy! Daddy! When Luo Feng, dressed in his alloy armor and battle boots, arrived with his slave Ao Gu at the castle's entrance, his family had been waiting, having received the news earlier, especially his two sons, Luo Hai and Luo Ping, immediately shouting excitedly and running directly towards Luo Feng. Ha, Ping Ping, little Hai. Luo Feng looked at his family, a contented smile spreading across his face. Oh, wah, much heavier than before. Luo Feng hugged his two sons and laughed happily. Daddy, your armor is so hard. Ping Ping waved his fist and punched it, ping, pang, pang, knocking on Luo Feng's alloy armor. You don't even change when you return. Su Xian walked up to him, smiling, dressed in this metal lump. I got so used to wearing it outside, didn't get the time to change. Luo Feng smiled. The alloy armor had indeed been worn for too long. Actually, while the armor outside was hard and solid, it was still very comfortable within. Of course it couldn't compare to the pure cotton sleeping gowns, however as time passed, one would naturally get used to it. Little Feng, dinner is ready, we've been waiting for you. His mother Gong Xian Lan smiled. Yes, mother's cooking is the best. Luo Feng smiled, let me go change and take a bath and we'll eat immediately. Changing from his alloy armor and boots into a comfortable nightie, Luo Feng had dinner with his family. Breathing in that aroma of home, watching the moon with family and having dinner and chatting with them. After traveling in the universe for a long time, one would indeed miss this feeling. The news of Luo Feng and his brother's return was very quickly known by the 5 great countries. On the third afternoon from his return, the 5 great countries sent 15 representatives to Luo Feng's house to discuss about the universe migration. Within the meeting room, Hong and Thunder God rushed over too. The main event was the discussion between the 15 representatives and the 3 of them. These 15 representatives could already represent the entire powers of the 5 great countries. Mr. Luo, cowardice will not solve the problem. We are all very clear that there are many dangers within the universe, however, we cannot just wait till the dangers come knocking at our doorstep before we face them. The best method is to communicate and make contact with others in the universe as soon as possible and make preparations. A lady chairperson from the European Union political party said seriously. Yes. Please understand that our countries have all made ample preparations. The new white prime minister from the American side watched Luo Feng and his group. The Chinese, Indian, and Russian representatives all stared at Luo Feng and his brothers. Whatever could be said has been said already. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God exchanged glances and finally, Luo Feng nodded. The 3 had already made their decision. I understand your thoughts. Luo Feng looked towards the leaders of the 5 great countries. I admit, whatever you've said does make a lot of sense. If you want to migrate into the universe, that's possible. Luo Feng emphasized. The leaders of the 5 great countries could barely hold back the excitement in their eyes. However, I must warn you all. The first point, reaching another life planet in the universe, I will provide the migrants with the most basic of living guarantees. However, you must understand that one has to reach the Star Traveler level before earning the right to be a universe citizen. Hence, the moment these migrants leave the planet that I control, I cannot guarantee their safety. The second point, leaving Earth is very easy, returning is very hard. Returning to Earth from the other life planets in the universe, just traveling alone takes 3 years. The third point, as for the information of Earth, they have to keep it totally secret, no divulging of any kind. Luo Feng emphasized. Actually, there wasn't much important information of Earth, the only important thing was about the golden horned beast.
However, normal citizens of Earth didn't even know the swallowing monster was the golden horned beast, and these migrants, Luo Feng would definitely not allow any of them to bring any pictures or footage of the golden horned beast. The moment the migrants left Earth and reached a planet Luo Feng controlled. Firstly, there were other human races on that planet, all normal people, who would know of the swallowing monster or golden horned beast. However, if anyone divulges any information of Earth and betrays the humans of Earth, he or she will be executed. Luo Feng emphasized. No problem. Agreed. Agreed. Mr. Luo, it seems that you don't require 3 years to return from the universe? That American lady asked, looking at them. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows and stared at her. That formless mental pressure caused her to start perspiring profusely with cold sweat. Luo Feng said, "This first batch of migrants is the first contact from Earth to the universe. I don't want any accidents. The moment an accident occurs, then all of you will be guilty of sabotaging the humans of Earth. Remember the 3 points that I said, agree, and I will agree to the migration. If you don't agree to them, then you can work hard and build your own spaceship." Luo Feng said coldly. "Oh, sorry my Luo, I was just curious, I didn't mean anything else." That lady said. "That's how it is, the migrants will officially depart from Earth half a year later. Within this half a year, you all should choose the people wisely. Remember, just the trip back requires 3 years." Luo Feng said. The 15 representatives of the 5 great countries left. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God couldn't help it. There are good points to this. We cannot always take all the weight of Earth on ourselves. We should let them head out and deal with problems. Without pressure, there'll be no movement. Always under our protection, the humans of Earth would naturally evolve slower. Hong said. Right. Luo Feng nodded. These people wouldn't be able to make a mess even if they wanted to. What's more, divulging information of Earth would make them traitors of Earth. Everybody is from Earth, so they wouldn't dare to reveal anything. And even if they did, it would still be within our control. That is, after all, my territory. Luo Feng currently had over 100 planets as his territory. However, for the migrants of Earth, he was actually prepared to specially buy a few others. To the current Luo Feng, buying a few planets was indeed easy. After staying a few days on Earth, Luo Feng sat in a universe ship and headed to Mars. He also ordered a nutrition cabin via the virtual universe network. "Sir, you sure you want to buy an E-grade nutrition cabin? This nutrition cabin, as the highest 3-grade cabin, is most for the recovery and evolution of a Sector Lord warrior. Also, it is also an evolution cabin capable of immediately producing a universe-level warrior. However, it will only make the body of the warrior into a universe level, but any further breakthroughs will be dependent on his own comprehension of domains, etc. Just relying on the cabin alone is futile. Also, relying on the cabin to break through might result in one's foundations not being solid, unable to realize domains, naturally unable to ever break through to the domain lord level. Also, the cost of usage for the nutrition cabin is shocking. 100 years of usage, creating a universe level. The amount of money can be used to buy over 100 universe-level slaves. Hence, using it to evolve is not worth it at all. Its best and mostly used function is to heal a Sector Lord's body and to recover it. Its best point, its healing abilities. I have to emphasize this point. If you still think that it's fine, then sign below. But E-grade nutrition cabin requires 86 billion universe dollars. As for the nutrition liquid you require, 1 ton requires 10 billion universe dollars. A ton of nutrition liquid can totally create a universe level. Of course, 10 billion universe dollars can also buy over a 100 universe level slaves. Oh, you require 10 tons of nutrition liquid, understood. This is the agreement. A Sector Lord's battle, there are many which inflict damage straight on the soul, some on the body outside. At this time, relying on the nutrition cabin to recover is the best. Hence the nutrition cabin was very expensive. It had a secondary effect, warrior evolution. And what Luo Feng bought it for was to increase the speed of evolution of his own human body. As for being unable to break through, with the golden horned beast's body as the root, Luo Feng, you have no bottleneck at all, and no problem of your foundations not being solid. Also you have money, of course buying is the best option. This 3-grade nutrition cabin generates the fastest evolution speed. This was what Babata had told Luo Feng. Luo Feng took the nutrition cabin and stationed himself on Mars, beginning a long period of isolation within. This was because Luo Feng's golden horned beast body was about to break through to the universe level, and breaking through had several very important problems. Naturally he would pick Mars where no one could bother him to break through. In the world of thunder, the golden horned beast was already a star level 9. For the star level 9 to break through to the universe level, it required over 50 years, and Luo Feng's metal groupings had a maximum efficiency of 89 times, hence in a little over half a year, it was already ready to break through. And Luo Feng was at point of time where it was just about to do it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 7, Crossing into the Universe Level. Volume 10, Chapter 7, Crossing into the Universe Level. Solar System, Mars. This was an extremely dry, desert-like planet. And now, a jet-black disc-shaped universe spaceship was inside a deep hole with a diameter of a few hundred meters. This spaceship was one of Luo Feng's reserve spaceships, which now became Luo Feng's headquarters during his temporary stay on Mars. Inside the gigantic resting room of the spaceship, a long rectangular dark blue nutrition cabin lay within. The entire nutrition cabin was 21.6 meters long and 8.3 meters wide. The main body of it was dark blue. At the same time, on the metallic surface were a lot of complicated flower markings and a few simple buttons. An E-grade nutrition cabin, the highest quality nutrition cabin in all of the human races of the universe. Just the price reaches 86 billion universe dollars, which is equivalent to 3 or 4 galaxies that are a bit desolate. The dark blue metal on the surface is a F8 grade metal comparable to the hybrid copper essence, bluestone essence, which is extremely expensive. Of course, the weapon that Luo Feng uses, the hybrid copper essence shard, even though it's small, also has an astonishing price because of its craftsmanship. It is valuable in its edge. To make an extremely tough metal like the hybrid copper essence into something sharp is an extremely difficult task. The higher the grade of a metal, the harder it is to work with. The hybrid copper essence is something that even an undying being can only make a small mark on after punching it. Back then, the master of Yun-Mo planet indeed sacrificed a lot to make his spaceship into the shape of a sharp triangle. This is why the Yun-Mo planet spaceship is so powerful. Because of the bluestone essence surface, even an undying being will need a lot of time to break this nutrition cabin. Inside the cabin, a young, black-haired youth with a naked body that was essentially perfect lay within the dark gray nutritional liquid. Energy filled with the force of life swiftly swept into his body through each of the pores in his skin. The energy containing the force of life immediately triggered the transformation of the genes after his cells absorbed it. A ton of nutritional liquid could purchase over 100 universe-level slaves and over 10,000 life planets. His hair continuously grew longer, his skin became more crystalline, his bones became tougher, his muscles became denser, his battle ability amplifier rose. Turn off, Luo Feng commanded the AI in the nutrition cabin. Chi. The nutritional liquid steadily decreased and became empty. It was also extremely dry. Waves of high-pressured heat wiped across Luo Feng's body like a towel. After that, the nutrition cabin automatically added in water to rinse off Luo Feng's body, and then finally dried it again. Luo Feng stood up and leaped out of the nutrition cabin, which was 3 meters tall. At the same time, a deep red battle uniform set automatically formed on his body, and battle boots around his feet. Pa! His battle boots stepped onto the alloyed floor of the spaceship. This nutrition cabin, just what you would expect from an E-grade nutrition cabin. Its effects are indeed amazing. Luo Feng's eyes glowed as he looked at the dark green nutrition cabin in front of him. No matter how effective it is, your body needs to catch up with it. After laying in the nutrition cabin for nearly half a month, you have to rest for at least half a month before you can enter it again.
Oh yeah. Luo Feng, how is your 10,000 blade soul seal going?
A nonchalant voice reverberated across the spaceship. It was the living AI Babata. I can cast out 226 soul seal blades simultaneously, said Luo Feng.
Of course Luo Feng won't relax on his 10,000 blade soul seal training.
Since the only way to cast the slave seal is by completing most of the 10,000 blade soul seal. And by doing so, he'll finally have made a tiny bit of progress on the path of the soul seal. Too slow, still a long way to go until you can cast 10,000 soul seal blades, and don't even mention merging all 10,000 into one, yelled Babata loudly.
I understand, smiled Luo Feng. After half a month of evolution and bitter spiritual force training, Luo Feng was very tired. He walked out of the universe spaceship, flew out the deep hole, and arrived at the surface of Mars. The cold, red gravel extended into the horizon. Sandstorms charging towards the sky could be seen in the distance.
Luo Feng, who was completely covered in his cloud contact battle uniform set, gazed at the land. Suddenly, a gigantic image swiftly approached from the raging sandstorm in the distance. This was a gigantic monster that was as large as a mountain. Its body was covered in black scales. Its two horns which pierced towards the sky were covered in golden engravings. Its neck and back were also covered in golden engravings. The golden horned beast in the distance roared towards the sky. Its cold eyes looked towards the human Luo Feng in the distance. Luo Feng also looked towards the golden horned beast in the distance.
It's time to break through to the universe level, Luo Feng frowned.
The golden horned beast's body and his human body can appear in the outer world at the same time, or one of the bodies can appear in the outer world alone, or neither of them. When both bodies aren't in the outer world, then, the core will appear in the outer world.
No matter what.
The core must be in the outer world, it cannot enter the inner world.
As for the bodies, whether the golden horned beast body or the human body, they can be repaired no matter how damaged they are. Because to Luo Feng, the core of his life is the core that contains his soul.
Of course. The core is his weak point. Luo Feng wouldn't dare to leave his core outside, that would be asking for death.
In the battle before, the only reason his human body hid in the inner world while the golden horned beast appeared was because Luo Feng didn't want anyone to discover the relationship between his human body and the golden horned beast.
As of now, since a defense system has been installed throughout the entire solar system, he definitely doesn't have to worry about anyone discovering that he and the golden horned beast are on Mars.
The universe level.
It's time to break through. Luo Feng shook his head and waved his hand. All types of valuable metal appeared on the ground. Luo Feng then transformed into a flowing light as he flew towards the universe spaceship in the distance.
However, the mountain-like body of the golden horned beast lay on the desert ground.
It extended its claw to cover the pile of metal. Space warped, and the pile of metal shrunk and then disappeared within the golden horned beast's palm.
Mars was as quiet as always. It had two extra living beings.
One of them was the human hiding in the spaceship, while the other one was the space beast laying on the ground of the desert.
Time passed day by day.
Even though Luo Feng was anxious, he could only wait.
Time in China, December 26, 2063.
On this day, beneath the surface of a certain area of the desert in Mars lay a golden horned beast.
Ayo!
A thick sound filled with excitement echoed around the sky.
Boom!
A human image swiftly flew out of the spaceship and hovered in midair.
He looked at the area where the golden horned beast lay and was filled with happiness. The inner world finally broke through. Inside the inner world of the golden horned beast, the continent, which was covered in a golden mist, was gigantic. Its length and width was 90 kilometers long. However, at this moment, the entire world was shaking violently.
The originally spread out golden mist crazily flowed across the entire continent, which caused the golden continent to crazily absorb the mist and crazily expand. Its length and width expanded continuously, and its height continued to expand. This caused the continent to become thicker. The golden mist dramatically shrunk. In return, the golden continent expanded continuously. A jaw-dropping expansion. In just a few short hours, this continent went from a length and width of 90 kilometers to a length and width of 1,000 kilometers. Its area expanded by around 100 times. The center of the golden horned beast is its core. And the core of its core is the inner world. The golden horned beast swallows large amounts of metal to make the inner world expand and become more perfect. Only by expanding its inner world can the golden horned beast break through. As of now, from a length and width of 90 kilometers, it broke past the length and width of 1,000 kilometers in an extremely short amount of time. Its inner world has completely transformed. Rumble. Deep within the desert of Mars, without the suppression of the inner world, the golden horned beast that has been stuck at the peak of the star level 9 stage finally began its transformation. With an extremely excited howl, the golden horned beast's body slowly began to expand. Its bones and scales became tougher and harder. A third horn even began to appear on its forehead. The armor-like golden engravings covering most of its body also began to let out a mysterious glow, which continuously seeped into the body of the golden horned beast. Inside the core, in a gigantic tower which basically covered the entire surrounding space, 9 unbelievably hot fireballs were following a peculiar trail as they orbited around each other and formed a natural, unusual structure. This was the physical structure of Luo Feng's soul. Without the suppression from the inner world, the 9 fireballs that have long reached their limit instantly started to absorb the pure energy within the universe. As they absorbed, the 9 fireballs started to vibrate and expand. Rumble. Within an instant, all the energy in the space and the sky above Mars had been crazily absorbed, forming a scary whirlpool of energy. Such an astonishing level of energy caused the 9 mini-stars to swiftly expand. In just moments, their area expanded by 10 times. The 9 fireballs were still vibrating. At the same time, the largest star reached its limit in expansion. Pang! The largest star ferociously exploded. Pang! 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 The other 8 mini-stars exploded on by one. After they surpassed their limit, they exploded, forming countless star pieces. Even a large nebula was formed. After a long time, everything went silent. In the core, the large amounts of nebulae, stardust, star clusters, and extremely small planets formed a gigantic spiral galaxy. The mini-stars were most common within the very center of this gigantic spiral galaxy, tens of millions of them. At the same time, the entire spiral galaxy had 8 spiral arms. However, there was an extremely tiny black area within the dense center of the spiral galaxy. Over there was the first black hole of the entire spiral galaxy. This mini black hole was slowly swallowing the stars and space dust around it. At the same time, at a place that cannot be reached, it generated slivers of pure energy. Shi. The mist-like spiritual force seemed to appear out of thin air as it appeared in the surroundings of the gigantic spiral, causing a layer of light to cover the entire galaxy. What formed this bright, mysterious mist-like energy was indeed what universe-level spirit readers rely on: spiritual force. An extremely pure spiritual force. The golden horned beast has officially stepped into the universe level. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 8, Domain, Laws. Volume 10, Chapter 8, Domain, Laws. On the desolate Mars, deep underground. Luo Feng's face was flushed with excitement, swiftly piercing underground, breaking through to the universe level. That's the real mark of becoming a real strong warrior, as the most elite bloodline in the entire universe, entering the universe level. Only then can the golden horned beast actually unleash its true potential. Shwa! Luo Feng vanished completely as he entered his internal world. Even though its body had become much bigger, with its length exceeding 1 kilometer, from the tip of its 3 horns, head portion, neck, continuous back, wings, for claws, tails, all of these had golden engravings on the scales since its birth, and now they were all glimmering. The dreamy golden domain engulfed the golden horned beast's entire surroundings. This is a domain? Luo Feng's soul could clearly feel that peculiar form of energy. This only happened when it just broke through to the universe level, with the help of the natural engravings and energy, spirit reading, genetic energy, willpower, physical body. They all naturally reached an incredible and harmonious state. The energies all began to fuse, and the golden energy that resulted from that actually affected the surrounding space. It's as described in the bloodline inheritance. The golden horned beast, even when it eats or sleeps, with its natural growth, will still naturally gain a domain, and it would constantly evolve, 1 layer, 2 layers until 9 layers, and finally breaking through to having its own world energy, stepping into the sector lord level. Even to the point of reaching the universe origin laws of gold, reaching the pinnacle of sector lords. The inheritance memories, indeed, not lacking at all. It's too heavenly. Luo Feng's excitement surged. The difference was aggravating. Humans compared to the space beasts, the most elite of the bloodlines, and the one above them all, the golden horned beast, that was even more aggravating. Owning a domain was hard. Like Hong and Thunder God, who were either masters of martial arts or yoga masters, these two experienced a lot during the Great Nirvana period before finally being able to break through the levels of martial arts and yoga, reaching the pinnacle of harmonious fusion, before finally attaining their domains. And the golden horned beast, as the pinnacle bloodline of the vast universe, was set to achieve the universe origin laws and become the pinnacle of sector lords just from reaching maturity. What are you satisfied about? What are you excited about? Hong and Thunder God had their domains when they were at the Star Traveler level. You only attained it after reaching the universe level and you are excited and content? As for the laws, that battle arena Hanks and Genji's fight, that Hanks was even able to realize a little about the universe origin laws. Also, last time within the slaughterhouse, you and Thunder God were both easily defeated by a white-robed lady. That white-robed lady was only star level 1, and she could already feel the laws. There are many geniuses among the human race in the universe. What are you so proud of? Talent doesn't mean that your achievements will be high. The inheritance passed down from generation to generation for the golden horned beast, there have been many of them in history. However, their achievements and levels have all been greatly different. Some golden horned beasts just bank on their inheritance and reach the pinnacle of sector lords, living out their lifespans and dying. Other golden horned beasts rely totally on their talents and waste their lifespans. Only through experiencing setbacks will one realize and work hard and train. However, as the time wasted before was too long, many have been unable to become undying beings. Only very few golden horned beasts realize early enough that talent is just one side of it, hard work was important too. Only these golden horned beasts will actually train techniques like absolute space and 9-layer space ripping to a high level, and eventually stepping into the undying level. And some golden horned beast undying even create new techniques and become the heroes of the entire race. Sector Lord Pinnacle. Undying. Absolute peak even amongst the undying. Which do you want to become? If you only want to reach the pinnacle of sector lords, then just play around every day. Back in the Pacific Ocean when you risked it all and gambled to possess the golden horned beast body, it was already set for you to become the pinnacle of sector lords. It's not hard at all for you. Wanting to become an undying? Then you have to be incredibly hardworking. An absolute warrior even amongst the undying, stronger than your teacher. That requires hard work, ferocity, comprehension, etc., all the elements. Which do you choose?
Babata berated Luo Feng, causing him to realize and awaken.
What he said was indeed correct. Hong and Thunder God had their domains when they were in the Star Traveler level. Back then he was easily defeated by the White Rogue Lady, a star level one who already understood the laws.
In terms of talent, maybe humans couldn't be compared to the Golden Horned Beast.
However, the amount of human races in the universe were too many. With such numbers, this meant that the amount of geniuses with incredible comprehension was extremely high too. The Golden Horned Beast's talents are heavenly by themselves. I have to compare myself with the pinnacle of geniuses amongst the human race in the universe.
Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Golden Horned Beast?
There have been many generations of Golden Horned Beasts. I want to become the strongest of them all. Luo Feng felt a surge in ambition. The beast's large golden pupils gleamed with golden light. My teacher back then actually managed to possess a long Kayuth's body. I actually managed to get a Golden Horned Beast's body.
My teacher relied on himself and created the soul imprint technique.
I have the Golden Horned Beast and the Yunmo planets techniques, all of their information.
Talent, information, I have everything. Willpower, I have it too. Comprehension, I'm not too bad.
I have everything. Then my most basic point will be reaching the Undying level first, after which, becoming an absolute warrior amongst the Undying. Stronger than even the Undying that killed my teacher.
Luo Feng looked to the future with anticipation.
The Golden Horned Beast lay underground on Mars, with its entire body covered in scales and on them the peculiar engravings. This made the Golden Horned Beast, which had calmed down, emit a peculiar ripple of energy.
This was a kind of ripple from the vast universe.
However, this ripple seemed to be covered and obscured by layers and layers of gauze, making it very hard and tedious for Luo Feng to feel it completely. However, this alone made Babata very shocked, because under normal circumstances, only after reaching an 8 or 9 layer domain will one be able to vaguely feel these ripples. And Luo Feng, who only had a 1-layer domain, was already able to sense it somewhat. Golden Horned Beast, it could feel the origin laws in the internal world, the golden continent, that universe origins ripple. It seems it became clearer within. Time passed like flowing water.
1 month after another. In the later days,
the first batch of Earth's migrants formed the 5 great countries, summed up to about 80,000 people. Luo Feng had bought a planet called Jade Rainbow Star within the Silver Blue Empire galaxy, and it had about 100 million natives. This first batch of Earth's humans were arranged to be sent there. Once the arrangements were all settled, Luo Feng immersed himself deep in his training. His human body was focused on the 10,000 blade soul imprint, also spending time and energy on the soaring shuttle. As for the Golden Horned Beast, it was completely immersed in the domain and laws. In a flash, it was already year 2065. 2 years had passed. China year 2065, October 25th, Luo Feng's training grounds on Mars. Within the universe ship's spacious study, a dark green nutrition cabin was placed there. Suddenly, the doors opened and a human body, a full nude human body with 3 inches of black short hair, a man. Luo Feng quickly put on a layer of armor and boots and flew out of the nutrition cabin. 2 years of work, finally stepping into the star level 7. Luo Feng smiled. This E-grade nutrition cabin is indeed not bad. How's your training on the spatial techniques? Babata's voice resounded within the ship. No headway. Luo Feng shook his head. The spatial techniques are too hard. I haven't made any progress at all. 2 years ago, in the world within a world, Luo Feng began working on the 10,000 blade soul imprint. This technique belonged to the Yunmo planet soul imprint techniques, as was one of the more basic ones. It still, however, took more than a year, close to 2, for Luo Feng to make a big step with it. Training the 10,000 blade soul imprint made the training of the slave soul imprint much easier to achieve. And during this time, Babata had passed Luo Feng another technique, saying this: Luo Feng, even though your teacher didn't fully comprehend the origin laws of space, he still made huge achievements with the space laws. even to the point of traveling through dark universes and being able to shroud them in camouflage. This, even amongst the undying, only very few can do that. Even though you have the golden horned beast, however, you can only feel the origin laws of gold now. What's more, the space laws are originally the hardest law in the universe to feel and comprehend, just like the time laws. They are the two deepest and hardest laws in the universe. Hence, right now you've had a little step in the soul imprint. The 10,000 blade soul imprint and slave soul imprint has succeeded. You even have your own domain. You can barely begin to feel the spatial techniques. Start from the simplest, the spatial techniques, right from the entrance. Every step will be tedious and hard. However, you've trained in the golden horned beast's absolute space. Maybe that'll make your entrance into the spatial techniques somewhat easier. Work hard. The origin laws are the main path. The origin laws of gold, you can let the golden horned beast train. The spatial techniques will be your future main training. Babata was filled with anticipation before. He thought that with the golden horned beast's talents, it should be easier. But what a pity, after months of training, nothing was achieved. Even the entrance wasn't reached. Accurately speaking, he never even touched the door. Babata, this spatial technique, the entrance alone is incomparably tough. Luo Feng said. Don't get discouraged. If a few months won't do, then take a few years. If a few years won't do, then take decades and hundreds of years. Take your time. Babata smiled. Maybe I was too demanding. The spatial techniques, normally only sector lords would find it easier to train. However, the earlier you succeed, the stronger it will be later. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. Right, Luo Feng. The army from the Nuel and Shan family, according to time calculation, should reach within the next 10 days. Including discrepancies and errors, their universe ship may still very likely appear in the solar system in the next few days. Babata reminded. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 9, Luo Feng and Baicaluo. Volume 10, Chapter 9, Luo Feng and Baicaluo. Nuel and Shan family? Luo Feng smiled. I've been waiting for them for too long. 2 years 8 months ago, they had already known about the Nuel and Shan family passing through the wormhole, headed towards Earth. With so much time, Luo Feng had made ample preparations. Full of confidence, Babata's mocking voice resounded within the universe ship. Right, Luo Feng, it's time we return to Earth. No rush. Luo Feng shook his head. The golden horned beast is currently training deity of the world. It can't stop at this time. Let's wait a while more. I'll take the chance to go train a little in the slaughterhouse battle arena. It's been some time since I went there. Slaughterhouse battle arena? There's no challenge there for you. Against higher levels, there's going to be some challenge. Luo Feng smiled, sitting down cross-legged and closing his eyes. His consciousness entered the Virtual Universe Network. Virtual Universe Network, Black Dragon Mountain Island, within one of the battle arenas of the slaughterhouse. It was an endless desert. In it stood 2 men, one of which had green scales on his face, a single horn on his forehead, and he had 2 battle knives crossed on his back. He stared coldly at his opponent. His opponent was one dressed in a white battle robe, with silver long hair and silver eyes, a handsome man. 100 blades? The silver-haired man chuckled. You actually dare to battle against someone of a higher level. I will let you know the difference between a universe level 8 and 9. Humph, the green-scaled man snorted, and this made the silver-haired man's expression change. Rumble. Rumble. The green-scaled man and the silver-haired man suddenly became 2 beams of lights and clashed within one of the quiet rooms of the slaughterhouse. Nuel and Shan, who was dressed in dark green battle uniform, was chatting with another in a gray long robe. A screen floated before them and it was displaying the fight between the green-scaled man and the silver-haired man. Baicaluo's strength has risen a lot from before. The man in the gray long robe complimented, his eyes long and narrow, smiling as he said. Baicaluo's talent, willpower and comprehension is the highest and best amongst all my disciples.
Nuolan Shan said proudly, even though I have the Battle Axe title, back when I was Universe Level 8, I probably didn't even have his current strength. Such a high assessment? The man in the gray robe said shocked, then you think he can win this battle? He can win. Nuolan Shan nodded. His opponent is a Universe Level 9. The man in the gray robe said. Just watch. Nuolan Shan said confidently. On the screen, the green scaled by Kaluo was engaged in an extremely intense battle with his opponent. Strong green winds were circling about, by Kaluo was almost like a child of the wind, his entire body had become a spinning top, constantly spinning, his knives in his hands became flashes of light, cutting at the silver-haired man. The silver-haired man's form was extremely elegant, white light surrounded his body and his entire being was almost like a sun. He controlled a thread-like spirit weapon and constantly surrounded by Kaluo. 10 blades. The green-scaled man's expression was malevolent, shouting out. The knives suddenly became 10 beams of light. 50 blades. Another shout. That snow-white light of the knives duplicated even more, flashes of light from the blades seemed to form a lotus flower, every blade and its reflection like a petal of the lotus. Hiss. The thread-like weapon was dancing about in the surroundings, attacking it by Kaluo time and again. 100 blades. By Kaluo shouted. Rumble, an extremely glaring flash of the blades, suddenly formed, almost like a tsunami, one that was formed from the reflection and flashes from a 100 blades, immediately swallowing up the silver-haired man. His eyes were filled with shock and fear, he couldn't believe what was happening and with a crash, his entire body was destroyed. By Kaluo, the man with green scales all over his face snorted coldly and vanished from the battle arena. Beautiful. The silver long-robed man revealed an expression of delight as he shouted gleefully. What do you think, I didn't exaggerate, did I? Nuolan Shan smiled. It is indeed beautiful, your disciple is too powerful. The man's face was flushed red with excitement, his knife skills and wind domain have already fused perfectly together. Also the speed of the blades get quicker as time passes. The later it gets, the stronger his attacks become, finally crushing that Universe Level 9 altogether. Right. Nuolan Shan nodded. By Kaluo's strong point is that as he unleashes this technique and time passes, it would get stronger and stronger. However, his weakness is very obvious. During the time it takes to reach its full power, its strength isn't too powerful. If the opponent takes that opportunity, he would have a high chance of beating him. Don't be too harsh. Your disciple uses 2 blades which spin continuously. And with his wind domain and his agility, wanting to attack him at the start is hard too. And the moment his blade technique is unleashed, it'll be over. The man in the gray robe laughed. Not bad at all. Can he pass? Nuolan Shan looked at him. No problem. I'll pass this footage to the Lord when I get back. I believe, placing by Kaluo as one of our special elites in the 100 Tiger building shouldn't be a problem. The gray-robed man smiled. Nuolan Shan's smile deepened. After a while, there was only Nuolan Shan left in the room. Pang. 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 There were knocks on the door. Enter. Nuolan Shan shouted. The door opened, a black-robed by Kaluo, along with the pointy-eared De Wen entered. Ancestor, teacher. De Wen and by Kaluo bowed respectfully. Nuolan Shan looked up at the two before him. The black-robed by Kaluo with a face full of green scales made his entire exterior look cold. However, Nuolan Shan fancied it more as he looked. By Kaluo, I've just arranged with the 100 Tiger building to place you as a special elite to be nurtured. Thank you, teacher. By Kaluo bowed slightly. Yes. Nuolan Shan turned to look at De Wen. De Wen, you and By Kaluo should be reaching Earth soon. Ancestor, we are really close to Earth now. I estimate that we will reach in 3 days. De Wen's eyes were filled with anticipation. after traveling for 2 years and 8 months, naturally he was anxious. Very good. Newell Shan was excited. Ikaluo, Newell Shan looked at him. Teacher. Ikaluo replied respectfully. Remember, the first goal of heading into Earth, acquire that automaton ship. Don't arouse or disturb the armies of Earth, or even that Luo Feng. First acquire that ship. That is the priority. Newell Shan's expression was serious. When you've acquired that ship, if you get the chance, get rid of that Luo Feng. Yes. Ikaluo and Dewen replied respectfully. Go on, I'll await your good news. Newell Shan smiled. Ikaluo and Dewen left immediately. Simultaneously, when Ikaluo had just concluded his battle, within the slaughterhouse battle arena. Break! Luo Feng looked at his opponent. A golden swordfish formed a beautiful arc, leaving people enticed from its shocking beauty. The swordfish had already pierced through the opponent's head. Crazy, victory! Break! Covered in the golden domain, the gold swordfish was extremely excited. It jumped around, shook about and waved its tail, immediately forming a beautiful arc, easily piercing through what seemed like an impenetrable defense, right through the opponent's forehead. Crazy, victory! Break! 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 The reputation of Crazy was widespread within the Black Dragon Mountain Island slaughterhouse. Crazy is a powerful 9-star rated fighter, battling against higher levels in every battle. His earlier self was only a star level 6 spirit reader. He however had already cleared and demolished all within his level. When he stepped into the star level 7, he swiftly reached the 9-star grade and was invincible within his own level. Even when he battled against higher levels, he had a 99% winning percentage. Incredible, terrifying. Within the Black Dragon Mountain star field, there were already many powers taking note of this genius. Whether it was the 4 Leviathans, or the 2 Sacred Lands, they all extended their invitations and hands to this absolute genius. However, this genius called Crazy didn't bother with them at all. It's over, I'll stop here. Luo Feng smiled, vanishing from the battle arena. Mars. Within the ship, sitting cross-legged, Luo Feng opened his eyes. The slaughterhouse in Black Dragon Mountain Starfield, not much of a challenge at all. Luo Feng exclaimed. What are you proud of? You used the golden horned beast, with a 4-layer domain, and comprehension of the golden universe laws. You must know, even in the huge axe dojo, like that universe-level death battle, if anyone began to comprehend the universe laws, it would be instant victory. You comprehend the laws and have a 4-layer domain. Even more importantly, your consciousness level far exceeds those of the same level, because your consciousness is that of the golden horned beast. Domain, universe laws, consciousness level, all incredibly strong. What's so strange about being invincible within the same level in the Black Dragon Mountain Starfield? If you want to compete, compete with all the geniuses in the Ganwu Empire, compete with all the geniuses of the universe. Babata can't stand it when Luo Feng gets cocky, so he jumps in to knock him down time and again. Luo Feng grinned, immediately flying out of the universe ship and landing on the surface of Mars. Rumble. In the distance was an incredibly huge beast that was hard to see end to end, covered in black scales, breaking out from the ground. Its eyes were cold and brutal, they gleamed gold as it looked at Luo Feng, after which, the space beast vanished and entered into Luo Feng's internal world. Deity of the world, it's really hard to train. Luckily from the world within a world, I got a shocking amount of wealth and was able to afford all these valuable materials. No wonder so many golden horned beasts only managed to finish the first level with their entire lifespan. Luo Feng exclaimed and shook his head before flying swiftly back into the ship. Rumble. The universe ship took off and left Mars as it headed towards Earth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 10, Master. Volume 10, Chapter 10, Master. Earth, Asia continent, China's Yangzhou city. Luo Feng put away the universe ship and headed towards the lower end of the Westlake courtyard. It was about the evening. The red sun was in the west side of the sky, shining down on the yellow grass patch below. On the grass patch, however, was an extra-large alloy stage. On it were two boys with knives in their hands, engaged in battle. Rumble! Rumble! The air exploded about. Their speed alone created sonic booms. Stop! Beside the stage, a bald, simple and kind man with thick lips smiled. There was even a peculiar marking on his bald head, similar to Buddhists with various types of markings on their heads. The two boys stopped. The bald-headed, thick-lipped man slightly bowed, their eyes filled with pure respect. Master. Fan, it's been hard on you. Luo Feng descended, his boots landing beside the stage. Daddy! Daddy! Luo Hai and Luo Ping, their eyes gleamed as they shouted in glee and ran towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng laughed as he looked at his two children. 2 years had passed and his two children had gotten even more exceptional. With enough capital to nurture them with the best, along with the techniques from both the Golden Horned Beast Inheritance and the Yun Mo planet, his two children received the optimum training in nurture. Right now, the two children were already comparable to advanced level war gods. This level may seem exaggerated on Earth, however in the universe, it wasn't much. 6 or 7-year-old children with better bloodlines, even without special nurturing, would usually reach the Star Traveler level at this age. How have these two's performance recently been? Luo Feng smiled as he looked at the bald, thick-lipped Fan. The two masters have been working hard, their knifework foundation is very solid. Fan complimented. Daddy, you heard it. We have been working very hard. The two children said proudly. Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh. You two go play first, I have something to discuss with Uncle Fan. Okay. The two nodded and exchanged glances, their eyes filled glee as they headed swiftly towards the castle. To them, to be able to enter the virtual universe and play games was an extremely happy time. There were many other children similar in age to them. Fan, how has your training recently been? Luo Feng smiled and asked. The soul cutter technique Master has given me is incomparably deep. I just made a little progress recently, but I still have many areas which I haven't understood. Fan said respectfully. Tell me. Luo Feng said. Please shed some light on these. Fan said respectfully, the soul cutter first level, concerning the spirit reading energy fusing with the blade. Fan asked and Luo Feng answered. Accurately speaking, it was Babata answering, because the soul cutter technique was an extremely strong technique from the Yun Mo planet. It was something the Yun Mo master had come across by chance at a historical remain, so there weren't any particular requirements to train it. And the soul imprint technique required him to transfer his soul first. The soul cutter's training experience, Babata remembered it all clearly. Hence when Fan met any problems, Babata could answer and Luo Feng would communicate on his behalf. This Fan. After Luo Feng had finished, he pondered deeply while looking at Fan before him, exclaiming within, I got lucky to be able to buy such a slave. Yes. Fan was a slave Luo Feng had bought, a universe level 9 slave. In the vast universe, relying on the living microchip control technique, one could at most control up to a universe level 9 slave. That was because the moment one broke through to the domain lord level, a domain lord could easily break the microchip within his brain and not die. Hence, the highest level available was only universe level 9. Of which, a universe level 1 slave's price was usually around 10 million to 30 million universe dollars. Comparable to about 10 life planets in price. And a universe level 4 slave was priced around 100 million to 300 million universe dollars. Universe level 7 slaves were priced around 1 billion to 3 billion universe dollars. Universe level 8 slaves were about 3 billion to 10 billion universe dollars. A universe level 9 slave 2 was about 3 billion to 10 billion universe dollars. As to why there was hardly any difference between a universe level 8 and 9, this was because
buying a Universe Level 9 slave came with risks. Even though it was extremely hard for a Universe 9 to break through to the Domain Lord level, there was still a possibility. One never knew when the Universe Level 9 slave might just break through. Breaking through to the Domain Lord level, regaining control from the living microchip. It was very likely that in his rage, he would kill the master that controlled him. In the universe, Universe Level 9s that broke through and killed their masters out of rage has happened many times, which resulted in the price of a Universe Level 9 and 8 not having much difference in price. D-Fan, a Universe Level 9 slave, to be able to train until Universe Level 9, it showed that his talent was indeed high. Back when Luo Feng bought D-Fan from the slave trader even warned him, "Sir, these Universe Level 9 slaves come with high risks. The moment he breaks through, no one will be able to control him. Why not you first buy a Universe Level 8 slave? Even though it's one level down, it's much safer. When it actually rises up to Universe Level 9, you can sell him and you wouldn't have made any losses." "I'll buy him." Luo Feng didn't even hesitate. After buying D-Fan, Luo Feng unleashed his golden horned beast body. Through that body he used his newly trained slave soul imprint on him, ordering D-Fan and making him unable to resist. As a slave, D-Fan naturally wouldn't resist. Just like that. Luo Feng used the slave soul imprint and planted it within D-Fan's soul, deep in his very essence. From that point on, D-Fan would become Luo Feng's most loyal slave, because this was a loyalty from the depths of his soul. Using the slave soul imprint to control people also affects your soul. Your teacher could only control 9 great undying slaves, hence, you have to value quality over quantity. Babata reminded Luo Feng. Understood. Luo Feng trained the soul imprint technique, carefully reading everything about it and its uses along with its effects, etc. Of course he was clear, choosing a slave, he had to be extremely prudent and cautious. This was because he was controlling this slave via his soul. With the link between their souls, the master could completely control the slave, but the slave could also affect the master. D-Fan became a slave from early on. As a slave, he trained under very poor conditions, but he still managed to train to this level. I've also checked on his background, he is worthy of becoming one of my soul slaves. D-Fan, Luo Feng's first true slave. The Newell Shan family's universe ship could arrive on Earth at any time, hence Luo Feng didn't return into the nutrition cabin again, patiently waiting on Earth for their arrival. China, year 2065, October 28, Solar System area. A streamlined ship with an axe head, a D3 grade universe ship, was almost like a shooting star, heading towards the solar system. Within the control room of the ship, dressed in a black robe, Baikala was with the blue robed Dewen. They stood side by side at the control board. The external image simulator allowed the two to clearly see the beautiful solar system outside. Surrounding that glaring star, planets orbited around perpetually, one of which was a very small and unremarkable blue planet that drew their attention. "Earth," Baikaluo said coldly. "Yes, Earth, we've arrived." A smile appeared on Dewen's face. He turned to look at Baikaluo. "Baikaluo, you remember what teacher said, we'll first avoid arousing the humans of Earth and secretly acquire the automaton ship." "I know," Baikaluo replied coldly. Dewen wasn't too happy with the response, but he smiled and nodded. At this time, within the solar system, on a few scattered asteroids, there were a few of them that were actually installed there. Actually, throughout the entire solar system, there were many installed with surveillance systems. One could say that the entire solar system was incomparably secure. Unless something like an automaton ship with that level of technology arrived, otherwise to go through the solar system undetected, that was impossible. On one of the asteroids that was randomly placed. The signal swiftly captured the scene and was sent to the core of the entire planet's defense and surveillance system, Luo Feng's castle. Signals came in from everywhere. This D3 grade ship was scanned and its image captured entirely and clearly. Earth, China night time, about 7 p.m. The sky had long gone dark. The entire Yangzhou city was bustling, the lights glaring, and as the sacred land of countless fighters, Luo Feng's Westlake courtyard was filled with laughter.
Luo Feng and his family were surrounding the table and having dinner.
Luo Honghua, Gong Xianlan and his younger brother Luo Hua with his wife and kids, along with Luo Feng's wife and 2 children, there was also his first slave Difan, all together.
Uncle Difan, I really did train my knife skills for an hour this afternoon, right? Little Hai shouted. Yes. Difan smiled and nodded. Mum, you heard it.
Little Hai moved his eyebrows, looking at his mother beside Su Xin.
Luo Feng looked at his son's adorable behavior, he couldn't help but smile. Suddenly his quantum computer on his arm started beeping, but. Luo Feng's expression changed. This was an alarm system he had set up long before. The moment something happened within the planet's surveillance system, it would alarm him.
Luo Feng looked down and a screen appeared from his quantum computer. A streamline-shaped universe ship with an axe head was swiftly flying through the solar system, heading towards Earth.
They've arrived. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed.
Dad, Mom, you all eat first, I have something to attend to.
Luo Feng stood up. You have so many things to do. Luo Honghua said.
Luo Feng smiled, at the same time patting his 2 children's heads, holding his wife's hand, saying softly, Su Xian, I'll be going out for a while, probably be back tomorrow morning.
Be careful. Su Xian said. His family were all clear that Luo Feng would occasionally have important matters to attend to, and times when he would shut himself away for half a month, hence for him to be able to have dinner with them was a rare occasion. As for Luo Feng leaving suddenly, they were used to it already. The only thing was, dinner wasn't finished yet, hence his father Luo Honghua had to mention it. Difan. Luo Feng gave him a look. Difan stood up too. The 2 swiftly left the castle. So.
The 2 rushed into the sky, heading straight towards the air above Yangzhou City. A black disc-shaped universe ship suddenly appeared in mid-air and Luo Feng and Difan entered it, immediately changing into their alloy armors and boots etc.
Rumble. The
universe ship accelerated and headed straight through the atmosphere, swiftly leaving Earth and into space.
Battle. If it were to happen, it would have to happen in space.
A universe-level battle, to a small planet, is a disaster. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 10, Chapter 11, Intense Space Battle.
Volume 10, Chapter 11, Intense Space Battle.
The black disc-shaped universe ship became a beam of light and swiftly pierced through the stratosphere of Earth and into space. Within the universe ship's control room,
Luo Feng stood expressionless at the control board screen. Behind him stood his slave Difan. The 2 had on their alloy armors, they gleamed under the light of the control room.
How much longer before they arrive?
Luo Feng said towards the screen.
A little devil head appeared on the screen. If that D3 grade ship maintains its speed, it will take about 8 hours 49 minutes to reach Earth. 8 hours 49 minutes? Luo Feng smiled, then let's go welcome them. Yes.
The entire ship immediately began to accelerate, even though its acceleration was extremely fast, because there was an automatic gravitational force adjustment within the ship's system. It made it as though it maintained Earth's gravity force all the way. The ship headed towards the outer rims of the solar system. And the ship that the second ancestor had De1 and Newell Shan's most exceptional disciple by Kaluo, the D3 grade ship, was heading towards Earth. The 2 were swiftly closing the distance. Within the D3 grade streamline-shaped ship within an axe head's control room. Senior, have you informed teacher? Bai Kaluo said coldly, entirely dressed in a black robe. Yes, the head ancestor knows we've reached the solar system, he's extremely happy. De Wen's handsome face revealed a smile. The head ancestor even said, he will maintain communication and stay on the line in the virtual universe network as he awaits our good news. Okay. Bai Kaluo nodded. D. D. An ear-piercing alarm resounded within the control room. Immediately De Wen's expression changed. Warning, warning, the surveillance system has detected a universe ship flying towards us. It's heading towards us. A loud and piercing voice resounded within the control room. What? De Wen's expression changed greatly. Universe ship? Baikalluo was shocked too. The universe was too vast for a structure like a universe ship. If it were too distant from one's location in space, it was simply like specks of dust. Baikalluo and De Wen had no way to see with their eyes or discover tens of millions of kilometers away there was another ship with a diameter of 100 m. The disc-shaped universe ship's control room. Luo Feng calmly looked at the screen. Railgun cannon activate. Luo Feng said. Understood. The demon Babata on the screen began its activation. Immediately the entire upper front portion of the ship's surface moved. Below its first layer of energy shields, its alloy material moved and formed an indentation, revealing a silver, malevolent 6 m wide cannon head. The cannon head began to extend out past the energy shield. The cannon mouth began to make slight changes. Light began to gather at the depths of the tip. The space around seemed to slightly begin to warp. Energy activation, countdown, 60, 59, 58, 57, 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Activation complete. The sound reverberated from the control board throughout the entire control room. Babata, grab the chance and destroy them in one blow. Luo Feng ordered. Haha, leave it to me. The little demon on the screen was extremely proud. Railgun cannon. This was one of the presents Luo Feng had prepared for the Newell Shan family army. With the early detection, he had known that the ship was only a D3 grade universe ship. Hence over these 2 years, Luo Feng spent a large amount of wealth, and bought a $260 billion universe D5 grade railgun cannon. D5 grade railgun cannon. Any technological-based weapon that reached the C grade would already belong to the heavenly grade. It was hard through normal routes. Also, these technological-based weapons had very exorbitant prices. Even though he could obtain it from the upcoming auction at a lower price, he couldn't wait any longer. Hence, through a very well connected with a huge background company that dealt with special items, he spent $260 billion universe dollars and bought a D5 grade railgun cannon. In a galaxy like the Milky Way, to be able to reach the price of $260 billion universe dollars was already not bad. It was obvious that Luo Feng had spent a lot of money. And this was also after Luo Feng had spent a large amount of money before at this place. Hence, they agreed to help him get a D5 grade railgun cannon. Otherwise, without the earlier patronage, this shop wouldn't even have helped Luo Feng get such a high-level weapon. As for the huge amount of money spent before, it was for Luo Feng's training of deity of the world, buying all the incomparably valuable materials. The money spent on those materials was much more than the amount spent on the cannon. Many golden horned beasts, till death, only managed to train to the first level of deity of the world. Obviously the price and wealth required to train this was extremely high. The golden horned beast normally were the pinnacle of sector lords, with 3 separate bodies. Hence Luo Feng could buy these materials through the human world markets. These golden horned beasts too would naturally create a human body and use it to buy metals in the human market. As for the pinnacle of sector lord strength, the wealth behind it was shocking. However, most were still only at level 1 of the technique. The training of the deity of the world was to allow the golden horned beast to shrink its body, its bone and muscle density etc., increasing in density too, causing its strength to rise greatly. Normally the younger one began to train, the easier it was. Similar to human children being more malleable in training, the stronger and bigger the body, the harder it was to shrink after. Hence, for a universe-level golden horned beast, training was a little easier. However, even so, to fully complete the first level alone required a large amount of valuable materials, and Luo Feng was still short of 2 of them. These materials were more valuable, extremely rare. Luo Feng had bought these two materials at the rare items shop and spent a huge amount of his wealth on them, hence the shop valued this super client of theirs. Thus they were willing to help get him the D5 grade railgun cannon. Railgun cannon. Fire. Within the control room, Obata's excited roar resounded about space. The D3 grade universe ship had already detected the black disc-shaped universe ship drawing closer and closer. It's a C9 grade ship. Do increased his eyebrows. Can we shake them? Master, we are flying towards Earth, they are flying from Earth. No matter where we change our direction to, they'll still easily get closer to us. We cannot shake them. On the screen, the voice of the AI spoke. Also, for us to change our speeds too would require quite a bit of time. Even though a universe ship could reach light speed, it would still require quite some time to accelerate to reach the limit speed, light speed. And for the ship to accelerate or reduce its speed etc., it couldn't do it immediately. This made it easy for the other side to close in. If we weren't heading to Earth, it'd be easy to shake them. The AI said. Don't bother with that ship. Baikalluo ordered coldly, a C9 grade universe ship cannot affect us. This ship must be under Luo Feng. Do increased his eyebrows. Right now, I'm afraid he already knows we are here. The head ancestor ordered us to secretly acquire the automaton ship. Since we've already been discovered, there's no longer a need to hide. Baikalluo said coldly, continue advancing towards Earth. Baikalluo and Dewin had only debated for a few seconds. Rumble. A railgun cannon wave that was hard to see with the naked eye, leaving only a slight wave behind it in space, hit the D3 grade universe ship at light speed. Without any preparation or defense, getting attacked by the railgun cannon, the D3 grade universe ship's scanning system, which was only at max light speed. At the same moment the D3 grade ship receives the signal. The shot will have already hit the universe ship. Pooh. The streamlined ship with a huge axe head immediately got torn a big hole in its side, piercing right through the mid-portion of the ship and exiting the other side, which caused the ship that was still flying at high speed to tear apart with large amounts of alloy scrap dispersing in all directions, making a pile of rubbish within that area of the solar system. From the control room scraps, two human silhouettes swiftly flew out. Floating in space. It was Dewin and Baikalluo. How can that be? Dewin stared wide-eyed. We got shot by a cannon, how is that possible? The black-robed Baikalluo raged. A light-speed long-distance weapon that exceeds the D3 grade, this is definitely a heavenly grade, in price, it's even comparable to the level 5 spirit weapons or genetic energy weapons. Even sector lords, normally wouldn't be able to spend such money, buying such a D-grade railgun cannon. Dewin shook his head, his face in disbelief. On Earth, how can there be a D-grade railgun cannon that even sector lords cannot afford to buy? The D-grade railgun cannon, to a sector lord, even though they could afford it, they still hardly ever bought one. That was because a sector lord's strike alone far exceeded that of a D-grade cannon. And without a sector lord's strength, those that could afford a D-grade cannon were extremely rare. That's not possible. Dewin's face was filled with panic. Let's not worry about this. Without the ship, for us to fly to Earth would take a good half a year. Baikalluo said coldly. Rumble. From the distant space, at light speed a ship closed in. Dewin, the enemy is here. Baikalluo communicated via genetic energy. Dewin looked up. A black disc-shaped universe ship swiftly closed in. The peculiar thing was, however, the ship was constantly slowing down, finally stopping a few hundred km away from their position. The cabin door then opened automatically and a human silhouette swiftly exited and rushed towards them. A few hundred km, he closed it in a blink of an eye. This was the bald-headed, thick-lipped, seeming kind and honest man dressed in black armor. So fast. Dewin was shocked. Rumble. A silver arc knife sliced through, so swift the universe level 6 Dewin couldn't dodge, his eyes filled with fear, staring wide-eyed. Tear.
His head exploded. Nuolan Shan's second ancestor head to when Nuolan Shan has died. The silver knife's speed didn't slow down at all, immediately heading towards the black-robed Baikaluo. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 12, Sword Clan. Volume 10, Chapter 12, Sword Clan. Without a sound or trace, Baikaluo's black robe flowed like water swiftly and vanished within his body, revealing his intrepid and malevolent body. He, with a green alloy armor, with scales as its construct, layers and layers of scales added together, and his face too was covered in green scales, without a single strand of hair on his head, only green skin. His forehead had a peculiar arc, sharp and almost like a blade. His entire body from head to toe was all green. On his back he carried 2 battle knives crossed. Clang! His lightning-fast draw created a dreamy after-image. At the same time, with the knives in his hand, he parried that silver sword attack, immediately slowing it down. Within the universe ship control room, through the external image simulator, Luo Feng could clearly see the exchange between the two. When Baikaluo revealed his true face, Luo Feng was shocked. Sword Clan. From the screen of the control board, the demon Babata was shocked. Sword Clan? Luo Feng said with shock. Right, Sword Clan, this person. His features seemed to match that of the Sword Clan. Sword Clan, a very renowned and famed race. Initially, the Sword Clan planet was an aboriginal planet. However, even though they were an aboriginal planet, when they were discovered by a universe empire, they already had a domain lord in 12 universe levels. The Sword Clan people, as long as they reach maturity, they'll become star travelers. This was a very strong planet. However, as they hadn't developed their technology, they didn't have universe ships, and hence the Sword Clan people had always remained on their planet. And after entering the universe, they slowly grew. Even before they entered the universe, they had explorer experience and traditions. Every mature member had to explore and risk their lives on the planet. And after entering the universe, every matured clan member would explore the universe and go through life or death missions. The Sword Clan people don't seem to bother much about power or luxury. They seem to only chase the path of getting stronger. Some would become disciples of absolute warriors, or go to other powers to learn techniques. This made many absolute warriors within the Sword Clan. In the history of the Sword Clan, undying beings, sector lords, they were all there. Hence the Sword Clan was a race very renowned within the human races of the universe. Babata explained in detail. Oh? Luo Feng was somewhat shocked. Star Traveler at maturity, in the human races, that wasn't too strong a race. However, the Sword Clan, the reason why they had such a reputation was their personality. Babata said, because of their unwavering determination, working hard to constantly grow stronger. This personality and trait is within their bones, hence they produce so many powerful warriors. While Luo Feng was shocked at the Sword Clan, simultaneously in space, the Universe Level 9 Defan was engaged in a mad battle with Baikaluo. Defan stood in space controlling his spirit weapon. A green violent wind surrounded Baikaluo's surroundings, causing his body to appear blurry. His 2 battle knives had already reached their limit speed, mixed in with the ferocious wind domain, forming a continuous blade storm. Clang clang clang. That arc blade clashed with the snow-white blade over and over, causing Defan's face to reveal shock. The Sword Clan man was obviously only a Universe Level 8, however relying on these 2 knives he's managed to block all his spirit weapon attacks. 100 knives. Baikaluo shouted malevolently. Rumble. A large amount of snow-white blades overlapped each other, forming a blade storm that filled the surroundings, quickly engulfing Defan. With a pang sound, the huge wave of blades came crashing down on him. Defan's face was pale. Baikaluo revealed shock. Defan had managed to block his final attack. This bastard. Defan squinted his eyes, shouting, Soul Blade Cutter. A formless spirit attack immediately formed a blade that was invisible to the naked eye, swiftly piercing through Baikaluo's consciousness. Chie!
Baikalluo's eyes seemed to dim a little before recovering, staring hard at D-Fan. He actually blocked it. D-Fan was extremely shocked. Within the universe ship, Luo Feng too couldn't help but exclaim. He actually blocked it. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. This Baikalluo was a true genius. A universe level 8, able to rely on 2 blades to forcefully block a universe level 9 spirit weapon. This in itself was incredible. However, at that, Luo Feng was only complimenting, not too shocked. This was because D-Fan's true skill wasn't in his control of a spirit weapon, he was best at his soul attacks. Along with the training of the soul cutter technique, even though he had only barely grasped it, its power was shocking. A universe level 9 spirit reader, unleashing the soul cutter, and it was actually blocked by a universe level 8. Shocking willpower. On the screen, the demon shouted excitedly, his willpower is too shocking. This Baikalluo was a universe level 8 fighter, and also a universe level 8 spirit reader. However, the D-Fan's soul cutter's power is huge, even same level opponents would find it hard to block, but he actually managed it. Willpower. He has incredible and shocking willpower. The demon said, Luo Feng, quickly, use the slave soul imprint and keep him. He will definitely be a slave even more exceptional than D-Fan. Keep him? Luo Feng was shocked. Every single slave had to be considered greatly before. I can guarantee that he definitely has the standard of the battle axe fighter, even compared to his teacher. If they were the same level, his teacher Newell Shan may not even be his match. The demon Babata howled, his domain is strong, his knife skills are powerful, these don't mean much. But his shocking willpower, it shows his resolve is very strong, he definitely has the potential and makings of an absolute warrior, as long as you nurture him well, Luo Feng, these opportunities are rare. A battle axe fighter standard, stepping into the domain lord, they even have up to a 50% chance. What's more, with his shocking willpower, along with the techniques of the Yun Mo planet, stepping into the domain lord level, there's an even higher chance. Babata shouted, and, you lack a fighter slave. Luo Feng nodded. D-Fan was proficient in soul attacks. His underlings, he indeed lacked a fighter slave. In space. Your spirit attacks are very strong. Baikalluo's eyes were cold, he gritted his teeth and shouted, however, the final victor will be me. Rumble. Moving within the ferocious winds, Baikalluo's body floated and became an arc line. The green mad winds about him covered the 2 swords that were madly cutting towards D-Fan. The blades carried in them genetic energy, strength, willpower, and they all reached a perfect level of harmony. Blade, cycle. There was madness within Baikalluo's eyes, the 2 blades became 2 snow-white lights, madly cutting towards D-Fan. They seemed untiring and continuous, very quickly forming a huge light cycle, pressuring down on D-Fan. The spirit weapon was knocked away and D-Fan spit out blood, a flash of pity appeared in his eyes and he unleashed his final technique his master Luo Feng had prepared for him. Ping. A dark blue light swiftly knocked and broke the light circle, causing the large amount of light that the blades had formed to crumble. This too had caused the dark blue light to bounce back, this shard that seemed broken and small, the hybrid copper essence shard. This immensely sharp shard formed an arc and headed towards Baikalluo. Spare his life. An order resounded within D-Fan's consciousness. The soul imprint that penetrated the soul, that was Luo Feng's connection with D-Fan, to be able to communicate directly through their consciousness, just like an AI communicating humans, or like the cloud contact line with Luo Feng's consciousness. Xie. The dark blue light formed an arc and immediately slashed both of Baikalluo's arms, they split open and his blades fell, but there was silence in space, the ship remains were scattered and floating in the distance, the universe-level De Win's body was still floating in the distant space, and Baikalluo was standing still in space. Destroy his AI. Luo Feng ordered. Who? The dark blue light cut past Baikalluo's arm, immediately destroying the AI, and Baikalluo stared at the distant D-Fan, communicating solemnly, why are you not killing me? It's an order from my master. Fan looked at him. Master? Baikaluo creased his eyebrows. The cabin door of the distant disc-shaped universe ship opened and a human silhouette flew out. It was the cloud-contact vine-clad Luo Feng. Luo Feng! Baikaluo squinted his eyes. Baikaluo, you've lost. Luo Feng looked at Baikaluo before him. Even though his wrist flesh had been sliced open, it was regenerating. He however stared hard at Luo Feng. Obviously it was clear to him, his loss this time was in utter defeat. I didn't expect you to have a universe level 9 slave, my teacher didn't expect it too. You even have a D-grade long-distance light weapon, I've lost completely. Baikaluo laughed coldly. Luo Feng, just kill me if you want to. With your slave here, I have no resistance at all. In this space, I have nowhere to escape to also. The vast space, without a ship, where could he escape to? I think highly of you. Luo Feng looked at Baikaluo. I'll give you two options right now, one is to serve me, the other is to die. Serve or die, you can choose. Luo Feng looked at him. Serve you? Ha, Baikaluo laughed loudly. Luo Feng, are you joking? Just you, a star-level punk, actually want me to serve you? If it were that baldy asking me to serve him, I might still consider. He is truly strong, that last technique easily defeated me. But you, a star-level punk, wanting me to serve you? Baikaluo shook his head. Think carefully before you answer. Luo Feng's voice was ice-cold. The moment you reject, that means death. Once you die, everything will be void. Your warrior dreams, whatever you are chasing, nothing. This is the last time I'm asking. Luo Feng said coldly. Death or submission? Luo Feng stared at Baikaluo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 13, Luo Feng's Strength. Volume 10, Chapter 13, Luo Feng's Strength. Within the vast space, three human silhouettes stood in space. Luo Feng, you really want to kill him? Babata's voice resounded. He definitely has the potential and makings of an absolute warrior. Humph. I admire his backbone, but I'm not about to grovel and beg him to submit. Since he came to kill me, originally, I should kill him. Luo Feng's expression was cold. I admire him, giving him the chance to submit, but if he refuses, I'll just kill him. Makings of an absolute warrior? Don't even say the makings of, even absolute warriors now, like sector lords or undying. There are many in the vast universe. Luo Feng looked at Baikaluo, waiting for his reply. Baikaluo stood in space, his eyebrows creased. The moment you reject, that means death. Once you die, everything will be void. What you are chasing, your dreams, everything will be gone. Luo Feng's words reverberated within his mind, causing him to unconsciously reminisce his struggles from back then. That beautiful planet, his home. That wide and flowing river, he'd seen it countless times in his dreams. Grandpa, I'm leaving. When I return, it'll be the day my name goes up in the temple. I'll definitely make our Ironstone Mountain clan proud of me. That dark night, the young Baikaluo bid goodbye to his grandfather, beginning his long journey. Leaving his home and entering the universe. Wave after wave of adventures in the galaxy, his strength grew continuously. After witnessing Newland Shan in the battle footage from the Battle Axe Coliseum, he idolized Newland Shan. Newland Shan was a definite pro-war faction. From the moment he became a disciple he had to endure life or death battles, and Baikaluo fought extremely hard and quickly became the most exceptional amongst the others. Breaking through to the universe level. Having his own domain. Creating his own knife techniques, a path of continuous growth, even to the point where his old teacher Newland Shan couldn't teach him. His battle experience, skills etc., were comparable to that of his teacher. Becoming one in the Newland Shan family with a status similar to that of Newland Shan himself. However, he never relaxed, always covered in the black robe, focusing his entire self on his techniques, his domain.
The temple. The Sword Clan's temple. Baikalluo roared within, I, Baikalluo, must have my name in that temple. I must make the Ironstone Mountain clan proud of me. I will become a legend amongst the Ironstone Mountain clan of the Sword Clan. The Sword Clan's temple. All of the Sword Clan's males, this was their most dreamed of achievement. Engraving their name in that temple was their biggest pride. But to actually get one's name engraved up there was really difficult. Since the numbers of warriors grew, the conditions required to get one's name engraved became harder and harder. During its aboriginal period, one only had to reach the universe level to get up. After the Sword Clan entered the universe, it got risen to domain lord level. And a few 100 million years ago, it once again rose to sector lord level. Even in the Sword Clan, it still took a long time before a name would get engraved. It was their greatest honor. Getting one's name engraved meant becoming one of the Sword Clan's legends. Engraving my name and becoming a legend. Baikalluo raised his head and stared at the dark red armor-clad youth. Have you considered properly? Luo Feng stared coldly at Baikalluo, submit or death. Who? Baikalluo knelt down on one knee in mid-space, lowering his head. Sword Clan Baikalluo pays his respects to the Lord. Lord? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. When the Lord's power exceeds mine, I will willingly greet him as master. Baikalluo said respectfully, and right now, I'm willing to be one of Lord's soldiers, a bodyguard. Soldier, bodyguard? Luo Feng looked peculiarly at Baikalluo. You can call me master right now. Baikalluo creased his eyebrows. Haha, Luo Feng laughed loudly in the universe. Rumble. Luo Feng vanished. At the same time with movement, an enormous mountain-like beast appeared in space. Its scales alone were bigger than ordinary tables, their edges sharp like knives. Its entire length exceeded a shocking 6 kilometers, for claws 2 to 3 kilometers long, almost like the legendary pillars supporting heaven. That long tail waved about in space. Its huge head was almost like a mountain, its dark gold eyes looking down on the little speck Baikalluo. Golden, Baikalluo stared wide-eyed. Golden horned beast. Right, it's me. A powerful sound, imbued with large amounts of genetic energy pierced through the space, ripples of power dispersing throughout, reverberating in Baikalluo's ear. Rumble. The golden horned beast vanished and Luo Feng appeared, seemingly laughing at Baikalluo. Rumble. Luo Feng vanished and the enormous golden horned beast once again appeared in space. Do you understand? The golden horned beast's voice was like thunder, his gaze sharp and staring straight at Baikalluo. It was physically impossible to speak in space, however, with its large amount of genetic energy medium, along with the massive amount of genetic energy from the golden horned beast itself, its voice reverberated throughout space. You are, Baikalluo was extremely shocked. So all this while Luo Feng is the golden horned beast. Accurately speaking, the golden horned beast is Luo Feng. The golden horned beast vanished and Luo Feng stood in space staring at Baikalluo. Before, when he ordered Defan to destroy Baikalluo's quantum computer, it was all for his revelation. The secret of the golden horned beast had to be kept, hence he couldn't get careless. As for revealing its body, it was for the sake of unleashing the slave soul imprint. Since it's like that, Baikalluo was extremely shaken, looking at Luo Feng. You will be stronger than me, I admit, however the golden horned beast now should still be weaker than I currently. Weaker than you? Luo Feng laughed. Baikalluo, even I am no match for master. You'll only become a sandbag. Defan laughed mockingly via genetic energy on the side. What? Baikalluo shook his head. That's impossible. You can try it and you'll know. Luo Feng curled his lips and smiled. Rumble. Luo Feng vanished and the golden horned beast once again appeared in space. The golden horned beast had currently already reached the universe level 6. Around December of 2 years ago, the golden horned beast had broken through to the universe level. As of now, the end of October, it had already been a total of 20 months. Within these 20 months,
because he had a large amount of wealth, he could afford the expensive and valuable metals, allowing the internal world to grow with maximum efficiency. However, even the optimum efficiency in metal groupings at the universe level could only raise the rate to 56 times. 56 times. 20 months, normal evolution would take 93 over years. The golden horned beast during the star level period. Stage 1 to 3 required a year and a half. Stages 4 to 6, every stage required 2 years each, a total of 6 years. Stage 7 to 9, every stage required 12 years, a total of 36 years. And stage 9 to the universe level required over 50 years. The entire star level period required close to 100 years. And the universe level period required close to 1,000 years. Stages 1 to 3 required about 15 years. Stages 4 to 6, every stage required 20 years, a total of 60 years. Stages 7 to 9, each one required 120 years, a total of 360 years. And finally, Universe Stage 9 to the Domain Lord stage required over 500 years. This was the evolution speed. And with Luo Feng's optimum groupings, normal evolution would take 93 years. The golden horned beast was currently already at the end of the universe level 6. As the genius and extremely talented golden horned beast, at the star level 7, it already had the ability to kill star level 9 fighters already. In space. Like an enormous black mountain, the golden horned beast fiercely waved its claws, and the tip of every claw was like a huge battle knife swinging it by Kaluo. Roar! By Kaluo roared, green wind dancing about his surroundings. Flowing with his gathering of genetic energy, the two battle knives became a blade storm wave that was 10 m high, directly clashing with the golden horned beast's claw. Rumble! The clash ripples exploded. The immense force of the waves became shockingly powerful ripples that dispersed in all directions, knocking and shaking the distant corpse of De Wen and sending a large amount of the ship debris into a mess. You are not bad. The golden horned beast's voice rumbled, almost like a god. Rumble. The golden horned beast's 3 horns emitted a glaring light, following which the gold light swiftly flowed through the peculiar golden engravings throughout the golden horned beast's body. Its scaled wings, its claws, its horns, even its tail seemed to all undergo changes. Even the scales seemed to condense together, its claws getting even sharper. One of the 3 natural talents, strengthen. The golden horned beast's power raised immensely in an instant. Rumble. 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 All that could be seen was the claws that were almost like the heavenly pillars stomping and scratching downwards, under its strengthening, that incomparably powerful force caused by Kaluo to be unable to defend at all. Howl. The golden horned beast let out an excited howl. Wang wang wang. The golden horned beast began to emit strange ripples. The peculiar thing was its entire body was swiftly shrinking. Every scale of it was shrinking, and at the same time, the structure of the scales themselves seemed to change. Its bones too were shrinking. What was once a 6 kilometers long beast had shrunk to just 2 to 3 kilometers long. Its density had increased greatly. Its vertebrate bone had undergone a peculiar change. Its 3 horns on its head too had shrunk. Its density even greater than before. Yes. The entire golden horned beast, from a body length of over 6 kilometers, had shrunk directly down to only 3 kilometers. Deity of the world, the first stage. After the first stage had been completely mastered, the body length would be shrunk down to 1/3 the size, increasing its power by 3 times. And right now, with all the huge amounts of wealth buying the precious materials to train it, Luo Feng had managed to achieve a shrinking of 2 times, increasing its power by 2 times. Strengthening increased its power 2 times. Deity of the world increased it another 2 times. Rumble. Its claws slashed, causing by Kaluo to spit out blood immediately. Shio. A quick as lightning tail brushed past, so fast by Kaluo didn't even have time to dodge, getting knocked so hard his blades were thrown out of his hands and his arms split open immediately, fresh blood splattering all over. Luckily, the golden horned beast had held back, without attacking with its full force, otherwise it would have easily killed by Kaluo. The golden-horned beast vanished and Luo Feng appeared in space.
Fan.
Luo Feng looked at him floating in space, the heavily injured and unable to resist by Kaluo. Go, send him into the nutrition cabin to recover.
Yes.
Fan's simple and honest face revealed a peculiar smile. He had been his master's sparring partner and bullied many times. Now, he finally had a partner to suffer with him. Strengthening talent, deity of the world, unleashing both together.
Fan and Kaluo couldn't defend against it at all.
Luo Feng shook his head and smiled, and I haven't even unleashed a bit of the origin laws of gold with my attack. Sleeping and eating and vice versa, he naturally grew and became one with the golden-horned beast, worthy of the name invincible among the same level. Even in the vast universe, it was hard to find a close enough opponent in the same level. Should there be any human that could put up a fight, he would definitely be elite amongst the entire universe, the entire human race, from countless universe countries, an absolute genius. And Luo Feng, this golden-horned beast, spending lots of wealth to train deity of the world, and to comprehend the origin laws of the universe.
Just hard work alone wasn't enough.
To be able to defeat the golden-horned beast, it was extremely difficult.
Within the universe ship. Master.
Kaluo, who was tossed into the nutrition cabin, shouted willingly.
All right, hurry and heal up.
Luo Feng said casually. Once he was healed, he still had to use the slave soul imprint. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 10, Chapter 14, Automaton Ship.
Volume 10, Chapter 14, Automaton Ship.
Wen and Kaluo, why haven't they reported back after so long?
Within the virtual universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island, within a luxurious villa's guest room, dressed in a long robe, Newland Shan creased his eyebrows, blinking his red eyes and stared at the screen, serious and severe as he said, contact them one more time for me.
Yes, Master. The fist-size AI helper on Newland Shan's shoulder shouted out loudly and clearly. Do. Not right. Something's up.
I'm trying to contact them, they wouldn't dare not answer my call invite. Newland Shan's eyes were filled with shock and fear. Unless. That's impossible, with Kaluo's strength, the two of them shouldn't have met with any trouble at all.
Newland Shan shook his head, definitely not.
Waiting in the virtual universe, for any news at all from Wen or Kaluo, Newland Shan began to suspect that something must have happened. However, he had too much confidence in his most exceptional disciple Kaluo. Against Earth, this level of simplicity, he shouldn't have met any trouble at all.
Minutes and seconds passed. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour. 1 hour, 2 hours.
Newland Shan's expression grew uglier by the minute. He initially still held on to hope, however after 2 hours had passed and he hadn't received any news from his disciples.
It was clear that something had happened.
Ah! Newland Shan growled from deep within his throat, violently waving his hand, knocking the wineglass on the table in front of him away, the pots and cups flying in all directions, either smashing against the walls or on the yard around, even on the chairs, basically breaking apart loudly all over.
Luo Feng.
Newland Shan's eyes grew cold, he bit down hard, squeezing out 2 words from within. You are vicious. To actually be able to get a universe level 9 or even a domain lord to help you. Newland Shan's gaze was cold, clenching his fists so tight, his fingers were jabbing at his palm.
This loss was tragic.
1. He lost 2 important members of his family, Wen and Kaluo. 2. He was clear that if the opponent could easily deal with Kaluo, then he, Newland Shan, would have no hope of acquiring the treasures of Earth anymore. To be able to deal with Kaluo, the opponent must at least be a universe level 9.
And a universe level 9 can totally be able to take away that automaton ship.
Newland Shan pondered in rage. Even if I spend 3 years of time and reach Earth,
it most probably will be just a waste of time. And what's more, on Earth, there's that thing. Solar system, Mars.
When Newell Shan was thinking of Baikaluo being killed off, gritting his teeth in rage. Do not resist. A booming rumbling voice reverberated across the sand. The golden-horned beast's enormous body was lying there, its head high and huge like a mountain, gazed down at the little Baikaluo. Yes. Baikaluo stood respectfully there. The golden-horned beast began to unleash the Yun-Mo planet's slave soul imprint. Gradually, a transparent liquid, almost like a droplet, flew out from the left eye of the beast, swiftly descending downwards. This crystal-like droplet, if one examined it carefully, would discover that there were complex prints within it, floating within the center of the drop. Shie. The droplet entered Baikaluo's forehead. It immediately seeped in and entered deep within Baikaluo's consciousness. Within his consciousness. This was a vast miniature galaxy. It was the place where Baikaluo's soul resided. This mini-galaxy was continuously revolving, and the 8 arms of the galaxy similarly spiraled outwards. A drop of water suddenly appeared and immediately entered into the galaxy. A silver sparkling and translucent beam of light swiftly entered and permeated in. Everything happened naturally. After about half an hour, standing in the desert, Baikaluo opened his eyes and looked at the golden-horned beast, his gaze filled with a sense of idolization and worship from within his soul. Master. Baikaluo bowed. The golden-horned beast's eyes too had a slight darkening in its eyes. Using the slave soul imprint was akin to cutting off a small piece of its own soul. The damage was huge. Rumble. The golden-horned beast vanished and Luo Feng appeared. The slave soul imprint is indeed mysterious. Luo Feng looked at the sword clan Baikaluo before him, clearly feeling his sense of worship from deep within his soul, almost as though he was looking at his king. For the teacher to be able to create this slave soul imprint is really impressive. Fan, Baikaluo, let's go, return to Earth. Luo Feng said. Yes, master. Fan and Baikaluo replied respectfully simultaneously. The black disc-shaped universe ship was heading back to Earth from Mars. Within the ship's control room, Luo Feng and his 2 slaves were conversing. Master, all the AI and quantum computers from the debris have been brought over. Baikaluo said respectfully, there definitely won't be any leakage of the scene of the golden-horned beast revealing its body. Okay. Luo Feng nodded. Caution and prudence was the utmost importance. The secret of the golden-horned beast indeed couldn't be leaked out. Baikaluo, just what trump card does that Newell Shan have, and what does he know about Earth? Luo Feng asked. Trump card? Baikaluo shook his head. That Newell Shan doesn't have any trump card at all. The entire foundation of the family is shallow, except for Newell Shan himself as the pillar. The family doesn't have any big powers at all. This time he sent Du Wen and I over. 1 was to grab the automaton ship and 2 was to kill you. That bastard, actually thinking of killing Master, he deserves death, but... Baikaluo's words were filled with killing intent for Newell Shan. The slave soul imprint had altered his consciousness and his worship for his master was from within his soul. His master's life was the most important thing to him. Hence for Newell Shan to try and kill Luo Feng, the current Baikaluo was filled with intense hatred from within. Ha ha. That Newell Shan is only a little clown. Luo Feng laughed. Right, you talked about the automaton ship earlier? Luo Feng's eyes lit up. These 2 years, he had almost completely immersed himself in comprehending the universe origin laws. Comprehending these laws wasn't necessarily tedious, it was actually akin to a mother's hug when one was an infant, a very comforting feeling on the soul. 2 years spent immersed in deep training had caused Luo Feng to forget about that automaton ship sitting in the Bermuda area of Earth. Right, that Newell Shan has been harping on about that automaton ship since before. That ship is definitely worth much more than his entire fortune. Baikaluo said respectfully. Ha, Luo Feng laughed. Babata. Luo Feng shouted, the ship will not return to home yet, we'll head over to the Bermuda area, it's time we took that automaton ship. Understood. The little devil shouted excitedly. The universe ship pierced through the Earth's atmosphere, immediately heading to the Bermuda Ocean. after which the universe ship vanished and Luo Feng and his two slaves became three beams of light flying into the ocean. Within the cold sea waters, there was an enormous white silhouette. Luo Feng flew closer. Floating in the ocean, the enormous white pyramid reached a shocking height of 200 m, larger than any skyscraper on Earth. Luo Feng could clearly feel that the floating pyramid slightly warped the surroundings. Automaton Universe Ship. D-Fan's eyes gleamed. This is my first time actually seeing an Automaton Universe ship in reality. Baikaluo too was shocked. The Automaton race's technology is too advanced. From the appearance, it's hard to tell what grade this ship is. The technology of the humans of the universe was far from that of the Automaton race. The human-constructed universe ships could easily be determined by grade, and a scan would also easily tell what metal or alloy it was built from. However, with the automaton alloys, humans were completely unable to detect the grade from the outside. However, according to what Newell and Sean told me, this automaton ship is at least a D grade. Baikaluo pointed at the huge pyramid, the triangular pathway. That pathway's defense should be at the C grade too. The lowest grade of this kind of universe ship is D, hence its price is extremely expensive. Many domain lords can't even afford it. D-Fan looked shocked at Baikaluo. That expensive? You can't just look at its appearance. And that's on D grade. If it were E grade, that would be too shocking. It'll definitely be even crazier than the treasures from the world within a world that shook the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire starfield. Baikaluo shook his head. However, the chances of it being an E grade is too low. It's an E grade. Luo Feng said. Master. D-Fan and Baikaluo both turned shocked. D-Fan couldn't help but ask, Master, it's completely impossible to tell the grade from its appearance. It's an E grade. I'm very sure. Luo Feng looked at the huge pyramid before him, before turning to looking at his two slaves. You two, what grades are your armors? Master, I'm wearing an inner level 3 genetic armor, outside a D3 grade alloy armor. D-Fan said respectfully. I'm wearing an inner level 3 genetic armor, outside a D5 alloy armor. Baikaluo said respectfully. Luo Feng nodded. Genetic armors were similar to the Black God sets from back then. It could easily cover one's body. However, the defensive abilities of the genetic armor was related to the level of the genetic energy. The stronger the genetic energy, the stronger the defense of the armor. These genetic armors were extremely expensive, similar to genetic energy weapons. The alloy armors were alloys outside, their skill tolerance was very low, just like a huge shield. The prices were cheap. The only drawback was the alloy armors had many openings, not able to protect the body 100% completely. Baikaluo, how about you enter the automaton ship? Luo Feng ordered, this is an AI chip, enter the control room and insert it there. Yes, master. Baikaluo respectfully received the chip and flew straight towards the pathway. Chi. Within the automaton ship pathway, 3 colored lasers immediately shot out. However, Baikaluo's speed didn't seem to slow down at all, rushing in straight ahead. The automaton ship. Luo Feng looked at the pyramid ship before him, exclaiming within, this ship's owner was that automaton undying fighter. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 15, Dumbfounded. Volume 10, Chapter 15, Dumbfounded. Automaton undying. Luo Feng felt pressure. Undying. The word itself represented the absolute peak. An undying being alone was enough to topple the entire Black Dragon Mountain starfield. One punch alone from an undying being could destroy an entire planet. And with a physical body capable of reaching light speed and traveling through universes. Even inter-universal travel between the actual universe or the dark universe was as easy as having a meal. Babada, would we have any difficulty taking control of a ship owned by an undying?
Luo Feng asked. Undying beings shouldn't let others take their ships so easily, right? But of course, just like the UNMO planet ship, if I controlled and shut the door forcefully, even sector lords would be unable to barge into the UNMO planet ship. Babata said, as for that automaton ship, it'll just be up to your person and luck. Because automaton undying are different from other races of undying. Different? Luo Feng. Right, Luo Feng, let me ask you, what do people normally use to control the ships? Babata asked. AI. Luo Feng smiled. Right, AI. Your teacher used me to control the UNMO planet ship. However, the automaton race, every one of them is a living AI. More advanced than any AIs about. As for the most powerful of them, the automaton undying, that's something even more powerful than someone like me, a living AI. Babata said, what do you think he'll even need an AI for in his ship? You mean, Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. For automaton undying, riding in a ship only require a trillionth of their processing ability to be able to perfectly control a universe ship. Babata said, hence the automaton undying usually don't even need an AI specifically to control the ships, they can easily handle it themselves. But he's dead. So there's no one to control this automaton ship anymore. Now it's just up to your luck. If this automaton ship has any locked-down gates or doors from the entrance to the control room and is hard to open, then that'll be troublesome. If there are no blocked passages, then that's lucky. Babata said. Luo Feng couldn't help but hold his breath. Luo Feng and Defan, a master and his slave, stood in the deep sea, patiently looking at the huge pyramid ship. Waiting. About 5 minutes later. Master, success. A thought was communicated over. That's great. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. My auxiliary AI can begin hacking into the control system of the ship. Oh, hacking success. Cutting power to the cabin door. Success. Babata cheered. Luo Feng, let's go, we can enter into the ship now without any worry about the pathway's defenses. I've already cut off the power. Defan, let's go. Luo Feng ordered, flying first into the entrance of the pyramid ship. Entering through the passageway, that area belonged to the lower level of the entire pyramid. The passageway was quite spacious, as it was 10 m wide. With an alloy armor outside and cloud contact vine armor within, Luo Feng's defense was completely solid. With but a thought, a long vine extended into the passageway. It's completely safe. Luo Feng flew in and Defan followed beside him. What a unique layout. Luo Feng entered the ship and was shocked upon his discovery. The entire layout of the pyramid ship was completely different from a human race's universe ship. Within this ship, there was one main pathway, spiraling upwards in a single helix. Almost like a mountain path going up. The spiraling pathway was 30 m wide, spiraling up the center of the pyramid. The pyramid ship's control room was located in the center about 800 m from the bottom. The control room itself was circular, the floors were sparkling and translucent, altogether beautifully made. There actually was no control board in the room, only a large floating crystal ball in the center. Master. Baikalo looked at Luo Feng. Well done. Luo Feng smiled. Babata, check this ship. Luo Feng shouted. Yes. Energy shields, perfect condition. Damn, the energy shield levels are actually this high. Even if we don't rely on the ship for defense, just the shields alone can block an E9 grade attack. This means, if one didn't reach the undying level, they couldn't even break past one level of the energy shields. Babata's voice resounded across the control room. Luo Feng, Defan, and Baikalo were all shocked. Just the energy shields alone were this extreme. Just whose ship is this? Who was the original owner of this ship? Baikalo couldn't help but ask. It's too crazy. Even the E9 grade ships in the universe aren't this extreme. Its owner was an undying. Luo Feng said, an automaton undying. Callow and D-Fan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Undying? And an automaton undying at that? Any undying was extremely valuable. And the automaton represented the most technologically advanced race in the entire universe. If an automaton undying were to control this ship to its fullest, the transformation would be extremely terrifying. Offensive weapons, perfect condition. Damn, it's really crazy. This automaton ship's technological weapons are even crazier than your teacher's ship, indeed worthy of the name automaton ship. The ship of an automaton undying, it's simply too luxurious, it's pure madness. It actually has 3-star Master Grade Star Annihilator cannons and 9 E3 grade laser cannons. Luo Feng was stunned. Star Annihilator cannons, dot. The legendary technological weapons, the Star Annihilator cannons were unrivaled, as the name spoke for itself, just one shot could destroy an entire planet. In terms of power, it could compete with an undying altogether. Of course, the Star Annihilator cannon had its flaws. First one was that its attack radius was huge, it couldn't concentrate its attack on a single point like an undying. Second was that it consumed a shocking amount of energy. However, despite its weakness, it couldn't diminish the human race's longing for such a weapon. Movement systems, perfect condition. Luo Feng, you've struck lottery. This automaton ship's movement system is completely sick. It's no wonder the entire layout of the passageway was a spiraling pathway. Actually, the entire core of the automaton ship seems to be a huge movement system. A 200 m tall ship, over 2/3 of it is a movement system. Sick. This ship's momentary acceleration, dodging and other movements definitely aren't lousier than your teacher's UNMO planet ship. I'm dizzy. According to the data from this ship, the ship's main body's alloy reaches E grade. It even has self-repairing functions. Along with the energy shield, it definitely belongs to the pinnacle of E grade ships. Plus, its movement is extremely shocking, making it incredibly valuable. And this is without including the cost of the Star Annihilator. Luo Feng, you've truly struck it big this time. Just this automaton ship alone is more valuable than all the treasures in the world within a world put together. Babata said. Expensive? Luo Feng, who was within the round control room, however, wasn't as excited as he was when they first began. His expression was that of suspicion. Even though it's expensive, no matter how expensive it is, it's still only an E-grade ship, compared to the UNMO planet F9 grade ship. Normal domain lords use D-grade ships, sector lords use E-grade ships. This undying should be using an F-grade. And this ship is only at the pinnacle of E-grade, it shouldn't be that crazy, right? Wrong, completely wrong. Babata shouted. Master, it's not like that. Callow said. Luo Feng was suspicious, beside him D-Fan was dumbfounded too. Luo Feng, when you go out, don't ever mention that you are a disciple of the UNMO planet, it's a total disgrace to your teacher's face. Actually saying such stupid things. That D-Fan, who was a slave before, never mind that he's stupid. But you, after reading so many books, learning so much about the universe and common knowledge, however you missed out on such an important piece of information, Babata began to criticize him. Where was I wrong? Luo Feng cut in while Babata was speaking. Firstly, human universe ships, the only reason why they aren't that expensive is because they are made from alloys. A pure metal ship is viewed as a luxurious item. Hence, alloy ships are the way to go. This you know, right? Babata said. I understand, alloys are cheap, but cost-effective. Luo Feng nodded. Within the same C5 grade, the alloys were cheaper by at least 100 times to the pure metal. However, within the entire universe, the strongest alloy is only E9 grade. Whether it is the human race or the even more advanced automaton race, the strongest alloy constructed is only E9 grade. Hence, to actually build a F-grade universe ship, one can only use pure metals, like your teacher used the hybrid copper essence. This is because there are simply no F-grade alloys. F-grade pure metals are extremely rare. Take the hybrid copper essence, for example. There may be occasional veins of ore for the hybrid copper, but after digging them up, the amount of hybrid copper essence may only amount to a palm's worth, maybe 1 or 2 tons. One vein of ore may result in only a palm's worth. To actually collect enough to build a 800 diameter universe ship, that's simply an unbelievable thing to do. Even if you sold off the entire Black Dragon Mountain star field, you wouldn't even be close to having enough money. Hence, even among undying beings, the majority of them cannot afford to make one. Undying beings, most of them only use the pinnacle of E-grade ships. Babata said, and the difference between the E-grade ships of the Undying and Sector Lords is the size, and with the bigger size one needs a stronger and more powerful engine, allowing it to have greater mobility. 100 m long and 1000 m long. The difference in size, if it were a 1000 times, the price difference will be a 1000 times 2. That is the main difference between undying beings with E-grade ships, compared to Sector Lords with E-grade ships. Your teacher was an absolute warrior even amongst the undying, hence he could afford to build the Yun-Mo planet ship. Even so, he still spent a large amount of his wealth along with countless treasures to acquire it. Babata said, and this automaton undying, this ship that he used, is even more advanced than many human undyings. The main thing is that its mobility is off the charts. I'll give you an estimate, a normal Sector Lord's E-grade ships would cost about 1 trillion universe dollars, which is about 1 mixed element. And a pinnacle E-grade ship used by undying would be normally valued at few hundred trillion universe dollars, which is equivalent to a few hundred mixed elements. This pinnacle E-grade ship, a 1-200 m tall automaton ship, is worth about 1 to 2,000 mixed element units. And the treasures you acquired from the world within a world before, all added together would only add up to about 11 mixed element units. Hence, I said all the treasures in the world within a world added together, don't even compare to this automaton undying ship. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 16, The Auction Has Arrived. Volume 10, Chapter 16, The Auction Has Arrived. Only an accurate appraisal could clearly express just how valuable this automaton ship was. Babata had calculated earlier that the entire wealth of treasures in the world within a world was priced at about 200 mixed elements, comparable to a poor undying. And this automaton ship alone was worth about 1 to 2,000 mixed elements. My God! Baikala's eyes stared wide. His dream was to have his name engraved in the Sword Clan temple. Only after becoming a Sector Lord will he be able to do so. Even a Sector Lord wouldn't be able to buy this ship. Just how many universe-level slaves can you buy with this? Defan opened his mouth wide, looking silly. They were utterly flabbergasted. The 2 universe-level warriors had totally lost it. Such a valuable automaton ship, enough to even make the undying buy for, enough to make the Sector Lords go crazy for, much less the Domain Lords in universe levels. Just the ship Star Annihilator was enough to make a medium-level civilization become interested. This was definitely a mass-killing weapon that could be used to intimidate and threaten. Luo Feng, you must never divulge any information about this automaton ship. Babata said, it's just like the Yun-Mo planet ship you have, this ship too belongs to one of the things you must never leak out. Of course, it's impossible to determine its grade and true value just from its appearance. Most people would think that it's a D-grade automaton ship. However, you are only a star level, using a D-grade automaton ship would just invite trouble. Hence, the greatest use this ship has to you is 1. It can protect your life in dangerous situations. While hiding in this ship, even Sector Lord Pinnacle level warriors won't be able to break through. You can ride it and escape. 2. Killing your enemies, you can use the 3-star annihilators or the 9E3 grade laser cannons to kill your enemies. Especially when combined with the mobility of the automaton ship, you can swiftly approach your enemies and withdraw as you please. While relying on the 9 laser cannons to attack, even domain lords will definitely die. 3. Sell. You can sell the entire ship. The first and second options have their flaws. The moment you use it, others will know that you have an E-grade automaton ship. That would easily attract the attention of sector lords and even Undying. Hence you shouldn't use it, but the moment you do, you have to kill all the enemies, leaving none behind. If you want to sell it, there's no problem, you can sell it through your teacher's 5-star account service. However, the moment you sell it, if you want to buy it back, it'll be difficult, extremely difficult. That's because an automaton ship with star annihilators can easily enter a mid-level auction to be sold. And the mid-level auction's lowest requirement is to be a 4-star client. Luo Feng, even if you sell the ship, you still wouldn't be a 4-star client. The lowest requirement for the 4-star grade is to have 10,000 mixed elements. The people are mostly comprised of Undying or a few large powers. Hence, the moment you sell it, within a short time span, you wouldn't be able to get it back. Babata said. Luo Feng understood. This ship may be valuable, however, for it to actually be worth 1/10 of an Undying's wealth was already considered not bad. Undying beings require money for weapons, armors, treasures, manuals, etc. Even after selling the ship, Luo Feng would still be unable to become a 4-star client. I won't sell it. I'm not lacking in money right now. Luo Feng laughed. After all, this is hot property. It'll be easy to sell anytime, and it'll act as a trump card in my back pocket. The 9 laser cannons, along with the ship's mobility, even domain lords would definitely die. Hiding in it, even the pinnacle of sector lords can't break it open. When I actually lack money, then I'll sell it. Luo Feng's eyes suddenly gleamed. Babata, can we detach the ship's star annihilator? Since there are 3 of them, selling 2 off would be okay. You wish. This automaton ship's construction work is too exquisite. The entire ship is a perfect whole body, even the star annihilator. The laser cannons have been fused within the ship, detaching it, in your dreams. Even though the material isn't like the Yunmo planet ship, the work and craftsmanship on it is of a much higher value than the Yunmo planet ship. The Yunmo planet ship's strongest point is mainly its material and its incomparably sharp edges. Once it accelerates, it can slice through planets and even sector lords like vegetables. As for its construction and craftsmanship, it's definitely lower. So it seems that I can't detach it. It's not a big deal. After all, I currently have enough money. Luo Feng laughed. Babata, keep this pyramid ship in your storage space, let's return home. Even though he had acquired the automaton ship, it was still of no use to him at the moment. This was because the moment he uses it, the information would be leaked, hence the automaton ship was similar to the Yunmo planet ship. Luo Feng very clearly knew they were valuable, but he can only store it in Babata's storage space. At least the pyramid ship is in perfect condition and undamaged. Even though the Yunmo planet ship is much more expensive than the pyramid, it is damaged and unusable. Luo Feng muttered as he flew from the Bermuda Ocean towards the Asia continent. Behind him, Defan and Baikalo exchanged glances. This master. He leaves others completely speechless. The pyramid ship, even amongst the Undying ships, was considered not bad. Even the Yunmo planet ship was something many Undying wouldn't be able to afford. An F-grade ship was incomparably expensive, much less an F9. Having such a powerful teacher is good. Defan looked at Baikalo, communicating. Baikalo, why'd you cherish your Newell and Shan teacher so much? A universe level 9 teacher, there's no future in that. Look at my master who's so powerful, his teacher was an Undying, and a powerful one amongst the others. And, he's dead. A dead teacher passes all his wealth to master. If his teacher was alive, master probably wouldn't be able to get much. Defan communicated. Baikalo shot a stare at Defan and said, get lost. Days passed. Back then the surveillance system had already detected movement from the wormhole in the dead space.
The first was a D3 grade ship from the Newell & Shan family, the second was a D1 grade ship and the third was a C8 grade ship. After Luo Feng had dealt with the Newell & Shan army and acquired the pyramid ship, not long after. China year 2065, November 12, the second D1 grade universe ship arrived on Earth. Space outside Earth. Dressed in armor, the bald D-Fan stood in space, watching the dark purple disc-shaped universe ship approaching. "Sir, how are you? We are from the Porterly family from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire." From the ship flew out 12 star-level humans, of which 10 were star-level 9s and 2 were star-level 3 and 5. The star-level 5 was a tall and sturdy youth. Porterly family, one of the 16 big families of the Black Dragon Mountain family. Porterly family? HBMH, right now Earth falls under the protection of 3Axe Mountain, forbidding any visitors. D-Fan's voice resonated via spirit reading energy to the 12 of them. 3Axe Mountain? The tall and sturdy youth's expression changed. 3Axe Mountain was one of the 4 large organizations, even the 2 sacred lands had to be courteous to them. "If you barge into Earth, don't blame me for being disrespectful." D-Fan roared loudly, after which he turned and flew back immediately. And in space, the 12 exchanged glances. "Lord, what do we do? What can we do?" The tall and sturdy youth grit his teeth and ordered, "They send out only one person and he's a universe level 9, do we go in and commit suicide?" The universe ship could only leave dejected. The same method was used on the C8 grade universe ship 6 days later, which was also scared away by D-Fan. After all, these 2 ships were scout teams from 2 different families, who would dare mess with a universe level 9. After scaring away those 2 ships, Luo Feng's life became incredibly peaceful, however he was awaiting that crucial date, December 16th. Xia year 2065 December 16th, was the triennial Ganwu auction date. Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain 9-star Bay. Within the tea room, Luo Feng sat in a chair, lifting a glass cup filled with an amber-colored tea. "Tomorrow is the Ganwu auction. The lowest requirement for the auction is a 3-star client." Luo Feng gently sniffed the tea. "However, my account already has less than 10 mixed elements because of the recent expenses, which is lower than the requirement to become a 3-star client. Is the invitation sent to me by the Ganwu auction still valid?" "Luo Feng, your thinking is wrong. Your account reached 11 trillion universe dollars before, 11 mixed elements, thus becoming a 3-star client. Right now you've used up quite a bit. Just because you have less money now, you think your account will get degraded from being a 3-star client? For several wealthy owners, their assets and capital get cycled very regularly. One day they may have 200 mixed elements, becoming a 3-star client, and another they might use everything until they only have 1 mixed element left. The following day, others might transfer 300 mixed elements in. Will these large wealthy people change constantly from 3-star clients to 2 stars? Luo Feng was stunned. Usage is normal. Like your teacher, for the Unimo planet ship back then, he had almost used up everything. And sometimes just by selling a few treasures, the amount in his account would fly again, sometimes empty, sometimes full. Babata laughed. "The bank won't easily degrade an account. Only if your account has stayed short of funds for a long period of time will they degrade it." Babata said, "The higher the level of account, this low period will be longer. Like a 5-star client, even if the money inside has been emptied, within 100 million years, their grade will not be dropped." Luo Feng laughed and nodded. That made sense. Sipping his tea, Luo Feng was looking forward to the auction. The triennial Ganwu auction would gather countless sector lords, even undying from all of the Ganwu universe country, and the lowest requirement was a 3-star client. Various items that would otherwise be hard or impossible to purchase, including saint-level items, would appear there. After purchasing the nutrition cabin, the D5 grade laser, treasures required for the deity of the world training and usage of about 5 mixed elements, also giving 2 mixed elements to my brother Luo Hua to invest. Right now, I only have about 4 trillion universe dollars left. Luo Feng thought, I wonder if I can actually afford anything tomorrow, but I'll return and ask my brother to see how his investments have been doing these 2 years. Luo Feng thought. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 17, Ganwu Universe Country. Volume 10, Chapter 17, Ganwu Universe Country. Black Dragon Mountain Island, 9-star bay. Besides Luo Feng's villa, there was a wooden villa. Luo Feng followed the staircases along to this 3-level villa, and its glass door was shut. Creak. Luo Feng pushed open the door and entered. This was a room with at least 100 square feet, and it were several computer desks, and on every desk there was a laptop. Before each laptop was a person typing away on the virtual keyboards, looking for information. There were a total of 21 workers in that room. In the seat closest to the back, at the largest desk, was a youth who looked very similar to Luo Feng. The only difference was that he was skinnier. Big brother! Luo Hua yelled out, shocked. It's quite bustling in here. Luo Feng smiled as he surveyed the workroom. Mr. Luo, how do you do? Mr. Luo. The people within quickly got up and down, bowing. These group of workers were all Luo Hua's partners and fellow investors. As he was accustomed to their work, he had brought them into the virtual universe. Even though he had AIs to assist him, there were still differences between AIs and humans. Big brother, why have you come here? Come, let's go over there to chat. Hold on. Luo Hua swiftly returned to the computer, entering a few commands before running over. Let's go. Beside the workroom was a tea room. Luo Feng and Luo Hua sat down. Big brother coming over to visit while I'm working is a rare sight. Luo Hua laughed. It's like this. Luo Feng smiled. Tomorrow, there's a triennial Ganwu auction. Ganwu auction? Luo Hua seemed stunned after hearing, following which he revealed glee and excitement, saying, is it the legendary highest level auction in the Ganwu universe country? During a conversation I had with investors before, I heard them mention it. I heard the requirement for the auction is extremely high. The lowest requirement is a 3-star client. Luo Feng nodded. Damn! Luo Hua stared wide-eyed. 3-star client? The level of this auction is really high. 3-star client, the total amount of 3-star clients in the Black Dragon Mountain star field was simply pitiful. They were all huge figures. Luo Feng laughed and said, the reason why I'm here is to ask, the 2 trillion universe dollars I handed to you 2 years ago, how is it going? Talking about that, Luo Hua revealed an expression of glee and excitement, saying, the 2 trillion universe dollars, even within the universe financial markets and many other investments, is considered large capital. There are many pros and cons to large capital. The good is that we can actually influence the markets to a certain degree. The bad is that it's not as mobile. Wanting to liquidate it may be hard sometimes. Last year during the exchanges, it peaked up to 50% more. However, during the bad times, we cut even. We've definitely accumulated large capital experience, perfecting our investment tactics. This year, a highest point peaked with profits at 3.6 trillion universe dollars. However, recently it hasn't been as good. We still have 3 trillion in capital. However, don't worry, we must be patient. Right now I'm just waiting for the market price to explode. Luo Hua laughed. Luo Feng nodded. I need some money to use. How much can you take out? If you need money, then we have to liquidate. After all, my capital isn't in cash. Luo Hua emphasized, however, to liquidate now, big brother, honestly, my plan is just about to finish over this half a year. Right now it's just about waiting for the price to explode and to earn a large sum. Selling off right now, it's simply not worth it. Big brother, if you are rushed, I can sell them all off in a day. However, selling off such a large sum will easily topple the prices. I estimate a return of 2.8 trillion would be considered not bad already. Oh. Luo Feng nodded. No rush, this auction will continue for 10 days. If I don't have enough money, I'll contact you.
Okay. Luo Hua nodded. The largest gathering in the Ganwu universe country, the Ganwu auction.
Luo Feng had already been anticipating the triennial event for a long time.
Big brother, I'll be reachable at any time. If you need large amounts of money, immediately inform me.
I will immediately sell off for cash, and if it's truly urgent, I've already talked to a friend, he can lend you some cash first, using my investment capital as settlement.
Luo Hua said. Luo Feng.
Beside him Su Xian smiled. When you return, you must tell me all about the auction. I too have an interest in this Ganwu universe's greatest gathering.
Luo Feng nodded, bidding farewell to his family and immediately leaving 9-Star Bay.
Waving down a flying horse and riding it to the transmission belt.
Transmission.
Luo Feng stood within the transmission spot. In his hand was the invite to the Ganwu auction.
Who?
Luo Feng immediately vanished from the Black Dragon Mountain Island and was sent to the Ganwu continent, into a floating city above. The invite shot out several beams of light, causing the floating city's defenses to automatically open a pathway and allowed Luo Feng through. This was a continent that was incomparably elegant amongst the clouds. The city was exquisite and beautiful, the flowers and plants were scattered and easily seen all over, and the most eye-catching and enormous construct of the entire floating city was the auction hall.
Once every 3 years, the Ganwu auction would always be held here at the auction hall.
Sir, how do you do?
Welcome to this year's Ganwu auction, this is your seat number.
Miss, how do you do?
Welcome to this year's Ganwu auction, this is your seat number.
People were all dressed in luxurious or ancient clothing, some with snake bodies while others were as tall as 7 to 8 meters. The number of people here to attend the auction was simply massive. There were already 2 long lines formed at the entrance of the auction hall.
So many 3-star clients? Luo Feng too was in line.
In front of him was a huge cold-looking man that seemed like a raging fire, and behind him was a 1-meter-tall gloomy and cold dwarf. However, he emitted a natural aura of strength, causing Luo Feng to feel the pressure.
3-star client, most of them are sector lords.
Very few are big businessmen or youths with large backgrounds.
Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. Most of them are sector lords? Luo Feng gazed around.
These 2 long lines awaiting to enter had at least a few thousand people.
A few thousand sector lords? This auction, there's a total of 16 entrances.
Hence, it isn't just here where people are queuing, there are 15 other lines formed around.
Right now the number of sector lords queuing should be about 100,000. Babata said. 100,000? Luo Feng gawked. 100,000 sector lords? That was madness. Puta, there were over 1.31 million in the previous auction, do you think there'll be more this time?
The huge iron-faced man that seemed like a raging ball of flames in front of Luo Feng said softly.
Yeah, it'll definitely exceed this time.
It's been said that this year there is a quota for entering the primal universe, and this quota is a sector lord quota.
The highest level allowed is for sector lords to enter.
Many undying have come here wanting to buy this quota.
And because of this, many sector lords have come here.
In front of that iron-faced man, a man with a hoarse voice, dressed entirely in a robe, spoke.
Luo Feng was stunned. 1.31 million? Primal universe?
Standing in line, he naturally heard many of the discussions of the sector lords. The content of these discussions completely shocked Luo Feng.
Because many of the topics they mentioned left Luo Feng completely bewildered. For example,
this time at the Starfield border, we had a total of 18 sector lords, only 3 were lucky to return. The other 15, they may come out after a few tens of thousands years, a few million years, or they may never come out at all. Your Tuota army has made a huge contribution in the battlefield outside the Starfield this time, congrats, Ut. Beside him, the sector lords recognized each other. discussing these sort of topics. Luo Feng was just simply blinking his eyes and stayed silent as he listened. "This brother, which family or organization are you from?" A teen beside Luo Feng, one of them, a skinny single-eye man, smiled as he waved at Luo Feng. "No family, no organization," Luo Feng replied frankly. "Oh." The single-eyed man nodded as he heard, not asking anymore. Just from their auras, one could easily determine the power levels of people around. The surrounding large group of sector lords could easily see that Luo Feng was a much weaker little fellow amongst them. However, in this group, the weaker one was, the more others couldn't offend him. It was because a person with weaker power being able to become a 3-star client meant his background was usually extremely terrifying. "Sir, how do you do? Welcome to this Ganwu auction, this is your seat number." Luo Feng received the ticket, looking at the black slip of paper. Half of it was translucent with a screen on it. On the screen displayed, KND 99286. "It's really huge." Entering the auction, Luo Feng was half dazed. The entire auction was akin to one of Earth's soccer fields. The surroundings were a blur with a large number of people. However, the number of seats in this auction hall was simply too many. There's a total of 3 million seats here. Every seat is 6 meters wide and 10 meters tall. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. Luo Feng nodded. Every seat was 6 m wide and 10 m tall, such a huge seating space, with a total of 3 million of them. With just a glance, it was impossible to see the end of the hall. It was as though a world was formed just from putting these countless seats together. The reason behind the huge construction of seats was to accommodate the large physically structured guests. KND 99286. Luo Feng found the engraved number on the seat and sat in it. 6 m wide, even bigger than his bed. Countless seats. Discussion filled the entire hall, as though countless gods were in conversation. So many sector lords? Luo Feng held his breath. The Ganwu Universe country has a total of 13,000 starfields. Like the Black Dragon Mountain starfield, there's close to 100 sector lords. Then the entire Ganwu Universe country, on estimate, has over 1 million sector lords. In truth, because of the teachings of many undyings, the Ganwu Universe's chances of having sector lords growing largely. There's a total of over 1 million sector lords in the entire Ganwu Universe country. Luo Feng felt his heartbeat race. Over 1 million sector lords? The Ganwu Universe country, just what you would expect from a universe country. At such a level, it was simply enormous. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 18, Breathtaking. Volume 10, Chapter 18, Breathtaking. The Ganwu Empire is extraordinarily powerful. Even your teacher cannot compare to it. Undying beings can only lower their royal heads in front of the gigantic Ganwu Empire. After all, there are numerous fighters in Ganwu Empire. Of course, the Ganwu Empire wouldn't wantonly anger people like your teacher who aren't tied to any organization and are also extremely powerful. However, if they do actually start fighting, after paying a certain price, there will be no problem with eradicating people like your teacher. Sighed Babata, there's nothing that can be done. That's the power of numbers. Luo Feng nodded. As he looked at the auction, the countless number of seats, and the countless number of sector lords, he understood what the power of numbers meant. 3 hours later. Guests. A clear sound instantly spread around and echoed around the auction. Everyone in the vast auction quickly settled down and became quiet. Luo Feng looked towards the center of the auction. A bald old man with a black turtle shell on his back stood in the center of the auction. Above him was a 3D projection of this old man that was 1,000 meters tall. Everyone, welcome to this time's Ganwu auction. I hereby thank the fantastic support of the Virtual Universe Network Company, the Universe First Bank, the Universe Galaxy Bank, the Battle Axe Coliseum, the Universe Mercenary Alliance, and the Ganwu Empire. Smiled the old man. I'm sure many of you recognize me. You can all call me Old Batua. Once again, Old Batua will be your host for this marvelous banquet. In our last Ganwu auction, there were 1,316,038 participants. We just finished tallying up the number of participants in this time's auction. Does anyone know how many people there are? 1,823,959 people. 1.8,500,000 more than the previous one. The entire auction suddenly went into a wave-like uproar. The lowest person here was a 3-star client. Within the densely packed seats, Luo Feng smacked his lips and sighed to himself. Within the Black Dragon Mountain starfield, my wealth can rank within the top 100. However, across the entire Ganwu Empire, after reaching a different position, the things you see also change. Before reaching the minimum qualification of a 3-star client, you don't even have the right to participate in this Ganwu auction. I'll cut the small talk. The time to officially begin this time's auction is soon. Same as always, we'll first have an auction as warm-up before we officially start. The turtle-shelled old man pointed to the side. Within an instant, a gigantic screen appeared. A beautiful, mesmerizing galaxy appeared. Galaxy after galaxy flashed past. Each of these galaxies had many life planets, and there were many powerful fighters within the life planets. This is the Tana starfield. Out of the 13,000 starfields in our Ganwu Empire, it is one of smaller starfields. There are a total of 668 galaxies in the entire starfield. Before, it was the land of an undying being. However, this undying being is preparing to embark on a life and death adventure, so he wants to sell the entire starfield. So, the warm-up auction for our auction will be this starfield, Tana starfield. Yelled the turtle-shelled old man loudly. The auction went into an uproar. Luo Feng, who was sitting on a large chair, was also shocked. Tana starfield. Auctioning off a starfield right off the bat? Keep in mind that a low-level civilization like the Silver Blue Empire only contains 8 galaxies. Even though this Tana starfield is a smaller starfield, it still contains 600 galaxies. The warm-up item is a small starfield. Looks like many valuable, expensive items will appear in this time's auction, but I heard that the most valuable item is a spot to head over to the primal universe. This time's auction is definitely one of the best auctions within the past 10,000 years. A few voices of discussion carried over from the large seats beside Luo Feng. The Ganwu auction was once every 3 years. However, each auction was a bit different. Every 1,000 or 10,000 years, an auction with higher level treasures would appear. Usually, you could tell the level of the auction from how many participants there are. The Tana starfield. As long as you don't establish your own empire within the starfield, you can enjoy the protection from the Ganwu Empire. A starfield like this can definitely become the foundation of a family that will go on for thousands of billions of years. It can become a place to nurture warriors and raise slaves. There are only so many starfields within the Ganwu Empire, and fewer of them are appearing in auctions. Now, everybody cast your bids. Starting price, 300 mixed element units. 400 mixed element units. The price immediately soared. This scene confused Luo Feng in the distance. Babata, the price of a galaxy is around 10,000 universe dollars. This starfield contains a total of 668 galaxies, so technically 200 or 300 mixed element units should be enough. Luo Feng, you're talking about a single galaxy. And this is an entire starfield. This is a completely different case. If galaxies are spread out, they can easily be picked on by surrounding organizations, which will thereby inhibit their development. And an entire starfield is united, said Babata. Every galaxy within a starfield supports each other, so it will be hard for surrounding organizations to pressure them. So, a single starfield is worth a lot, said Babata. Luo Feng held his black card as he looked towards the large screen in the center. The numbers on the screen constantly refreshed. 400 mixed element units. 420 mixed element units. 460 mixed element units. Within the blink of an eye, the price changed to 860 mixed element units. 861, 868, 876. The rate of increase slowed down. 1,000 mixed element units. 1,000 mixed element units. The number that suddenly appeared caused the entire auction to go silent and nobody bid again. 1,000 mixed element units, counting down 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations, customer ID KBR38293, you have just become the owner of the Tana Starfield. The turtle-shelled old man's voice was extremely bright. There isn't much time left until the auction officially begins. 58, 57, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. His voice rumbled like a deity. The center of the auction became extremely bright. Light shone on the faces of the powerful fighters in their seats. This time's auction officially begins. For our first batch of goods, our customers can see the first 1,000 items being auctioned off on their auction cards. Please make the necessary preparations if you wish to purchase something, yelled the turtle-shelled old man. Now, for our first item, 92 metallic lifeforms of the Bona clan. Metallic Bona clan lifeforms can merge with spaceships and grant them self-regenerating and self-upgrading abilities. Metallic Bona clan lifeforms, a total of 92. The starting bid is 200 billion universe dollars. The 92 highest bids will receive these metallic Bona clan lifeforms, yelled the turtle-shelled old man. Within moments, many started to cast their bids. Luo Feng sat on his throne within the crowd and lowered his head to look at the black card in his hand. 92 items right off the bat, quite fast. This metallic lifeform can actually merge with spaceships, and as this lifeform increases in strength, the spaceship will also continue to upgrade? Interesting. Luo Feng watched the continuously increasing bids, shook his head, and stopped bidding. Auction item after auction item was being auctioned off like flowing water. The lowest final bid was a few dozen billion universe dollars. Normally, the final bids were around a few hundred billion universe dollars. After all, the initial items of the auction all fell under this price range. 1,000 mixed element units. Probably only 4-star clients could offer such a price. The lank fruit is the best item to raise monsters and plants. Even if you are heavily injured, consuming the lank fruit can heal you. Using 100 lank fruits as a single unit, there are 39 units of lank fruits. Each unit has a starting bid of 100 billion universe dollars. Once again, the bids began. An average galaxy with a few dozen thousand planets was priced around 100 billion to a trillion universe dollars. Luo Feng purchased the next unit. This lank fruit is very beneficial to the cloud contact vine. And so, Luo Feng finally spent 180 billion and 181 billion universe dollars to purchase 2 units of lank fruits. An automaton race battle uniform. It perfectly protects your entire body. The most outer layer of the automaton race battle uniform set naturally forms an energy shield, and the source of energy for that shield comes from the energy crystals in the interior of the battle uniform set. This automaton battle uniform set is a D8 grade battle uniform set. Even if a little Star Traveler kiddo puts it on, even a Domain Lord level 5 or 6 stage fighter wouldn't be able to break it open. Even their spiritual force won't be able to penetrate it. There is only one automaton race battle uniform set. This is definitely something you would want to buy for your favorite disciple or your grandson. With it, they will be much safer. Starting bid of 1 mixed element unit, yelled the turtle-shelled old man. This item shocked Luo Feng. The wearer doesn't need any sort of his own power to block an attack. This automaton race battle uniform set. Luo Feng has never heard of it. However, it'll be useless if a sector lord wears this thingy. Damn, the price is soaring. Luo Feng looked at the result, which caused his jaw to drop. 9.8 mixed element units. This is the final price, nearing 10 mixed element units. An item purely for gifting your favorite disciple or grandson actually neared the price of all the treasures Luo Feng obtained in the world within a world. Luo Feng, it's rare to encounter an automaton race battle uniform set with such a high defensive capabilities. Don't mention a D8 grade 1, you probably haven't even seen a C grade 1. This kind of thing is purely a luxury good. The person who purchased this battle uniform set is probably an undying being, said Babata. Item after item passed. All sorts of items caused one to get dizzy. Any of those items would cause domain lords to go crazy. However, in the most important ceremony of the Ganwu Empire, there were around 1 million sector lords and even a few undying beings who wouldn't go soft on their bidding. 3 batches of items, a total of 3,000 items, were swiftly sold. Now comes the 4th batch of items. Everyone can see the next 1,000 items on their auction cards. If you see something you want to purchase, please make the necessary preparations. The turtle-shelled old man remained smiling as he spoke. The auction suddenly became silent. A countless number of powerful fighters on their thrones watched their cards to see the next 1,000 items to be auctioned off. Nanshan Armament. The Nanshan Armament. It's one of the 9 great weapons for the controller-type spirit readers, the Nanshan Armament. Luo Feng, this is the most suitable spiritual weapon for you. You must buy this Nanshan Armament. Right after Luo Feng finished looking, Babata's energetic yelling rang in his mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 19, Nanshan Armament. Volume 10, Chapter 19, Nanshan Armament. Controller? One of 9 godly weapons? The Nanshan Armament? Luo Feng looked curiously down at the black slip in his hand. The screen on the slip had a detailed explanation of the 1,000 items. It's most suitable for you, Luo Feng. It's usually extremely difficult to buy one Luo Feng. You definitely have to buy it. I understand, let me take a look first. Luo Feng looked carefully at the screen on the slip. Luo Feng was swiftly able to spot the item Nanshan Armament. Gently tapping, he accessed the detailed explanation of the item. Nanshan Armament, one of the 9 godly weapons for the controller-type spirit reader. Its full name is the Hun Tian Yen, or the 9-layer Hun Tian Yen. The Nanshan Armament's normal form is that of a dark golden elongated L-rod. Within it lies 10,081 golden blades as thin as cicada wings. Every blade is infused with profound engravings and energies of the origin laws. The 9 godly controller weapons, which are the embodiment of origin laws, of which 8 of them are gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and light. These 8 origin laws can then be combined to form the majestic laws of either time or space. The last of the 9 godly weapons was created from the fusion of time and space, the 2 most profound of the origin laws. And the Nanshan Armament is a mixture of gold and time. As these 2 origin laws are fused to form the godly weapon, its power was immense. Nanshan Armament has a total of 9 forms. Each form is stronger than the other. Similarly, the difficulty to wield each of these forms soars as one goes up. The 9-layer Nanshan Armament is incredibly difficult to master. The first form, to a star level, it is incredibly difficult. To be able to unleash the first form during the star level, one would be deemed invincible within that level. The third form, to be able to unleash it during the universe level, one would be deemed invincible within the same level. It will not be too difficult to acquire a 1,000 match winning streak even in the huge Battle Axe Coliseum. The sixth form, to be able to unleash it in the Domain Lord level, one would be deemed invincible within the same level. widening the field to the Ganwu universe country, even the entire human race. A domain lord that could unleash the sixth form would be considered as one of the pinnacle warriors in the same level and even comparable to the same level golden horned beast. The seventh form, if it were a level 9 sector lord who was able to unleash it, that person would be at the pinnacle of sector lords. The eighth form, this form is incredibly difficult to achieve. A level 9 sector lord who was able to unleash the eighth form would be deemed invincible amongst the sector lords in the entire Ganwu universe country. The ninth form, the highest form. From time immemorable within this vast universe, no sector lords have ever been able to unleash the ninth form. This is because sector lords who are able to unleash the ninth form usually would have broken through to the undying level already. Nanshan armament is incredibly strong, but it also had its weakness. It was strong because of its 9 forms, each more powerful than the one before. It was weak because of its difficulty. People with poor comprehension skill would be better off with normal spirit weapons. The auction started at 500 billion universe dollars. There were a total of 9 of them. 9-layer Hun Tian Yen? Great! Luo Feng muttered. At this moment, sitting on the large seat to the left of Luo Feng, a black-scaled man that was close to 60 m tall said softly to him, "This brother, you've taken a fancy to the 9-layer Hun Tian Yen? That Nanshan armament isn't for normal people's usage. The 9 godly weapons are all incredibly difficult to use, as their utilization is mostly based on the understanding of the origin laws. Without that ability, it's better to buy normal spirit weapons, as it'll be better for unleashing one's true strength. Remember, in buying weapons, it's not about buying the best, but what's the most suitable." Makes a lot of sense. Luo Feng smiled as he glanced at the huge black-scaled man. The black-scaled man chuckled and opened his big wide mouth. The difficulty of the 9 godly weapons is immensely tedious. Like that Nanshan armament, a sector lord who was able to unleash the 8th form would have normally broken through to undying already. Little brother, even if you have money, you shouldn't waste it like that. Buying something that suits yourself would be better. Thanks. Luo Feng smiled and didn't speak more, thinking within, this Nanshan armament is best suited for me. Luo Feng currently already had some comprehension of the gold origin laws. As for the space laws, even though Luo Feng didn't have any progress, he was working hard on it. With such qualities, he definitely had to work hard to use the Nanshan armament. Luo Feng, the maximum potential of the soaring shuttle is only until universe level. Right now, your golden horned beast's body is completely able to unleash the full power of the soaring shuttle. It's not much of a challenge to you anymore. And the Nanshan armament isn't afraid of you using it, just worried that you currently do not possess the ability to unleash its full power. The 9 forms are awaiting your breakthrough. Understood. Luo Feng felt super ambitious and pumped. 9 forms. I'll break through 1 layer at a time. Babada, how much do you think the Nanshan armament will go for? Luo Feng asked. There's a total of 9 of them. Amongst the sector lords here, only spirit reader controllers will vie for it, and only those along the path of gold and space origin laws will go for it. However, since the size of the hall and number of people is huge, according to my calculations, the price will rush pretty high. However, the amount of money you have should be enough. Okay. Luo Feng nodded unconsciously. At this point, the current amount he had was about 3.986 trillion, getting the Nanshan armament shouldn't be hard. As time passed, expensive and valuable weapons aroused bidding wars, swiftly being bought and auctioned off in the incomparably vast auction hall. 99% of the people present were sector lords, the others were either people with huge backgrounds or undying. The next auction item is the Nanshan armament. It's one of the 9 godly weapons. As for the Nanshan armament's power, I'm sure everyone is clear on it. Many sector lord controllers constantly fret over it, however once they begin to comprehend the origin laws and breakthrough, their current spirit weapons are unable to unleash their full strengths. With the Nanshan armament however, one would never have to worry about that. It's not afraid of you using it, just that your ability might be inadequate. Nanshan Armament, 9 Forms. If you are able to unleash the 9th form in the vast universe, not just among the human race, but even the automaton race, the beast race or even the space beasts, you'd probably find it hard to find an opponent. The turtle-shelled old man's voice reverberated about, "Alright, we'll begin the bid now. There's a total of 9 of them, the highest 9 bids will be chosen. The lowest starting bid is 500 billion universe dollars." Immediately, without an end in sight, the blurred images of the huge king-size seats, millions of sector lords and even undyings, many of whom began to bid. Countless king-size seats, one of which, Luo Feng, sat within, he too began to key in his bid, 600 billion universe dollars. Damn! Luo Feng stared. The numbers on the screen constantly jumped. The screen displayed all of the top 9 bids. 550 billion, 600 billion, 660 billion, 700 billion. The prices flew rapidly. 800 billion. Luo Feng keyed in again. 890 billion, 900 billion, 960 billion. The numbers beside swiftly rose past Luo Feng's numbers. 1.5 trillion. The number reported on the screen jumped up violently. Madness. Luo Feng stared. Luo Feng, the Nanshan armament bidding price usually will go up to at least 2 trillion universe dollars. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. It was true. 2 trillion, 2.1 trillion, 2.11 trillion. The speed slowly began to decline. 2.18 trillion. Luo Feng entered the price, staring at the screen, the number of the 9th highest price. The speed of increase gradually slowed down. 2.19 trillion, 2.6 trillion. It jumped again. Luo Feng was beginning to panic, even though he was able to see many items that would normally be hard to obtain in reality. However, the number of powerful people gathered here was simply too many. He would easily encounter people willing to give unreasonable prices just to obtain these treasures. Indeed, the price continued to rise. 3 trillion, 3.08 trillion, 3.1 trillion. The rising prices caused Luo Feng to hold his breath, his eyes turning slightly red. Babata, why have the prices raised to such unreasonable numbers? It's an auction after all, it's impossible to completely predict it. Sometimes there might be 10 people who really want the Nanshan armament, and these may be warriors with lots of capital, hence the price would rise a lot. After all, there's only 9 items in total. After it's over, if you wish to buy a Nanshan armament, it would be up to luck altogether. After all, not every Ganwu auction would have Nanshan armaments. Babata said, just bid, you must get it. Understood. Luo Feng gritted his teeth, looking at the current bid price, entering another price, 3.2 trillion. However, following the shocking bidding, the price quickly broke past 3.2 trillion. Babata, send a message to my little brother, tell him to immediately borrow some money. Luo Feng asked. The exchange of funds wasn't immediate after the deal was sealed. Rather, after all the 1,000 items of the auction were auctioned off, they would do a mass exchange. Your brother has replied, saying that with just a phone call his friend will immediately transfer the funds. Right now he can at most transfer 2 trillion universe dollars. Luo Feng relaxed a little. The bidding increases had begun to slow down. Obviously even the sector lords didn't have bottomless wells of money. 3.6112 trillion universe dollars. Luo Feng keyed in. On the screen the number changes began to slow down. 3.6081, 3.6085, 3.6090. Finally the numbers stopped. Finally the 9th highest bidding price was 3.6101 trillion universe dollars. The 9th highest bidding price is 6,101 trillion. After a 3-second countdown, 3, 2, 1, congrats to the 9 guests, you have become owners of Nanshan armaments. The turtle-shelled old man shouted loudly, we will continue, the next item is. Luo Feng looked at the black slip screen in his hand, the words appeared on it, congratulations, Guest number KND99286, you've successfully bid for the Nanshan armament. Please prepare to sign off and exchange the funds for the item after the end of the auction. Luo Feng, this Nanshan armament will always accompany you into the universe level, domain lord level, sector lord level, and even after you've broken into the undying level. It will accompany you for 10,000, 100,000 years, or maybe even longer. This will be your most important partner, accompanying you through life or death. You have to work hard to bring out its fullest potential. Babada encouraged. Luo Feng nodded. He couldn't help feel extremely excited within. Nanshan armament. His own weapon. After about an hour, this batch of auction items had been sold off. Luo Feng too exchanged the funds and scheduled for the exchange location of the Nanshan armament in reality. Right now it's the 5th batch of auction items. Everybody should be able to see in their screens. The next 1,000 items up for auction, whatever you wish to bid for, please get ready. The turtle-shelled old man's voice reverberated about in the vast auction hall. Countless sector lords in the king-size seats all looked down at their slips. Luo Feng too lowered his head to look, and with a glance. Damn! Life fruit? Luo Feng couldn't help but force a smile. Of the 1,000 items there was a life fruit within. Life fruit, lowest price 500 billion universe dollars, a total of 12 of them. My balance, I've only got about 374 billion, not even enough for the starting bid. Luo Feng rubbed his head, blinking his eyes, feeling somewhat helpless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 20, The End of the Auction. Volume 10, Chapter 20, The End of the Auction. The lowest price for the life fruit is 500 billion universe dollars. However, the life fruit is akin to a sector lord's second life. Hence the price will rocket even higher. It normally exceeds 2 trillion, and if more people are fighting over it, it may get even higher. Babada said. No way around it. Luo Feng shook his head and gave up on the life fruit. Even though Hong wanted a life fruit for himself, he too was prepared to use it to nurture his cloud contact vine. In truth, nurturing the cloud contact vine with the life fruit was an extremely wasteful action because the life fruit was as valuable as a sector lord's second life. Things that were used to nurture the plant lifeform were items that were far below the life fruit in value, like what Luo Feng had purchased before, the swelling water fruit. Back then, you fought for the thunderstones in order to exchange for treasures in the world within a world. That exchange was valid for using the life fruit to nurture the cloud contact vine. However, in truth, eating too many at a time is not good for the vine. The life energy of the life fruit is simply too much and huge. Swallowing all at one go will make the vine bloated, wasting a lot of its other beneficial effects. It's simply a waste. The life fruit, its most optimal usage isn't to nurture plant life. Didn't you already buy 200 swelling water fruits? The swelling water fruit is used to nurture spirit beasts and plants. It even has medicinal properties, and its portions are smaller than the life fruit, making it easier to absorb. The cloud contact vine may still get bloated, but it won't ever implode internally like it would from eating the life fruit. By using one swelling water fruit every 10 days for 3 years, thereby using 100 of them, your big brother Hong's cloud contact vine will be able to grow to universe level 3 or 4. This would be much better than swallowing one life fruit immediately. The life fruit finally reached a bid of 2.8609 trillion. It was still cheaper than the Nanshan armament, but still extremely expensive. The next batch of items began to show themselves, causing Luo Feng to drool over them. However, he had insufficient funds in his pockets. Even if I don't buy, looking is not bad too. Luo Feng smiled as he held onto his slip. On it displayed were the 1,000 items. He casually browsed through them and looked at their details. The details and information of each valuable item were indeed eye-openers. It allowed Luo Feng to gain knowledge about many secret items of the universe. When Luo Feng participated in the universe's greatest gathering, the Ganwu auction, his little brother Luo Hua was in his workstation. 9-Star Bay, within that workroom of the villa.
It's boring.
Laying in a chair, there were 6 laptops on the table before him. He was observing every one of them, which had a web page displayed on their screens with information about his important investments.
After half a day of virtual wrestling games and another half of gun games, there's nothing else to do, so boring.
Luo Hua lay down, his legs on the table. The other workers in the room were all seriously engaged in their work.
As a financial investor, the rest days could be half a month, a few months, or even half a year without having to do anything.
However, once the ball started rolling, they would get extremely busy.
My God, XPHF 000891-9279 has suddenly appeared with a huge price.
A young lady shouted.
Oh!
The initially bored Luo Hua sat up immediately, pulling his chair and sliding towards the desk, staring hard at the second laptop screen on his left. The screen obviously displayed the new higher price.
Luo Hua smiled. I'm not afraid of the troubled waters, just afraid of the stagnant ones. The opportunity has come. In such investments, Luo Hua's initial investment had already dropped 35%. For such high-risk investments, these sort of returns were already considered high.
The only reason he could do this was because he had confidence. From the initial $700 billion universe dollars, after these 2 years of investments, it had grown to $800 billion. It may seem like an incremental increase, but that was only because he hadn't sold anything, as he was waiting for a good chance.
The longer one waits, the higher the returns.
It just depends on who's more patient. I hope this time everything will come through. Luo Hua was like a venomous snake, staring hard at the screen. The universe large investment markets included not just him or an investor with 2 trillion universe dollars, it even included 4-star and 5-star clients.
He had to be extremely cautious.
As he was dealing with the bigger financial market, it was easy to encounter the high-level players.
They may be the investment department from universe countries, maybe the Universe Galaxy Bank, or the Universe First Bank, or even some large organizations.
The moment he encounters a high-level player and isn't careful enough, he could not only not reap his rewards but also may lose his life.
Third-level financial security risk. This ensures that they stayed within the safety level.
First group, second group, third group.
Keep an eye on XPHF 000891-9279, you know the drill.
Luo Hua shouted.
Yes, boss. A group of youths from Earth all were extremely excited.
Luo Hua's investment this time, each deal period had a window of 12 hours and every exchange lasted about 4 hours.
Boss, the price is swiftly rising, it's already risen 6%, do we sell?
Wait. Luo Hua ordered. It's begun to fall, only left with a 5% increase, and it's continuing to fall. The moment the prices began to move, it indeed made people worried, because the moment it loses 1/3 of its value, with their 3-level security, it would already implode. Then the 700 billion capital would be reduced to null, returning to nothing. Luo Hua was expressionless, like a venomous snake, staring hard at the screen before him.
We still have 2 minutes until the collection time. It's rising quickly, violently rising. During the first exchange period it rose 12%.
During the second it rose 8%. During the third it fell 6%.
During the fourth, it slightly shook, falling 0.8%.
From the previous stagnant state, it had completely gone volatile.
Even a high-level player wouldn't dare get careless here. He larger the investment one plays with, the moment it falls, it would be hard to sell even if one wanted to.
When compared, a large investor would actually have a harder time with higher turnover than a smaller investor. During the fifth period, it began to rise again, rising all the way to 15%. In different batches sell off 30% of the goods.
Luo Hua ordered coldly. Boss, the condition is good right now.
Looking at today's madness, even with all the smaller investors, it will go crazy again tomorrow.
It will definitely have a period of rise again.
Immediately someone from below shouted, however they didn't dare delay their actions at all.
The boss's order,
One could have an opinion about it but still had to carry out the order. This was because in times of crisis, even a small delay could result in heavy losses. First group's goods completely sold. Second group completely sold. Third group completely sold. The three little groups shouted loudly. Luo Hua, who was sitting in his chair before the desk, smiled. Very good. During the sixth period, the price continued to rise, making it seem like Luo Hua had sold off too early. This batch of investment had a total of 700 billion as capital, selling off 30% of the goods, that's 210 billion, even with the third-level security risk, it's still rising today. We've lost the opportunity to earn 20 to 30 billion universe dollars in a short period of time. The young people were engaged in discussion, however, despite their discussions, they didn't dare go against any of Luo Hua's orders. Sell off 10% of goods. Continue with another 10%. During the seventh period, Luo Hua actually did 2 exchanges, and during this seventh period, it was still rising. During the eighth period, it began to rise initially but fell by a lot after, finally falling throughout the period. During the ninth period, the moment it started, it continued falling. Sell 10%. Luo Hua ordered. Under these volatile situations, Luo Hua still maintained clear orders. Throughout the dangerous situations he gave his orders, however with the rises he still made profits. During the 12th period, it continued to rise, and after which it still continued to rise. Throughout this entire process, Luo Hua maintained his position and continued to sell. The target has been met, sell off all remaining goods. Luo Hua ordered. Yes. Amidst the chaotic situation, Luo Hua managed to sell off all goods under his hand. 2 years of waiting, half a year of arrangement, finally it's over. Luo Hua smiled. No matter how much the price would continue to fluctuate after, it didn't mean anything to him anymore. His required target had been met and that was enough. After the final exchange, the initial capital of 700 billion had ballooned to an enormous amount of 4.681 trillion. It could be considered 6 times that of the initial investment. Luo Hua was very satisfied. Using the moderate security risk levels, it indeed allowed him to increase his gains. However, it was also easy for the security risk levels to cause considerable losses. It was like a double-edged sword. This investment, during the next 3 exchange periods, it continued to rise and fall. However, its entire movement continued to gradually rise, making the countless investors to be extremely anxious. This was followed by a fall after. This investment continued to fall continuously another 3 times, causing others to dump all their stocks, but with no one to buy. Even if you wanted to sell now, you can't sell, everything will be stuck. Luo Hua sighed at the situation. Who knows how many have had a considerable loss of funds and forced to commit suicide. The boss is indeed formidable. The boss sure is calm. Within the workroom, looking at the 4 continuous falls, they all were covered in cold sweat. Every fall fell by 15%, until finally it hit only half of its previous highest price. Within 4 short exchanges, or 2 days' time, this sort of mad drop was too extreme. Some win, some lose. Luo Hua shook his head. The ones who know how to buy are formidable, but the ones who know how to sell are the true winners. Once you've reached your target, that's good enough, don't get too greedy. With this batch of money, I was initially prepared to have 20% to 30% that we wouldn't have been able to be sell. Who would have thought it worked out better than my expectations? Luo Hua ordered. Alright, with this the prices should be solid. In this 1% category and investing 100 billion, there's no need for the security risk levels, and normally these prices will still fall. Understood. The workers under him immediately began to establish and invest. Even if it continued falling, they continued. Even if it rose, they invested. Whether it was a smart move or not, they would only know after the entire exchange was done. Calm down. Luo Hua was very clear that he could succeed. The main thing was to have absolute nerves of steel. This was something that his long years as a handicapped and depressed youth had trained out of him. capturing the opportunity while remaining calm, plus talent and knowledge of investment from Earth, all these made Luo Hua the man he is. Big brother, I have 4.2 trillion here. During the 13th exchange period, Luo Hua had transferred this money to Luo Feng. Ganwu auction, normally it would go on for about 10 days, sometimes longer while sometimes shorter. Every batch of 1,000 items lasted about 3 to 6 hours, while the items themselves were not similar to each other. On the 10th day of the Ganwu auction, in the enormous auction hall, 1,000,000 king-sized seats with large amounts of sector lords sitting in them, looking at the host in the middle. A total of 50 batches of items, 50,000 items, have all been sold. The turtle-shelled old man laughed. Right now, we've reached the climax of the entire auction, the final 100 items. Every one of these items are unique and only one of each is available. They are usually extremely valuable, but their starting bids are all zero. The end of the auction marked the beginning of the final auction. 4.2 trillion universe dollars? In a particular seat, an inconspicuous Luo Feng had an expression of extreme shock. Luo Hua said in his message that these are the profits? His capital wasn't affected at all? 10 days ago his little brother hadn't earned much. With a flash, he had already earned this much. Luo Feng was stunned. Ha, Luo Feng, your little brother's really skillful. Even if I was the one handling the accounts, I wouldn't compare to him. The higher the capital, the harder it is to earn. The other larger powers wouldn't let you take a piece of the pie. I seriously respect him. Babata complimented. With this over 4 trillion universe dollars, you might be able to get something from this last auction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 21, The Second Clone. Volume 10, Chapter 21, The Second Clone. The next item is the beginning of our final auction. To be able to start our conclusion, this item is definitely one of the top 3 valuable items. The golden leaf of the ancient class tree, yelled the turtle-shelled old man. At the same time, an image of a seemingly normal golden leaf appeared on the screen beside him. However, the entire leaf seemed to have a peculiar feeling to it. The fighters on the millions of seats throughout the auction started discussing in confusion. What is the ancient class tree? What is that? No idea. Out of the over 1,000,000 sector lords present, basically 99.9% of them had no idea what this item was. Luo Feng was also confused. Babata, what is this? This auction sure can do it. This auction is definitely the best one of the Ganwu auctions in the past 10,000 years, sighed Babata. This golden leaf of the ancient class tree, even in the vast universe, is an extremely valuable item. Don't bother asking about it until you reach the undying level, it ties into a lot of complicated matters. Carry out my order, tell the Empire's investment branch to give me as much money as they can. On one of the various thrones in the auction, a long-haired middle-aged man with long eyelashes gave his order through his virtual assistant. Oh? The golden leaf of the ancient class tree? I came here this time just for a spot to study in the primal universe, but who would have thought I would run into the golden leaf? A fat man was wearing some peculiar armor. As he stood there, it seemed like an infinite amount of lightning was gathering around him. He seemed to be the avatar of the universe origin laws themselves. Those who know about this golden leaf knows how much it's worth. For those who don't, never mind. The authorities have requested that I don't go into the specifics. Yelled the turtle-shelled old man. Bidding begin, starting bid. 0. The first item of the finale of the auction, the golden leaf of the ancient class tree, started to be auctioned off. 1,000 mixed element units. A number appeared on the cards of the million sector lords, the various rich people, and even the undying beings, which caused Luo Feng to gasp. 1,000 mixed element units right off the bat? Such an amount can purchase a few hundred life fruits and a small star sector. 2,000 mixed element units. 2,200 mixed element units. 2,800 mixed element units.
3,300 mixed element units. The rising price caused everybody to widen their eyes in awe. Even for undying beings, this was a gigantic amount. My lord, there isn't any money left in the royal reserves of the entire empire. Bastard! Cold darkness was currently emanating from the eyes of a bald, handsome, tall man as he cursed. As of now, the bids have already reached 5,000 mixed element units. This is too amazing. Luo Feng was shocked. The requirement for a 4-star client is 10,000 mixed element units, which is above average for an undying being, said Babata. The ones still bidding are probably all undying beings. Luo Feng nodded. Sector Lord Cabus' wealth could rival a poor undying being, which is around 200 to 300 mixed element units. And now, the bids have reached 5,000 mixed element units. Sector Lords could only stare at this price in awe. The first and last item of the finale are extraordinarily expensive, introduced Babata. 8,900 mixed element units. Any higher? The turtle-shelled old man smiled as he yelled. This price was already above their accepted standard. If nobody bid above the accepted standard, then the organizers of the auction will arrange for someone to purchase the item. 8,950 mixed element units. Another higher bid. 8,960 mixed element units. The price went up only by a bit every time. The price continued to rise, but the frequency lowered by quite a bit. Everyone, we're at 8,990 mixed element units, any higher? The turtle-shelled old man looked around, beginning countdown, 10, 9. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations customer Boo52522, you just received this extremely valuable golden leaf of the ancient class tree. Luo Feng was shocked, even his top-quality E-grade automaton race spaceship is only worth around 1,000 to 2,000 mixed element units. This price of 8,990 mixed element units is enough to purchase 5 or 6 of those automaton spaceships, and that price was used just for a golden leaf? As the rest of the items appeared, Luo Feng became calm. It seems like not all of these items were absurdly expensive. Out of the 100 items in the finale, only 2 or 3 were extremely expensive. 20 of them were a bit expensive. As for the rest of them, they could only count as extremely rare, their price is within reason. 22,000 universe dollars, counting down, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations customer YPR20445, you just received this Tian Luo crystal. This next item is even more rare than the rest. Even in the auctions held in the various empires, one would rarely have the chance to encounter this item, the skin of a Masha clansman. Yelled the turtle-shelled old man. Instantly, the over 1 million Sector Lord fighters on their thrones started to go into an uproar. Yes, the skin of a Masha clansman, you didn't hear wrong, the turtle-shelled old man was extremely excited. A peculiar black piece of skin appeared on the display beside him. On the skin was some dark golden engravings. Humans, monsters, etc. are all flesh-type beings. But the Masha clan's people are energy-type beings. As long as their energy core doesn't extinguish, they won't die. Even if they die, the energy of that Masha clan's person will dissipate, leaving behind just a shattered energy core. Killing them is already extremely difficult, but to try to obtain their skin is even more difficult. As a clan specializing in assassination, as the ones that space itself favors, their skin contains the universe origin laws of space. I'm sure everyone understands the price of this skin. The million sector lords in the auction started discussing with each other. Luo Feng, who was sitting on one of the many thrones, was also excited. The Masha clan, Luo Feng, this is the skin of a Masha clansman. If we say the golden horned beast is naturally talented in the universe origin laws of gold, then the Masha clan is talented in the universe origin laws of space. If you use its skin to nurture your second clone, this is like a dream combo. Babata was extremely excited.
Luo Feng froze. His golden horned beast could have a total of 3 clones.
The first clone is his human from Earth.
Now that his golden horned beast has reached the universe level, he could indeed nurture his second clone. Since he could only have 3 clones in total, Luo Feng didn't dare to take it lightly. If he couldn't find a suitable one, he would rather hold it off temporarily.
Masha clan? Luo Feng was a bit expectant and confused. There are many races throughout the vast universe. The most powerful ones are the flesh-type ones. However, other life forms cannot be underestimated. For example, there are peculiar races that can live forever. There are metallic life forms, energy life forms, soul life forms, plant life forms, etc. Metallic life forms can be divided into 10 million different kinds, and there are billions of plant life forms. Some life forms are naturally favored by the universe. The Masha clan of the energy life forms are one of the most elite races. The Masha race has the title of the most powerful assassination race. Their only weak point is that they grow extremely slowly. However, once they grow, they'll become one of the most horrifying assassins. They are naturally talented in comprehending space, so their appearances are extremely peculiar and their escaping methods cannot be predicted. Luo Feng, with your Masha clan clone, your studies in the spatial techniques will be 2 times easier. Followed Babata. Luo Feng nodded.
Yes, he had to choose the best choices for the 3 clones of the golden horned beast.
This skin of the Masha clan was indeed a suitable choice.
And their most valuable part is their skin. Since they are an energy life form, their bodies would normally dissipate like energy on death, leaving behind just a shattered energy core. Only when they are killed under special circumstances are their bodies preserved.
So its skin is extremely valuable.
Oh yeah, the price of this skin is quite high, probably at least a few hundred mixed element units.
You can't afford it, said Babata.
Luo Feng was speechless.
Can't afford.
Such a good choice for his second clone, and he couldn't afford this piece of skin.
I actually don't need that much, I only need a tiny bit of the skin, thought Luo Feng to himself.
However, he understood that nobody would be stupid enough to give just a bit of the skin to Luo Feng.
Unfortunately, I must inform you all that this is not a complete piece of Masha clansman skin. The turtle-shelled old man pointed to the display beside him, which displayed the black piece of skin with the peculiar dark golden engravings on them. This skin is only a tiny portion of the skin of the Masha clansman. The rest was either torn apart or destroyed during the battle. Man! What was I expecting? Trying to learn from the engravings on the piece of skin is already an extraordinarily difficult task. 1 out of 10,000 people would already have trouble succeeding. If you could just trigger some thoughts, that would be good enough already. As for an incomplete piece of skin, there's basically no chances of success. Got all excited for nothing. Discussion was rampant across the auction.
The difference between a complete portion of skin and an incomplete portion was as large as heaven and earth. This disappointed many of the people here, but one youth was extremely excited.
Incomplete. The more incomplete the better, the more the better. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. Babata followed. Luo Feng, the price of an incomplete portion is much lower than a complete portion. According to my estimations, you should be able to get it with 2 or 3 mixed element units. However, if some undying being wants this and randomly bids, it could raise up to 10 mixed element units, if not higher.
Luo Feng was speechless. Out of the roughly 1 million participants, there were indeed some undying beings.
If an undying being wanted it, then the price could soar.
To an undying being, 10 mixed element units was indeed not too big of a number.
They probably won't fight over it, thought Luo Feng to himself. That is up to your luck.
Most undying beings wouldn't fight over some incomplete engravings, but one of them just might,
said Babata. Luo Feng clenched his teeth. He had to go all out. And also leave it to fate. This Masha clansman skin was definitely an extremely suitable choice for his second clone.
As one of the peak energy life forms and the most powerful assassin, even if it was slightly inferior to the golden horned beast, it wasn't inferior by much. Even a sector lord's entire fortune could not afford its skin, which was a testament to its value. Even if it is extremely hard to learn something from the engravings on a Masha clansman's skin, there still exists a chance. Furthermore, the skin of a Masha clansman is very rare. The numbers of the Masha clansmen are extremely few, so this piece of skin is definitely one of the most valuable collection items. Just its worth for collection purposes is already quite high, said the turtle-shelled old man loudly, which caused Luo Feng to grind his teeth.
Alright, let the bids begin.
Starting bid is also 0.
1 mixed element. The first bid appeared on everyone's auction cards. The auction for the Masha clansman skin begins.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 10, Chapter 22, Primal Universe. Volume 10, Chapter 22, Primal Universe.
The elite of the energy race beings, the Masha clan, with the title of the most powerful assassination race. In numbers, even though the Masha clan wasn't as few as the golden horned beast, the value of their skin didn't seem any lower than a golden horned beast's body.
Pity. A partial damaged skin of a Masha clan, its training value was very low, the main thing was just the price. This was what made Luo Feng happy. Let's hope the Undying don't get excited about it.
Luo Feng secretly prayed within. 1 mixed element was a huge amount even for sector lords. Without any special situations, they wouldn't waste their money. The only thing he was afraid of was the Undying spending.
1.1 mixed elements, 1.15 mixed elements. The numbers on the screen constantly rose. 1.5 mixed elements, 1.51, 1.56, 1.59.
The numbers continued to jump. Within a flash it had broken past 2 mixed elements.
Just a damaged piece of skin, is there a need for this? Luo Feng gritted his teeth.
That's a skin with Space Origin Laws engravings.
Babata said. But it's damaged.
Luo Feng bit down, entering another higher price. The price continued to jump at a dazzling speed, especially with a few large jumps, causing the price to swiftly go past 3 mixed elements. After which it was clear that the jumps began to slow down. After all, this was still a damaged piece of skin from a Masha clan demon.
3 mixed elements, any higher and there's no point.
In the millions of king-sized seats, one of the guests, dressed in a peculiar silver armor, with white eyebrows, white pupils and bald.
He was all smiles, giving off the impression that he had a personality as warm as a sun. Even though it was warm, he still needed to be respected. 3.6 mixed elements. Even if I get it, this Masha clan skin will just go in my training room.
A silver-haired black-robed old man looked at the price break past 3.6 mixed elements and shook his head, giving up on the bid.
Enough, don't rise anymore.
Luo Feng stared at the screen of the bids, gripping the slip so tight crunching noises could be heard.
3.9 mixed elements. Luo Feng bit his teeth and entered yet another bid.
Others could simply not buy it, but he had to grab this opportunity. After entering the bid, he continued to stare hard at the screen. The screen continued to display 3.9 mixed elements. After a few seconds of no change, Luo Feng began to grow excited.
3. 9 mixed elements, any higher bids? Countdown 3 seconds, 3, 2, 1.
Congratulations to guest number KND99286, you've acquired the partial piece of skin from the Masha clan. The turtle-shelled old man said, his voice resounding across the endless stream of seats within the vast auction hall.
Phew! Luo Feng looked at the screen holding his breath, finally releasing a long sigh of relief. Ah, Luo Feng, you've succeeded. Babata too was extremely gleeful.
My luck is good, I was so afraid it would exceed my capacity.
Luo Feng was all smiles. It was enough.
By participating in this Ganwu auction, he had seen tens of thousands of valuable items. At the same time, he purchased several important items: the swelling water fruit for the cloud contact vine, the Nanshan armament to be his weapon for an extremely long time, and the skin of the Masha clan to act as his next body. The second clone was going to be of the Masha clan. Right now I'm just worried about one thing, Luo Feng thought. What are you worried about? Babata asked. I'm worried about the owner of this skin, what level of power he was at. Luo Feng thought, the golden horned beast's cloning process doesn't work on one that is more powerful than itself. Right now the golden horned beast is at universe level 6, that means the nurturing process can only do up to a universe level 6. The owner of this skin, let's hope it doesn't exceed universe level 6. We can only rely on luck. However, Luo Feng, you should relax. The Masha clan specializes in assassination. The stronger they are, the harder they are to kill, much less kill and save a piece of their skin. Hence, the chances of it being a sector lord is close to zero. Chances of it being domain lord or universe level are higher. Of course, it'll still rely on your luck. This Ganwu auction had attracted a good number of the Ganwu universe country's strongest warriors. Even Undying from other universe countries had come to participate. Whichever emperor, or head of organization, even the Undying from whichever god country, they were all but guests within this auction, and Luo Feng was one of them too. Many other very high-ranking people. Their main purpose in joining this Ganwu auction was to get the finale items from the final auctions. Attention all, the auction has reached this point, where we've sold 99 of the finale items. The turtle-shelled old man was all smiles, his voice resounding across the auction hall. We are left with the final item of all. Once this item has been sold, it'll mark the end of the entire Ganwu auction. I believe everybody cannot wait any longer. Actually, even I, old Batua, am anxious. The turtle-shelled old man's voice suddenly got louder. Right now. I officially declare the final item for the entire auction, the name list to enter one of the primal universe. The turtle-shelled old man's eyes were glaring, his voice bright and loud. Sector Lord name list. This is the name list to enter the primal universe. I believe all the sector lords here, even the Undying, are extremely clear of just how valuable this name list is. Hua! The entire auction hall had erupted, even though many had heard news of it before. However, actually hearing it as the final item, the entire hall had simply erupted. Primal Universe. The legendary Primal Universe, to be able to enter and see, even if one reaches the limit of his lifespan, it would be worth it. I heard the Primal Universe is different from our original universe. The 5 great Leviathans had long taken control of the name list for the Primal Universe, so even the universe countries would have a hard time getting on it. Much less the sector lord name list. It's going to be crazy. The auction is going to be crazy. The discussions were rampant. Luo Feng could feel the mixed feelings within them: passion, envy, anticipation, excited. Babata, the name list for the primal universe, what does it mean? Luo Feng asked. Primal universe, what place is that? Luo Feng, you should know that the extremely vast universe that we live in with countless races and all is actually called the original universe. The original universe is a very perfect universe. Wanting to actually to make changes to any of the origin laws is extremely difficult. Babata said, however, the primal universe is different. Primal, meaning is beginning, represents a universe that is still evolving and in its early stages. Legends say that there hasn't been any life produced in the primal universe. Legends say that because the primal universe isn't perfect, so there's constantly disasters. Legends say that because it isn't perfect, it's a lot easier to feel and comprehend the origin laws. In the universe, a few powerful organizations, like the Virtual Universe Company, the Universe Galaxy Bank, the Huge Axe Dojo and the other 5 great Leviathans will occasionally send a few important elites to enter the primal universe. Babata sighed, exploring in the primal universe, it's a lot easier to evolve in there. Luo Feng was getting more curious as he listened. Where did the primal universe pop up from? How do you go over? No idea. Babata said.
Within the auction, the turtle-shelled old man said loudly, "Sector Lord Pinnacles, the chance to enter the primal universe, the chances of reaching undying level is over 1/2. This name list is extremely valuable. Right now, the auction begins. The lowest bid starts at 1,000 mixed elements."
Over 1 million guests had their slips light up once again with numbers, causing many sector lords to exclaim secretly,
"So much wealth."
Suddenly the numbers jumped again, 10,000 mixed elements.
Silence.
The entire auction hall went silent. All the sector lords were stunned. This was the first time during the entire auction the number had actually hit 10,000 mixed elements. This was the requirement for a 4-star client. Even amongst the undying, having 10,000 mixed elements was considered not bad. Throwing out 10,000 mixed elements for only a sector lord name list, it was indeed extravagant.
My God, this is only a sector lord name list. If it were an undying name list, how expensive would that be?
Luo Feng stared wide-eyed.
The undying name list wouldn't even appear in this entry-level auction.
Normally it would be a rare appearance at the middle-level auctions, or at the higher-level auctions.
Even your teacher's entire fortune wouldn't be enough. Babata exclaimed.
Luo Feng was stunned. Back then your teacher went to participate in that auction, however in the end his fortune wasn't enough.
Babata shook his head. Hence, even your teacher hasn't visited the primal universe. Even teacher hasn't gone before?
Even though he's never been, however, that is but a special place.
The primal universe belongs to a universe in its early stages. In terms of size, it's much smaller than the original universe.
Babata said, the original universe hosts countless clans and life forms, countless life, and humans are but one of the many. The original universe is the true core. Other secret places, god countries, worlds, primal universe, and other special places, many are attached to the original universe in nature.
Babata said, or, correctly speaking,
they are parts of the original universe.
A part of? Luo Feng was suspicious. Even if I tell you now, you won't know. Actually, regarding this, even I don't know that much.
Even though your teacher was considered a powerful warrior amongst the undying, however in the vast universe, strong warriors are like the clouds.
There were many more that were even more powerful than your teacher,
And the universe is simply too vast. Even undying, spending trillions of years would find it hard to actually have traveled through the entire universe, hence, even your teacher only knew just a little bit of this universe.
Naturally what I know isn't too much either.
Babata said, as the most ancient and most mysterious original universe, if you want to know more, you have to rely on yourself.
Luo Feng smiled.
Right now he was only messing about in the Black Dragon Mountain star field, not even entering the Ganwu universe country yet, much less exploring the entire universe. After all, the human race was but one of the many countless life forms in the vast universe.
36,530 mixed elements.
Any higher? 36,550 mixed elements. 37,000 mixed elements. Right now it's at 37,000 mixed elements.
The turtle-shelled old man's voice cut through the entire auction hall. Any higher?
We'll begin the countdown. 10, 9, 37,500 mixed elements. A new high price, a new bidder, until the final moment. If you miss it, it'll be hard to get an opportunity like this again.
10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1.
Congratulations to guest number Tough49903. You've acquired the chance to enter the Primal Universe Sector Lord name list. We congratulate and wish you be reborn as a new undying. The turtle-shelled old man's voice got louder. This auction, all of the items have been sold. We thank everyone for their support. Old Batua officially announced that this auction is officially over. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 23, Final Days of the Lunar New Year. Volume 10, Chapter 23, Final Days of the Lunar New Year. In the Ganwu Universe country's territory, an incomparably beautiful light red-colored renowned planet called Fula Planet existed. This was a notable planet because this is where a great undying stayed. This undying had a high position even within the Virtual Universe company. On the planet, soldiers from the Universe Army that belonged to the Virtual Universe company were stationed here, and the most basic soldiers of this army were at least Universe level. Hurry. Hurry! The Ganwu auction is about to end. The 100 brothers that won the duels before, quickly enter the network and get ready to receive the important people. The auction has finally ended, the brothers have all been waiting. Within the enormous army base, it suddenly got busy. Second brother, I heard that this auction has gathered all of the important figures in the universe country. I heard there are over 1 million sector lords. Even many undying, along with several youths with huge backgrounds. You have to help me look and tell me about it when you return. This time, even when we went outside the star field to the battlefield, we didn't see many undying. Relax. Over 1 million sector lords, TSK, I'll tell you about it slowly when I return. When the military service limit expired and we returned to the planet's territory, I didn't expect to get the chance to go take a gander at such a scene. I heard the lowest requirement for this Ganwu auction is to be a 3-star client. I may never get the chance to participate in my whole life. This time, for the army to send me along with the other 99, I really am lucky. What's the requirement to be a 3-star client? I heard that the savings must reach 10 trillion universe dollars. My God! 10 trillion universe dollars? My entire territory only has a few hundred life planets. Even the number of digits doesn't match. Amongst the discussions of the universe-level soldiers, 100 of the winners were proudly chosen to enter the Virtual Universe network. Virtual Universe, Ganwu continent, on one of the floating islands. The main construct of the entire floating island was that enormous auction hall. At this time, under orders, human silhouettes began appearing there, swiftly dispersing and stationing throughout the important locations of the island. Among the total of over 1,000 people, even the service staff were all at least universe level. Carter, I heard these guests are mostly sector lords. Over 1 million sector lords. I've never seen so many sector lords together in my life. 2 male staff members dressed in service uniforms stood beside a small bridge, discussing in hushed voices and suppressing their excitement. Universe-level warriors. Even though they could be considered tyrants and kings in several galaxies, when compared within the entire star field, their position was still very low. And in the vastness of the universe country, they didn't amount to anything. Just the Ganwu universe country alone with over 100 million galaxies, there were over 1 million sector lords. Just how many organizations were there? Under the large amount of sector lords' tutelage, the percentage of universe levels had grown much more. The entire universe country with over 100 million galaxies would have a minimum of 1 billion universe levels. The soldiers that made up the armies sent outside the star field to battle were all at least universe level, but the universe soldiers were all very clear that within the entire universe country they were considered to be at the lower rungs of the ladder. Those participating in the universe country's greatest gathering, the guests of the Ganwu auction, those were the upper echelons of the universe country. The auction has officially ended and all the guests will be leaving directly. All staff members in charge of guiding them, remember your responsibilities. Your performance and contribution will be linked together. A cold voice swiftly resounded across within every staff member's mind within the floating island. The 2 male staff members who were discussing before immediately stopped and stood at attention. All that could be seen from that distant, enormous, and totally beautiful auction hall's exits were the large number of people who began to flow out. There were over 1.8 million guests, with over 99% of them being sector lords, a group of them even undying, along with several youths with huge backgrounds and wealth. Sir, this way to the teleportation spot. The other spots are used to sightsee our floating island. the staff member said with a respectful smile. Okay. 3 huge, tall and sturdy men walked side by side, glancing just once at the staff member. Their gaze, however, was filled with an immense willpower, causing the staff member to tremble within. And this is only in the virtual universe. If it were in reality, with the huge willpower of the sector lords, just to gaze alone would be enough to make my spirit crumble. The sector lords exited one by one. A sector lord here wasn't worth anything. One would occasionally spot an existence even more terrifying than a sector lord, even though within the virtual universe they all had normal bodies. However, what made the staff respect them even more was the willpower of the undying infused within their bodies, the power that held the universe origin laws within it. There are too many sector lords, the 2 that passed by were too scary. They must be undying. All the staff members held their breaths. There's a youth ahead, doesn't seem like a sector lord though, much less an undying. Oh, he must be a youth with an enormous background. The staff grew even more cautious. When the black-haired youth walked over, they smiled respectfully and said, "Sir, head this way to the teleportation spot, other directions will allow you to sightsee our floating island." Okay. The black-haired youth nodded slightly, smiling as he glanced at the staff member while heading towards the teleportation spot. He actually smiled at me? This youth really isn't arrogant at all. The universe-level staff member was excited. He was used to the cold expressions of the sector lords, occasionally getting greeted with a smile made him feel warm and appreciated. Luo Feng followed the directions of the staff member and quickly reached the teleportation spot. Most of the guests here are sector lords. Even though it's within the virtual universe, with their gaze that's infused with their willpower, they are still terrifying. These staff members have to be at least at the universe level or else they'll lose their composure. Babata said. I didn't feel that terrified. Luo Feng said. First of all, your willpower is quite strong and your golden horned beast body is at universe level 6. Second, those sector lords will look at you as their equal. After all, in the universe, there are 2 types of people that are never to be offended. One is an absolute warrior and the other is those with huge background. Babata said, and those who are weak but still come here as guests, usually are people with huge backgrounds. Luo Feng nodded. Without background in acquiring the treasures, one wouldn't have a path to sell them. Sir, we welcome and thank you for attending this time's auction. We also thank you for your support. An incomparably beautiful young lady with reddish-brown hair smiled. That smile had within it a peculiar mesmerizing ability. Under the gentle sound of her voice, Luo Feng stepped into the teleportation spot and during the time, he turned to glance at the floating island. On the island were extremely courteous and respectful universe-level staff members, along with many sector lords and undying. Coming here really does make one feel nervous. Luo Feng smiled and shook his head. Shwa! His silhouette vanished. To Luo Feng, joining this great gathering of the Ganwu universe country, the Ganwu auction, it felt very much like a dream. And within the dream, those treasures and their worth were each comparable to a galaxy at least. Now, awakening from the dream, Luo Feng returned to his home, the Black Dragon Mountain Star Field within the Ganwu universe country, the Milky Way, within which was the little and unnoticeable plain Earth. 15 days after the Ganwu auction ended, Luo Feng brought Defan in a universe ship and headed towards Bailan Star. Bailan Star's every peak was covered with snow. Luo Feng walked ahead while Defan followed behind him. They were walking towards the beautiful ship while stepping on the snow. It was a ship belonging to the Virtual Universe Company. Guest identity confirmed, we can begin the exchange. A robotic voice spoke. The Virtual Universe Company's workers placed a huge box on the floor. Luo Feng waved and kept the box within his storage ring. Respected client, thank you for supporting our Virtual Universe Company. Luo Feng shook hands with a silver short-haired youth, following which the two separated. Luo Feng and Defan swiftly flew back towards their ship. We've got the goods, let's return to Earth.
Luo Feng ordered. The ship rose into the sky and rushed out of the Bai-Lan star atmosphere, engaging in universe travel into the dark universe and heading towards the coordinates of Earth. Within the ship's control room, a large box was placed there. I've spent close to 10 galaxies worth of wealth to buy these treasures. Luo Feng sighed. Beside him, D-Fan smiled. The more you invest, the more your returns. Master spent so much wealth this time, I believe he will get 100 to 1,000 times more in the future. Ha ha. Luo Feng laughed as he walked boldly forward, opening the box. Pa. The first box was opened. Within it were several translucent boxes. Every box had tender and lovely fruits with dewdrops on them, which was the swelling water fruit. Even though it wasn't one that could save a life, the swelling water fruit was still worth a few thousands of life planets. Pa. The second box was opened. Within it was a large number of translucent boxes, and within them were more swelling water fruits. Pa. The third box was opened. Luo Feng's eyes lit up. What lay within it was a peculiar dark golden long rod, one of the 9 godly weapons for the spirit reader controller, the Nanshan armament. Luo Feng squatted down and extended his hand to touch the dark golden long rod. Feeling its extreme cold, his heart was filled with anticipation. This Nanshan armament will accompany him for the next 1,000 to 10,000 years. Pa. Luo Feng turned around to open the last box. Within it was the dark golden peculiar partial piece of skin that had peculiar engravings on it. The second clone. Luo Feng's eyes lit up, his heart burning with excitement. In the universe, even though hard work and comprehension was important, talent and resources too were just as important. One who was incomparably hard-working with high comprehension may be powerful within a galaxy. However, those with talent, back support, with wealthy resources, putting in the same amount of hard work and with comprehension, will definitely accomplish more. My aim is to become an absolute warrior, one even amongst the undying, one that surpasses even my old teacher. This foundation, naturally the stronger it is the better. Luo Feng's gaze burned. This partial piece of skin was going to be the conduit for his second clone. Once his second clone was formed, the golden horned beast could then focus on training the golden universe laws while the second clone could strive for the space laws. Luo Feng's human body could then focus on the Nanshan armament skills. With the three combined, his accomplishments wouldn't have a limit. I won't think too far ahead. Right, today is the 12th lunar month, there's only a few days till the Chinese New Year. I should find presents for Ping Ping and Little Hai. Luo Feng rubbed his nose. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 24, Movement. Volume 10, Chapter 24, Movement. Earth, Asia, Hong Ning Base. Third brother, why have you come here? Hong was still dressed in all black. Big brother, didn't you ask me to get you a life fruit the last time? Luo Feng sat before Hong, picking up a cup of tea, his eyes gleaming as he drank. Oh, good tea, but... Life fruit? Hong seemed anxious with anticipation. Back then he witnessed for himself how Luo Feng's cloud contact vine had grown immensely in strength after eating a life fruit. I didn't get to buy a life fruit. However, I bought 100 swelling water fruits. Luo Feng explained, this swelling water fruit has medicinal properties which are more gentle and your cloud contact vine will definitely absorb it well. These 100 fruits, use one every 10 days for the next 3 years. Once you finish all 100 fruits, I guarantee that your cloud contact vine will be able to reach universe level 3 or 4. Oh? Hong seemed delighted and surprised. His cloud contact vine, first off, was weaker than Luo Feng's. Even Luo Feng's cloud contact vine only became universe level 2 after eating the life fruit. Big brother, the main thing is when I went to participate in this time's auction, I had to spend quite a bit on a spirit weapon. Hence, I didn't have enough to get a life fruit.
Luo Feng apologized. Of course, in terms of nurturing, these 100 swelling water fruits added together do not pale in comparison to one life fruit.
Ah, alright, I understand.
Hong laughed. We are brothers, there's no need for so much talk.
Luo Feng laughed too.
With a wave of his hand, he took out a box and placed it directly on the table before them.
Pa! The box was opened and in it were 100 swelling water fruits. Looks very peculiar, they indeed are treasured fruits of the universe. Hong's eyes gleamed. Without a doubt.
The price of these 100 swelling water fruits is comparable to an entire galaxy.
Luo Feng creased his eyebrows, curious, right, why haven't I seen second brother around recently? Thunder God?
Ever since he acquired the inheritance of Sector Lord Kabu, these past 2 years he's been training under that Lord Wu.
Hong smiled, his strength has been growing quite quickly.
Luckily, the training you've given me from the UNMO planet has been fruitful and I've made some breakthroughs, otherwise I would have been surpassed already.
Luo Feng realized that the fighter training and techniques from the UNMO planet weren't weak at all. One had to know that the UNMO planet master had 9 great undying underlings and a big half of them were fighters. Undying fighter techniques, how could they be weak?
The only difference was that the Thunder God had the living AI Lord Wu's guidance, along with maybe some treasures and assistance. And Hong could only rely on his own comprehension and skills.
However, Hong's comprehension had always been very high.
Back then Mingyu had determined that Luo Feng and Thunder God belonged to the level 3 elite geniuses while Hong was a level 1 elite genius.
Of course it has only been 2 years since then.
Yet, ever since the golden horned beast broke through to the universe level, Luo Feng's comprehension and the gold origin laws had huge improvements.
Right, third brother.
Recently, the number of skilled opponents within the slaughterhouse battle arena has increased by a large number.
I don't know what's going on. Hong creased his eyebrows. Increased by a large number? Luo Feng was shocked.
Recently, he had been busy with the auction. Hence, he had not been able to keep up with the situation at the slaughterhouse.
Right, before I could easily defeat many opponents.
However, these days, a large number of powerful geniuses have popped up. And these people rarely showed themselves before at the slaughterhouse battle arena. Hong said, if a couple of geniuses popped up here and there, it would be nothing. But, with so many of them suddenly appearing, I feel like something might have happened.
Luo Feng was suspicious, not knowing what the reason was. That battle arena, Luo Feng didn't actually go to investigate it.
Instead, he immediately began nurturing his second clone. Within the vast golden continent, high above in the sky there was a layer of golden fog in the atmosphere, permeating through to the surrounding continent too. With an area reaching 6,000 kilometers, right in the middle of sky, a black peculiar piece of skin suddenly appeared. This was the damaged piece of skin from the Masha clan that Luo Feng had won in the auction, albeit being only a small portion of it.
Talent, cloning, nurture.
With the thought the entire world began to rumble. As the tremors ran through, the huge land began to quake. That peculiar black skin immediately vaporized, leaving behind only a peculiar liquid. Amidst the mad quakes happening throughout the continent, the gold fog immediately began to gather towards the center, seemingly wrapping itself around that black liquid left behind by the vaporized skin, in an instant coagulating into an oval-shaped golden egg. The nurturing process has begun. I don't even know how long it'll take before it completes.
Luo Feng thought.
According to Luo Feng's conversation with the auctioneer during the exchange, he came to know that the original owner was a Universe Level 2 Masha clan demon, and because of that Luo Feng could begin the nurturing. The natural talon cloning, the golden horned beast only had 3 chances within its lifespan.
Right now it was the second time.
The Masha clan's nurturing, compared to the initial nurturing of the Earth human body, was tens of thousands to even hundreds of thousands times harder. And back then the internal world was a star level 1. Yet, right now the internal world was universe level 6. It was tens of thousands of times stronger than before. Luo Feng calculated, after the first day, I should be able to deduce how long the nurturing will take. Theoretically speaking, the stronger the original owner, the more elite the bloodline was. This also meant that it would require longer and more shocking the amount of time for the nurturing. However, weird. Originally, I guessed that the nurturing would require decades to 100 years. However, I never thought it would only require 3 years and 9 months. Luo Feng waited a day while using the information he gathered from within the internal world and the mysterious energies that surrounded the continent. He completely figured out the length of time required for the nurturing of the Masha clan body. Masha clan, they weren't of flesh and blood. The rules for nurturing a flesh and blood body didn't apply here. As an energy life form, as long as the internal world was able to nurture the life crystal core, it would automatically unleash the energy and form its body. And as a special feature of the energy life forms, it could not only take human form, but also other forms and able to transform to almost anything easily. All it takes is to nurture the life crystal core. This Masha clan is indeed special. Luo Feng thought. The natural talent cloning, the moment it began, Luo Feng didn't need to think twice about it, he only had to wait patiently. The 12th lunar month, Chinese New Year, came around quickly. The entirety of China was engaged in ceremonies. Even during the Great Nirvana, with constant attacks by beasts, the citizens of China never forgot their most important celebrations, Chinese New Year. Luo Feng too had to stop reluctantly from his training and spend a few days with his family. On the 9th day, early morning. Outside of the Jiangnan base, in the wilderness region, there were dilapidated and broken cities. Within a city which had been deserted for over 10 years, there was one skyscraper which was 28 levels high. On one of its loft, with a glimmer of light, a human silhouette appeared. Dressed in dark red armor, feet in boots and carrying a peculiar dark golden long rod. This dark golden long rod was over 2 m long and was quite wide, to the point that 2 hands could barely grab it. With a diameter of about 15 centimeters. The entire rod gave off an aura that made hearts palpitate. The aura it gave off occasionally caused the surrounding concrete cities large amounts of beasts to steer clear of Luo Feng. No beast dared to approach him. Wearing this Nanshan armament feels like carrying a mountain. Luo Feng could feel the pressure from the Nanshan armament he carried. Normal level 1, 2 or 3 spirit weapons were fairly simple to use. However, higher level weapons were different. For example, unleashing the strength of a level 5 weapon required one to first nurture it mentally and spiritually, leaving an imprint on the weapon itself. Treat it well and nurture it. Once it's complete, the Nanshan armament will treat you as its master. Then you can begin your training. Babata said. Understood. Luo Feng was worried about the armament's aura affecting his family during the nurturing. Hence, he specially chose to head towards the wilderness region. The Nanshan armaments, 9 levels of amplification. Luo Feng sat cross-legged, placing the long golden rod on his lap. According to my level, I should be able to finish the first level. The Nanshan armament was divided into 9 levels, with each having more immense power than the previous. With the reputation being the strongest and also the weakest of the godly weapons, if one wasn't a true genius, he would be better off using normal spirit weapons. The first level, named. The second level, named the sky-piercing form. The third level, named the heavenly blade form. The fourth, skilled time. The fifth, space slice. The sixth, own world. The seventh, one rod to tremor the earth and skies. The eighth, gold blades slicing through the void. The ninth, even undying isn't a foe. When Luo Feng found out the names of the 9 levels, especially the 9th form, even undying isn't a foe, he was greatly excited. Because, whether it was the inheritance memories of the golden horned beast or the knowledge that Babata had imparted, from Sector Lord to Undying, this was an incredibly huge breakthrough, one that would completely alter one's soul and spirit. The true supremely qualitative breakthrough.
Undying, could easily destroy the pinnacle of sector lords. Even the sector lord pinnacle golden horned beast, against an Undying, had to lower its head. However, this ninth form actually says even an Undying isn't a foe, it was simply divine. It's a pity that it's extremely hard to reach the ninth form. Amongst the entire human races within the many universe countries, very few have actually reached the ninth form. The difficulty of completing the ninth form is even harder than reaching the Undying stage. Luo Feng sighed. No matter what, right now he only had a hair's width of understanding about the golden origin laws. As for the space origin laws, he hadn't even begun to understand them, he had to slowly work on it. Luo Feng had immersed himself within the Nanshan armament to comprehend it. At that moment, within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's imperial capital planet. Imperial capital planet, within a floating castle. Have you found any information on Luo Feng yet? Dressed in imperial gowns, the ninth prince sat in the throne and said coldly. No, back in the world within a world, he followed the Three-Axe Mountain and left. We only found out that he was part of the group under Lord Mingyu. We haven't found anything else and we don't know where he's at. Below, a worker said respectfully. Get lost. The ninth prince Bu Luo Lin ordered. Lately, Bu Luo Lin had been in an extremely bad mood. Since the world within a world incident, his grandfather Hargrey was the biggest loser of all. Not only did he not acquire the inheritance crystal ball, he lost almost all of his fortune. Also, he had offended many of the sector lords within the Black Dragon Mountain. One must know that back in the world within a world, Bu Luo Lin commanded over 220,000 troops. Just where did these troops come from? The main thing was there was a group of sector lords that supported Hargrey from within the Black Dragon Mountain sacred land. They handed their troops over to Bu Luo Lin to command and decided to support him unconditionally. All they decided on were promises, which both Hargrey and the ninth prince have not been able to keep. The ninth prince had even given treasures like the D6 railguns to his grandfather, to settle with those sector lords. However, there were over 10 of them back then. The treasures the ninth prince had acquired were simply not enough. And with Hargrey himself being close to bankrupt, his mood was definitely not good from the beginning. As these sector lords still chased him about the promise from before, he raged and his mood got even worse. Eventually, Hargrey lost his power within the sacred land. Hargrey himself didn't care much for the power and authority. As a sector lord, his own power was the most important. However, losing his power within the Black Dragon Mountain sacred land had negatively affected the ninth prince's position. Humph. Bu Luo Lin gritted his teeth. Both big brother and third brother wanna fight with me for the throne? Thinking about the entire incident before, Bu Luo Lin grew even more enraged. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 25, Sacred Land Black Dragon Mountain. Chapter 25, Sacred Land Black Dragon Mountain. TLN note, Prince Bu Luo Lin's name has been changed to Brolin. Brolin was one with the greatest power amongst the other princes. Not only did he have money, he also had backing. And right now his backing Hargrey had lost his power within the sacred land Black Dragon Mountain also. The treasures he got from the world within a world were all used by his grandfather to appease the sector lords. Money. With money I can even make a sector lord bow to me, without money I can't do anything. Brolin gleamed coldly. The Empire's information system, along with the citizen information cache, completely forbids certain news from us princes. If I had enough money, I could pay off someone to risk it and help me acquire the information and news I need regarding Luo Feng. The laws of the Empire were very strict. As the lifespan of the Emperor was very long, naturally they would forbid and restrict the princes. The entire Empire's information cache and systems completely forbid the prince's intervention. However, the laws were after all still man-made. They were still implemented and carried out by man.
With sufficient wealth, one could still pay off someone to get the information. Back then I attacked the troops of the Three-Axe Mountain. With 12 laser guns I was able to kill 11 of them, only Luo Feng didn't die. Brolin thought, and he definitely managed to exchange treasures in the castle. Also, he had a storage ring capable of storing a universe ship and was to be able to survive a C2 laser gun. The treasures on him must be plenty. Brolin was thinking of ways to acquire money, however he wasn't interested in meager sums. Naturally he thought of Luo Feng. Just from the surface, it seems that Luo Feng had plenty of treasures. Randomly picking any treasure from the world within world will lead to a huge profit if sold. I can only do this. Brolin grit his teeth. Brolin changed into casual clothing and left the palace. The palace on the Imperial planet was a city that was floating. There were continuous palaces within the city, making the security very strong within. It's His Highness Brolin. The guards quickly made way. Brolin walked deeper through the lanes into a spacious yard. Beside this yard were regular stone tablets. As he walked towards them, a ripple formed on the surface of the stone tablet and Brolin completely entered through it. On the peak of a mountain that reached as high as the clouds, a ripple appeared and a human silhouette appeared through it. Your Majesty Brolin, why have you come to the sacred land? A low voice resounded. A winged, skinny man with an aura that made one's heart palpitate immediately appeared on the peak, his green eyes staring at Brolin. Brolin was immediately shocked and said, I have matters I need to discuss with my grandfather. Allow him in. A voice resounded across 1,000,000 km within the mountain peaks. The man with the wings looked at Brolin and said coldly, remember, head directly to Lord Hargrey. Everywhere else is forbidden to you. Yes. Brolin was very respectful. Sacred Land Black Dragon Mountain was the biggest backing behind the Empire royalty. The founding emperor of the Empire was currently the godly master of the Sacred Land Black Dragon Mountain. It was he who fused his internal world with the universe space into one, forming the mighty vast God Country, Sacred Land Black Dragon Mountain. God Country. Brolin flew out from the peak, looking at the grand sun which hung above the vast skies and earth with endless ocean stretching out before him. That was something an undying brought from the external world into this God world, a real star, but tearing space, creating worlds, and picking out stars. That was an undying. The Sacred Land, it's even bigger than the Imperial planet outside by many times. Brolin looked towards the star in the sky as he flew. To put a star in here, an undying is seriously powerful. If one day I am able to become an undying, as he thought, he began to shake his head and force a smile. Undying, even the thought of becoming one seemed too far away. The entire Black Dragon Mountain star field has less than 100 sector lords. The chances for these close to 100 sector lords to break through and become an undying was simply too difficult. It seemed like they were all destined to die from old age instead. After all, there was a limit to a sector lord's lifespan. An undying, on the other hand, was the only eternal existence. Who? Brolin's thoughts moved, releasing a universe ship from his storage ring. So, the universe ship flew swiftly towards his grandfather in this God Country. The speed of this ship was extremely fast. After flying close to 1,000,000 kilometers, he saw the entire God Country's most impressive mountain peak, an enormous black mountain that was over 100,000 kilometers, floating above the ocean. A floating mountain range that exceeded 100,000 kilometers. A mountain range that was bigger than Earth itself. The entire range was black, similar to a huge black dragon with wings. This mountain range was the legendary Black Dragon Mountain. Black Dragon Mountain. Even though Brolin had been here several times, he still felt a sense of awe and fear. Drawing close to Black Dragon Mountain, with one's naked eyes, it was impossible to see the peak of the mountains or even the ends of it. Come here. A voice resounded within Brolin's ears. Yes. Brolin retrieved his ship back into the storage ring the moment he reached the Black Dragon Mountain. As he flew directly towards a luxurious palace, before the palace, at the edge of the cliff stood a bald old man with a Roman nose. The space itself around him seemed to distort. It was one of the top 3 sector lords within this sacred land, Black Dragon Mountain, Hargray.
Grandfather. Brolin quickly flew over.
Hargray looked at Brolin, a rare smile appeared on his face. Abu, why have you come here?
Grandfather, my recent days have been hard. Brolin gave a helpless expression. I understand.
Hargray saw the look on his grandson, feeling guilty within. The world within a world incident, his grandson had performed extremely well.
However, because of the inheritance crystal ball deception, they ended up this way.
And the treasures his grandson had acquired were all passed on to his own hands.
Grandfather, doing anything within the Imperial planet requires money.
Brolin said helplessly, I know now that there was a star-level punk in the world within a world that acquired many treasures.
However, I'm unable to use the Empire's information system or news to search for him.
It's frustrating knowing there are treasures, but not being able to acquire them.
Hargray's eyes gleamed. Are you sure?
Very sure. Brolin nodded. First, I'm sure he managed to exchange for treasure within the castle.
Second, he had a storage ring with a universe ship in it.
Third, he survived a hit from the C2 laser gun.
What's his name? What news do you have?
Hargray quickly asked. The world within a world incident had left Hargray close to broke.
Normal sector lords had about 10 mixed elements worth of wealth. However, at the moment, Hargray currently couldn't even take out one mixed element. He's called Luo Feng.
In the world within a world, he was using the identity of an underling of the 3-Axe Mountains Mingyu to enter the Allied base. Brolin said, however, even as a prince, I don't have much authority to get further information about him.
Let me check.
Hargray said directly. Simultaneously, Hargray sent a thread of his consciousness into the virtual universe network and began giving orders.
Princes had little authority.
But he, Hargray, even though he had lost his power, he was still after all one of the top 3 sector lords within the sacred land Black Dragon Mountain. Not only could he use the Empire's citizen information cache, he could do special searches through the sacred land Black Dragon Mountain special information system. Within a few minutes, he had acquired his answer.
Hargray creased his eyebrows. Have you found something? Brolin anticipated. Right, I checked. Hargray creased his eyebrows. Luo Feng, he's indeed under Mingyu. After the incident in the world within a world, he acquired a 100 planets territory from Mingyu.
Also, Mingyu seemed to have acquired a level 5 genetic energy weapon, the air cutter knife, which was transferred over to a general of the 3-Axe Mountain. I estimate that the air cutter knife was the treasure Luo Feng acquired.
Luo Feng initially had only one planet called Earth.
Heading to Earth is very troublesome. It requires one to travel through a wormhole, and after which close to another 3 years of flying is required to reach Earth. From the Sacred Lands Information Organization, the Peterly family had found this. They had initially sent a small team over, who spent close to 3 years to reach planet Earth. However, there was actually a Universe Level 9 there stopping their family's little team.
This Universe Level 9 also proclaimed that Earth was a part of 3-Axe Mountain territory. Brolin was stunned. He couldn't help but say, Grandfather.
Very troublesome.
Hargray shook his head. First, we don't know if he's on Earth. Second, heading to Earth takes up too much time. Third, there's at least a Universe Level 9 on Earth.
Even if we have to send someone, we have to at least send a domain lord, and under me I only have 3 domain lords. Fourth, the air cutter knife treasure he acquired has already been given away.
Last but not least, and the most important thing is, that's a part of 3-Axe Mountain territory. 3-Axe Mountain, the leader of the 4 organizations. Sacred Land Black Dragon Mountain didn't dare easily mess with 3-Axe Mountain and did not want to get on its bad side either.
This matter will stop here for now, I'll arrange for the Sacred Land Information System to do a thorough check on Luo Feng. Hargrey emphasized, I've been very busy recently too. I have to devote my time to training a bunch of disciples under me. Understood. Brolin understood too that there was nothing he could do. Grandfather, you said you are nurturing disciples? Brolin was very shocked. A Pinnacle Sector Lord usually only gives several pointers to his disciples. But, dedicating time to actually train them, he had never heard his grandfather ever mention this before. This was something the Sacred Land assigned me to do. Hargrey sighed. Right now in the vast universe, several universe countries and many god countries and organizations have begun to seriously train their disciples. There are many other independent strong warriors who've begun to seriously train their disciples. After all, time is running out. What? Brolin was suspicious. For the 2 pinnacles of battles, Hargrey reminded. Oh. Brolin stared wide-eyed. Grandfather, are you speaking of? He held his breath. The absolute genius fight, or the strong warrior fight? Brolin asked. The genius fight. Hargrey said. Brolin's heartbeat raced. In the vast universe, the strong prey on the weak. And the human race was one of the most elite races amongst all the other races in the vast universe. However, even though they were elite, it didn't mean that they would always stay on top. Hence humans too had to work hard and nurture their elites. In the universe, humans had 2 ultimate battles that expanded across the vast universe. One of them was the Pinnacle Genius Battle for the humans across the universe. The other was the Pinnacle Warriors Battle for the humans across the universe. The Pinnacle Genius Battle was aimed at all the star-level humans in many universe countries. As long as one was a star level, they could participate. The Pinnacle Warrior Battle was aimed at all the universe-level warriors. Any universe-level human could participate. All the great universe countries, with trillions of galaxies and countless star-level humans, they'll battle with extremely fair and strict conditions. To be able to survive and stand out till the end would mean one was an absolute genius in countless galaxies. Hargrey sighed. From the star level, one can begin to see a person's natural talent, comprehension, and their level of genius. Taking all the universe countries into account, I wonder if our top genius from the Black Dragon Mountain star field will be able to make it into the top 1 million of the geniuses. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 26, The Hovering Declaration. Volume 10, Chapter 26, The Hovering Declaration. It won't be that bad. Brolin couldn't help but to say, our Black Dragon Mountain starfield has billions of star-level fighters. Are you saying that it would be hard for even one of them to enter the top million in the universe? Extremely difficult. Extremely difficult. Hargrey nodded. There are around 13,000 starfields under the Ganwu Empire, and almost 1,000 other empires under its control. Our Black Dragon Mountain Empire is just one of those empires under the Ganwu Empire. In terms of the number of powerful fighters, we have even fewer compared to the starfields directly under the Ganwu Empire, but it would be hard for our Black Dragon Mountain's top genius to place in the top 10,000 in the Ganwu Empire, much less out of the over 1,000 empires of the entire human race, said Hargrey. For example, in the last battle of geniuses, there weren't any people from our starfield in the top 10,000. What? Brolin widened his eyes. Embarrassment. This is an embarrassment to our Black Dragon Mountain Empire, and an embarrassment to our sacred land. Hargrey's anger surged and the surrounding temperature dramatically dropped. The air around them froze and ice crystals started to form. Grandfather! Brolin felt a bone-chilling coldness as he yelled. With a thought from Hargrey, the surrounding temperature went back to normal. I was just angry because I felt ashamed, but... Okay, I still need to raise my disciples, you go back first, said Hargrey. Yes, grandfather.
Brolin didn't dare to say more and left right away.
His original plan to get his grandfather to send people to deal with Luo Feng seems to have ended in failure. China time, March 9, 2066, Black Dragon Mountain Island in the virtual universe.
The various continents and islands in the virtual universe also had day and night.
There were even virtual stars in the sky.
As of now, it was night.
There were various lit-up places across the Black Dragon Mountain Island.
Places like bars were extremely bright. Everything was normal. Suddenly,
in the night sky above the Black Dragon Mountain Island appeared an enormous, black declaration that emanated light out of thin air.
This completely black declaration had conspicuous white letters glowing on it. Humans of the universe, the top battle of geniuses. Once every 10,000 years. Is about to be held. Sponsored by the Virtual Universe Network Company and all the universe empires.